Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 5th, 2020. Today's episode is called the George Floyd Autopsy Review. After reviewing the case of George Floyd, it's very interesting looking at the autopsy review as far as the findings from that autopsy. Now, what we have is autopsy was done, Hennepin County Medical Chief Examiner Andrew Baker. Andrew Baker initially suggested possibly an underlying heart condition and potential intoxication, combined with being held down by three officers, was behind the death. Also, a final ruling this week of cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdural, restraint, and neck compression. So keep in mind with the George Floyd incident, the medical examiner ruled that this was the answer. This is what happened. Kind of, to put it simply, kind of an indirect result. The police officer put in the knee on the neck. An indirect result. Not direct, but more or less indirect, kind of sent him into pulmonary arrest, cardiac arrest, sorry. And I think that's very interesting. That certainly could be the case, but it's very slanted as far as for a defense for the officer could more than likely get off on something like this. And that means as far as getting off of the crime, it's enough reasonable doubt, I think. So the family then hired their own medical examiner. They brought in Dr. Michael Baden. Now Michael Baden came in and did his own, and his result of the full autopsy, and he's a longtime pathologist, said that it was due to asphyxiation, directly due to asphyxiation, meaning that he was killed because of the officer's knee on George Floyd's neck. Very different to some extent. So they hired their own, and the city did theirs. Very interesting in this case. Now, Dr. Michael Baden is very good. He is close personal friend of Dr. Cyril Wecht, who has ruled on the JFK assassination that he was murdered. JFK not from behind by a lone nut assassin back in '63, but from shots fired in the front of the vehicle and the side of the vehicle, and in fact had nothing to do with the shots coming from the back of the vehicle. Now, he recently also was hired, Dr. Baden was hired by the Epstein family to do a secondary autopsy on Jeffrey Epstein, to see what really happened. The first one that came out there was ruled a suicide. He hung himself in his jail cell, allegedly. Dr. Baden came in and said, no, that was no hanging at all. That was a murder. That was a strangulation. Bones were broken in the front of the neck here because of the pressure. Had nothing to do with the item around his neck, and he was actually killed. So personally, I'm a fan of Dr. Baden and Dr. Wecht, both of these guys. So, very strange, the situation. Now, what came out of the autopsy is this. George Floyd, 6'4", 223 pounds, also had a small rib fracture. That was from CPR compressions after the fact. That's very common. He also had abrasions on his mouth, cheek, left eyebrow, and upper lip by being laid down on the asphalt there with his head crushed down there. He also had an alias of Floyd Perry. He went by the name Floyd Perry as well. That brought some suspicions into the mix. And so he was also positively identified per the autopsy by the FBI. So he had served some prison terms. He had some criminal background. That's neither here nor there, but he was positively identified by fingerprints that were on FBI file. Very interesting to note. In his stomach there was gray and white food particulates, looking like that he most recently had bread in his system. There was tattoos on his body, a couple of tats with the names Sissy, Brittany, Laura, the phrase R.I.P., rest in peace, the family name Floyd, and a pair of praying hands. So he did have some tattoos on his body. There was another tattoo, I think on his chest, of an eagle holding a rifle. He also had a left ear piercing. Looks like not in the right ear, but left only, and that had been done a long time ago, so it was very, could hardly tell that that ear was pierced. They also tested that he was tested positive for COVID-19, and this looks like it came back from the doctor reports. So back in April 3rd of 2020, he tested positive for COVID-19. Now, strange thing with this, state of Minnesota. Remember when the video came out of Dr. Steve Jensen, the senator in the state of Minnesota? I'm in the state here as well. He blew the whistle on that 7-page report that was given to all the doctors in the state saying if anyone dies and they tested positive for COVID-19, you've got to classify that officially on the death certificate as a COVID-19 death. And so he blew the whistle on that, said that's not the case, that's not what I do, that's not what I've been taught, that's not what we do as doctors. We classify the reason of death as what really caused that person to die, not if there's underlying issues or whatnot. So according to the state of Minnesota, this is a COVID death, which makes things very strange as well. They do get extra, hospitals do get the extra funding for the deaths. I think it's $39,000 each. It came up recently that George Floyd was an adult film star, and so that was some speculation. It does show that George Floyd was known as Floyd the Landlord in some adult films. He was based in, I think it was Houston, Texas. And so we've got some interesting scenarios here that came up in the aftermath of this particular George Floyd case. Now this doesn't relate to the autopsy, but the other strange anomalies in this case. Was he a porn star? It certainly looks like him to me. There's other videos as well, but what I would recommend the users out there, people familiar with this that have done their homework, is because now we know the tattoos from the autopsy report, that'd be a good way to confirm or deny this rumor. The other strange thing is the memorial service, I think it was just yesterday. I think it was June 4th or even possibly June 3rd. Many had wondered, why is it taking so long for this memorial service or a funeral, a wake, a viewing, whatnot. What happened in this case? Speculation, did he really die? Was this all a staged event to strike up these riots and protests? And so the memorial service was a day or two ago. That was a closed casket, bringing more questions to all of this. The other scenario that came up was the owner of this bar in Minneapolis called the El Nuevo Rodeo Restaurant. Both worked security. Now that's very odd. Both Derek Chauvin on the right, George Floyd on the left. Floyd allegedly worked inside security at this bar. Chauvin was hired for up to 17 years working outside security, outside the building for security. That brings up the question, did they know each other? Did these two know each other? Or did they know of each other? And did that have any relationship with this case? Very strange. Now, I did a video earlier on this, on the second day of this, because I did go downtown. I am in the area. I did a video, if you happen to have seen it, back on May 26th. I drove down the day following, laid some flowers at the scene, and did an 18-minute video on my way downtown to talk about the case, saying that this is not neither black or white. It's not a racist thing. It's just simply someone killed unreasonably by a law enforcement officer, whether directly or not, or on purpose or not. The fact is, the result is a dead man who was in custody, who was restrained, and I went in and talked about whether he was high, drunk, on drugs, sober, regardless. The man was handcuffed. He was already restrained. He was not causing any issue. Why was the officer's knee on the man's neck for over 8 minutes when bystanders were saying the body went limp, he wasn't responding, there was blood coming out of his nose. Why didn't he let up? And so I went down there that day, laid some flowers at the scene. Many others had also done the same thing. When I was there, it was very peaceful. Protests were just starting up. There was no violent protests, no riots, nothing like that. That all started that same night. I think it was the night of the 26th and the 27th is when Minneapolis really got into the thick of things. And then ever since, all the rest of the states and even other countries are involved, which means that this looks to be some kind of operation, some kind of planned event to spark all this, which is now turned into political. So the question is this: these two knew each other, maybe or maybe not. Very odd, highly irregular that they would have even worked at the same exact place. Now, the mugshot comes out a couple days later. Chauvin was arrested, brought in, terminated, of course, and then we see this mugshot. Does not, to me, look like the same person at all. I don't think they resemble the same man. So what this really brought forth now was some additional information on these internet forums and additional speculation. Some narrowed it down and said, look, here's your guy. This is him, Mr. Ben Bailey. Benjamin Ray Bailey. TV show actor from the Cash Cab series. Looks like him, possibly inserted into a role here as a crisis actor in order to spark these riots and whatnot. And so keep in mind, in Minnesota, this is Representative Ilhan Omar's district, which is very interesting. The Attorney General is Mr. Ellison, who has ties back to Muslim Brotherhood. More infiltration, not only in the U.S., but in particular Minnesota. And guess who serves on the Minneapolis City Council is his son Jeremiah. So you got the Ellisons big here in this connection. We've got Ilhan Omar, and we've got the strange Minneapolis mayor, which has caused some strange things going on. And with all the COVID-19, we had Governor Walz also with some very strange behavior in all this. Was this a concocted scheme? Was this a staged event? Was it a false flag? So that's the question. That's the question here. Now, personally, I don't believe so. It did look to me like the man died. There is a memorial service. There has been 2 autopsies done on this man. I do not believe, in my own personal opinion, that it was a staged event. But it does seem that the people, the actors involved in the aftermath of this, do not like to let a good crisis go to waste. And so what I think here, from what we're seeing here, is a fallout, nationwide fallout from a political standpoint, to burst this into a civil war, a black-white racist racial civil war, to blame it onto Donald Trump, make him look bad once again, and spark all of this outrage. We see the strange looting and the riots and the out-of-control protests. Now keep in mind, typically when a case like this happens, the officers are not let go. They're placed on administrative leave, and sometimes they get charged, sometimes they don't. But for the most part, cases like this, the charges are dropped, or there are no charges brought at all. They were saying that just things got out of hand, but this is normal procedure. And it is what it is, let it go. And so people are ready to protest. People are ready to really take action on civilians like this, innocent civilians. Now, George Floyd, the autopsy did show that he had narcotics in his system with fentanyl and other narcotics and drugs, no alcohol. So he did appear to be high, but the point is he was restrained. Cops were there, officers were there. 2 of them showed up and were able to get him restrained, along with the help of backup 2 additional officers came. So he had a total of 4. He was already restrained in handcuffs, and I believe his feet were already in handcuffs as well, and his arms behind his back. So why was he killed at all? I don't know. It's a very interesting case, but it does seem that these other things are taken off because of that, because of the political fallout. Never let a good crisis go to waste, and that's what took place here. I think, in my own opinion, is that this took place, perfect timing, and COVID was winding down. There wasn't much action going on there with the coronavirus, and so now let's switch the narrative into something that can make Donald Trump look bad, blame it on him, and then get the country out of control. So like I was saying, typically in the past these things do not happen. This time, as far as charges, this time all 4 officers were terminated. They were outright fired. They were not placed on administrative leave, they were fired. And then charges were brought, not on 1, but all 4. And second-degree manslaughter charges and third-degree. So charges were filed, they were fired, they're in jail. So I don't think there's anything to be protesting about. So correct me if I'm wrong, but like I said earlier, I do feel sorry for the man. He did die. It was an unnecessary death, and I didn't like it. And yes, watching that video did bug me. Now the question is this. There's a lot of people making George Floyd out to be a hashtag, as a martyr, as some sort of hero. But I would recommend the listeners following that to watch the recent Candace Owens monologue that she did. Very good. Candace Owens is very good. I like her. She went out of her way to say that no, George had problems. George Floyd was a criminal. He certainly wasn't a hero. Certainly wasn't a martyr. Her video is good to go. Did an innocent man die? Probably. And so that's the story here. So I think we've got 2 cases here. We've got the strange anomalies between the cop and the dead man. We have all the strange fallout with the Antifa rioting, the looters, and all the cities where these riots are taking place. We're seeing pallets of fresh bricks being dropped off the night before that just happened to be there, and all this other shenanigans going on. So that's my take. Please leave your comments down below. Once again, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 5th, 2020. Thanks for listening.
Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. We're gonna talk a little bit today about some inconsistencies. If you remember in some of my past videos, I had kind of this little series called Inconsistencies. Well, this is going to be a continuation of that. Today we are going to be talking about David, and in particular a few of his body positions. And as we go along, you'll see what I mean. This particular series, or whatever you want to talk about it, we're going to continue on with the inconsistency section. Today will be David's body. Then the next time we are working on a section about the ballistics. In my research, I found something fairly interesting. Still working on it. Was hoping to have it done today, and it's not going to happen. It's just so much research and reading that I have to do to not only understand what they're saying in the reports, but to see if what they're saying makes sense, if you catch my drift. So in that section with the ballistics, I'm hoping to have Dan Hennon, Greg Fernandez Jr., and Sophia join me, and we're going to discuss that. I've already talked with Dan Hennon about all of this, and we were in agreement that this is probably that's a better topic for all four of us to handle. And then there's another thing after that, and we'll get to later because that's further down the road. Not quite sure what we're going to title it. But anyway, what I'm going to title it, but still. Today, we are going to definitely talk about David's body position. Keep in mind that the only people who were at the scene were the Apple Valley Police Department and the people from BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. They're the ones who went and collected all the data, collected swabs and all that other stuff. Did the measuring. They did all of that. And so those were the only people on scene. I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about this. To begin with, we will see that in the photo, the one that we received, that it was stated that this was taken after they first walk in. And caveat here, I will be showing David today, and you will see his mummified hand, well, partially mummified hand, and some of his head area, which was blurred out. Still, you can still see some of his body. Just so you know, it might be a little too graphic for some. For others, you'll be fine. But still, I thought I'd let you know. In the first photo that you see when they walk in, David's body is like this. Sorry, my whole body doesn't fit in the screen, but you get the idea. Okay, his arms are out. They say almost straight out from his body. His arms are out. Then, after the sketch artist arrives, gets to the scene, what they sketch, then they sketch what they see, and what they see and what they sketch is this. Oh, wrong arm. Sorry about that. It was his left arm in the sketch that was bent. Here we go. Here we go. Photo when they first get there. Sketch artist rendition. Take a look for yourself. See that? Wait, it gets better. What do you guys think about that? Now, the sketch artist is supposed to get there and sketch and draw and depict the scene as it was originally in situ. Original photo, what the sketch artist sees. Second part here is going to be about David's hand. And again, this is, especially this photo, might be a little graphic for some people. But you will see his left hand in the photo when they first get there, same photo where you see David lying like this. You will see his hand like this. Normal death position. It's just lying there. Then, in another photo that I'm not sure if this was BCA who took this photo or if it was the AVPD, but in this next photo, you will see David's hand position like this. Well, it's from that angle. You'll see it lying on the floor. Take a look. Okay, now what do you guys think about that? Hand doesn't go from this to this. When they first get there, oh, let's take pictures. Now his hand is doing this. Again, the only people there or Apple Valley Police Department and people from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Somebody manipulated David's body. From the original, where he's laying like this and his hand is like this, like this, to he's now lying like this and the hand is doing this. What was their reason for doing that? I don't have a clue. Okay, I could guess. I think we all could guess. They needed a narrative. They needed some type of evidence to fit their narrative. I should say they already had a narrative. My opinion. This is my opinion only. However, there's not much that can help them explain away what happened and who did it and why they did it. And this is stuff that the Apple Valley Police Department has in their records. They have seen this. They supposedly drew their conclusion based on this evidence. And they can't see it went from this to this. Oh, look, the hand is like this. Oh, look, now it's like this. Oh, his arm is like this. Now you want to tell me it's like this? And then they're going with this and this to help, oh, he was, Wow. Okie dokie. And with the drawing where the sketch artist has him like this, they show the gun right next to his body at his waist. And in the written descriptions, it says that the gun is a few inches to a foot from his hand. Now, if his arm is clearly out here in the photo when they walk in, so if it's a few inches to a foot away, that's pretty far away from his body. And if they had seen it next to his waist, they would have stated that's where the weapon was found. But it doesn't say next to his waist. Yet the sketch artist has him like this, with the weapon next to his waist. They didn't sketch his hand, but here's how his body was when they got there. When it used to be like this and the weapon farther away. So if it's farther away, and he's right-handed, they can't explain that. But if it's conveniently next to the waist, they can go, oh, it kind of dropped, which doesn't happen. Guns don't drop and roll, especially these heavy pistols. They don't bounce, is what I'm trying to say, off a hardwood floor. That sucker would drop and, it would just drop. More than likely, if he had done this standing up, he probably would have landed on it. But we're not going to go. We've discussed that before ad nauseum, where you can't get him under a blanket from a standing position. Again, hello. So, what do you guys think about that? With how his body was manipulated? Normal death position. Again, I'm sorry. He's out here, normal death position, hand in a resting position. To this. And the only people there were AVPD and BCA. Leave your comments in the comment section. Hope you guys have a great day.
Hey Ellie, how's it going? Good evening. Yeah. Thanks, Sophia. Yeah, it's just some music from the YouTube, so it's their copyright-free music. That way I don't get banned. I've only been banned for music, really. Which is weird. Whatever. changed a little bit. Changed all this. Might go and I'll talk about this too once it's done. Whole year and longer. 5 years, basically. And click there, it should go. There you go. Nice. Thanks, Ellie. Appreciate that. I won't be on too long live. Just for a few minutes here. It was weird on Twitter too. It should just pop up, but it didn't for some reason. Whatever. Oh, that's right. Different time zones. Yeah, it's only 6:42 p.m. here, West Coast time, January 21st, 2020. Best place to get the book will still be lulu.com, but it'll be on Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, all those good places. But you can always get it free. Download that puppy right now. Read it. Everything is sourced. If there's anything I missed, if there's anything I got wrong, I want to be open to that. I want people to let me know that, because they're looking out for me. Which I do appreciate, always. 238 pages. Some of those will be blank because of the way that it goes into the printed format, so don't be surprised if there's a lot of extra blank pages. That's done on purpose. It's okay. It's for the print version. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, if yeah, proofread it for sure. It'll need it. All right, I just want to take a couple minutes here. Thank you everybody for joining me, and we are live right now. And I finished the book, published it on January 20th, 2020. And put the link out there for everybody this morning, January 21st, 2020. So there is a free link, and let's just kind of go through that. Had some things, some issues with my website, I guess, or webpage, whatever you call this. So if you go to the graystage.wordpress.com, this should take you to the website. I need to get rid of this little picture here. I don't like that, because when you click on it, it just goes nowhere. It goes to the same thing. So I don't know how that got in there, but I'll be taking that out. There's a quick link directly right here. I think that will take you to the book, and then this one just takes you back. And then this is a blog feed. So I haven't used WordPress that much. I didn't get too far with it. It's kind of clunky, but it's free. It's easy. And so what I've done here is, you just go to the web page and you can just click on read the book. This should take you directly to the URL where you can find everything you need to know about this book. You can purchase it, or you can download it for free. These ads are WordPress, that's not me. So all you need to do is just scroll down here, and if you click on this image of the front, the spine, and the back of the book, that should take you directly to where you need to go, and you can download that directly. Shouldn't be any issue. There it is. There's a download. It's a little different on Firefox, but that's okay. 238 pages, front and back, is why you will see the because this was for print, front and back. So you'll see some blank pages, like the first 4 pages are blank because they need that, and there's pages at the end that have to be blank. That's for lulu.com. That's for so that everything turns out right. So there it is. And so if you're wondering why there's so many blank pages, that would be why. I want to say hi to Sophia and to Ellie and to Nova Coco. Thank you all for chiming in here. You started reading it. Nova Coco started reading it too. Yeah, I'm curious to hear what everybody thinks about the book. What they like, what you didn't like, what I could have done better, things that were left out, if you thought that I missed something, or maybe even if there was stuff that didn't really need to be in there to tell this story. This story is just supposed to be focused on the public files that we got, the public crime scene photos, and then the quotes that various people have also made about this case too. So scroll down here. Got the table of contents. Gotta have a nice table of contents in there. Let's see. Sophia says, oh nice, how nice. Sophia says, I wish this would have come out at Christmas. It would have made a great gift. Yeah, that was the original plan, really, was to come out on Christmas Day. And, that was the day that's the date that is on Kamel's headstone in Texas. The date of her death is listed, is on that headstone as December 25th, which I thought was kind of weird. Because nobody really knows. So that was a weird date to put on there. Then I wanted it to be January 17th to mark the 5 years, and that didn't work out, but I think this worked out perfectly. So January 20th and then January 21st. So I just wanted to come on here briefly just to let everybody kind of know where they could get this book if you did want to read it, if you did want to purchase it. I'm just going to show you all that now. Yes, do an honest book review. It's very important. I'm just one person. This is just me looking at these documents, looking at all this stuff, conversing with so many researchers, talking with so many people on these conference calls. Books and books of just notes and notes, and endless talks with some of the best researchers that I've ever had the experience with. Whether things ended on good terms, bad terms, in different, whether they had other issues, they had other problems that they had to go and they had to take care of, health problems. I want to make sure we all pray for Walter, because he is he's he really needs some prayer. He was going to join us Friday, and he just could not join us. He wasn't able to. So please pray for his health and just to keep him in good spirits. And who knows, I would love to get him back on one of these days here too, because he was always somebody that I could always bounce ideas off of, and always someone that I could just kind of say, well, what do you think about this? And it's good to have those people, and he was one of the first that I ever had. We're talking about September 11th, the Bohemian Grove, the New World Order, John F. Kennedy, all of that stuff. And so when the David Crowley case came up, I kind of bounced some ideas off of him, but it really wasn't until we did the live show where it was just he and I, and we were just talking about, I forget what episode of Heart Talk that was, but and he starts asking me questions, and that's what it really is, and that's what really has helped me grow. What has helped me get to this point is, he's like, well, okay, what 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 about this? What about the government hit? What about, and we would just play out all of these different things. And it's really nice to have people like that. It's really good to have people who you can bounce those ideas off of. And yeah, I'm just blessed to have so many people that I've been able to do that with. Dan Hennon too. He was another one before this case, and we were talking about other cases, mostly about the Philip Marshall case, which is very similar to the David Crowley case in many ways. So, and then of course I always blame Dan Hennon for even getting me involved in this case. But I think it wasn't really anything that Dan could have really said that would have made me go, oh, okay, there's something weird here. It was just like, I really had to look at it for myself. I had to look at this and try to research, find as many documents as much as I could. And I do wonder, if we wouldn't have gotten all of the documents, all of the crime scene photos that we have now, I wonder how that would have changed my view on this case. And I probably would have leaned more towards the fact, or not the fact, but I probably would have leaned more towards the theory that David Crowley was guilty. I would have been a lot more open to that possibility. It's only because we were able to get these documents. It's only because we were able to get these crime scene photos. It's only because we were able to talk to people who were tied into this case in different ways. And that took a long time. It took effort. It took me a very, very long time. Anybody who knows me knows that I move very, very slow, if I move at all. And that's what I did here. I move slowly. I wrote something called A Gray Shame, maybe 15 pages, maybe. And that's where it all started for me. That's when I started getting calls and having weird things happen, and I was reached out to by people who should not even be reaching out to me. And that's when everything kind of became weird. It was like, okay, now you're trying to, you're not just posting things, now you're trying to actually look into this case. And I think that's when the weird things started happening. And I know a lot of you have also had that happen too. It's when you get serious about asking questions, wanting to know what happened in this case. That's when a lot of the weird things happen. A lot of the weird games and all that stuff happens. And, that just kind of pushes us forward. That makes us want to keep researching and to keep looking into this case to find out what happened. So, that's what I did. I asked Dan Hennon to write the foreword to my book, and he did. I think it's about 4 pages. I hope the font is okay, because I really wanted it to be in this particular font here. That was very important to me. And it was very nice of him to take the time to write that. And, we've looked at a lot. We've gone through a lot. And I plan on doing a lot more research with Dan Hennon and with a lot of these other fellow researchers that I've come to have a great deal of respect for. And every day, meeting more people, hearing more people's views on this, that helps me. That helps me grow as a researcher. That's all that I want. That's all that I could do. And sorry if I sound a little tired. I'm very tired, very groggy, and very very juiced about this. And at the same time, it's like a bittersweet thing, because because of how serious this case is and because of what happened, how brutal this is, what happened to these people in this case, and how clear it seems that there is, even if you didn't want to say that there was foul play involved in this, and even if you really wanted to keep an open mind and say, okay, David's guilty, let me go find out where that proof is, which that in and of itself is not keeping an open mind, obviously, because that's jumping to conclusions. And so the best researchers have been able to kind of, just keep at it, keep chipping away, and keep asking questions. The more data that people have, the more data that we can give them, I just think the more people are going to see what most of us here are seeing publicly, and what I think that family members and even friends, they understand this privately, whether they will go public with it or not. So this is not, this is not my view of what happened. That's not what this book is. It was never meant to be like that. It was never going to be like that. Anybody who's read anything that I've ever done should know that. It was very clear how I was going to write this, what I was going to do. This was never going to be a case of writing something to make money off of it. It was never going to be a case of tricking people and then one day turning and saying that I always knew that David Crowley was guilty or something like that, which has happened. I've had people question me about that, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with asking me about that. I don't have any problem with that, but I can only be honest with you. I can only tell you that we're real researchers looking into this, and I hope that this book will help other researchers kind of get caught up on this. So I'm just kind of scrolling a little bit through here, through some of the forward from Dan. Yeah, it's about 4 pages. Thought it was good. Now there was things that I did take out, and I don't know, maybe in a future show, I'm thinking maybe we can just, those might make good subtopics that we can bring up later on. That's what I'm hoping. So let's see. Okay. Ellie says, at this point I think it's fair to say that they were slaughtered. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's where it comes into play, where it's like you look at all of the blood, all the stuff that is in the house. I know there's not blood where it should be, but I'm talking about where the blood is, and on that wall, there shouldn't be any blood on that wall. Why would anybody ever write anybody else's name in blood on that wall? And why is that just kind of glossed over? But so yeah, they were slaughtered. If you look at those bodies, look at what happened to those bodies. They were slaughtered. The only way that they can say that they weren't is to say that it was after their death, which is that's also weird too. There's something very weird about them just kind of jumping the gun on that. Nova Coco says, hey Greg, do you know if they will ship the book to New Zealand and how much for it in NZ dollars? I'm not sure about that. I know we can go and take a look over there. It might be different because it will be on Amazon and Barnes & Noble probably in like another week. I think it takes a little time there, but I don't know if, let's see, if you guys have New Zealand. I don't know if they have, so if you go to lulu.com, I guess that would probably be the best way. If you can get there, then you would know that that you could make that purchase. So I'm not really sure, but I do know with your Amazon, yes, you can do that. So if you want to wait maybe another week or two, or else I would say, just go here and see how far you can get. Um, they should be able to send it to you. Maybe there's somewhere that I can check on that actually here while I'm here to see. But I do believe they are in Europe, so I do believe they are in the UK, New Zealand, Australia. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think they should too. So can definitely check that one out. See if there's anything else. I think that really was about it. I just wanted to kind of jump on here and let everybody know where they can go, where they can get the book if you want to get that in a free download. And I also put it right here. I need to move this up. Actually, the Gray Stage book should be one up. But you can also just go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down to the bottom, and where all of the documents are, I've also added the book link there. So you can just, now that's for the free version. You can just download that free PDF right there. To get the paid version, you want to go to lulu.com, put in Greg Fernandez Jr., or you can just go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and just click on where it says The Gray Stage Book. And from right there, you'll scroll down. I'll be adjusting some of this. There's way too much going on here, but and you go to available.now. Boom, that'll take you to the lulu.com link. Or you can just go and purchase a physical copy here. That'll take you to the same place. And then very soon, once it's on Barnes & Noble and all of the other online places, I'll have those links up there too. So try to make it as easy for anybody who wants to. For the signed copy, that's what I'm working on now. And I was going to kind of ask what everybody thought about that. With the signed copy, yeah, I gotta figure out the best way. Maybe I'll set up. I don't know if I'd just say, hey, send me $15 to my PayPal, and then I'll, with your shipping address, where to ship it, and then I'll ship it back signed. I think that might be the easiest way. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the easiest, fastest way to actually do that. So that might be the easiest way. And then I'll just order it and have it sent out there. I don't know. I'll figure all that out. But I'm gonna go let my cat in 1 second here. You're okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up here. I just wanted to kind of make it clear where everybody could get that if they wanted to. And I did add, let me go back. Is this still the main page here? No, it's not the main page. I did add finally the phone records. So David's old phone number, Kamel's old phone number, David's new phone number, and Kamel's new phone number. I've added those 4 in there. I also added the military record, David's military record, so if anybody wants to see that. I don't know if there's anything that I missed. I always feel like, oh, I should have added this, I should have added that. Maybe there's a few other documents that I missed, and there might be, so I'll have to go back and see if there's any ones that I missed. But hopefully I've added everything here. All of the public documents that we have so far. Hey Patty, how's it going? Thanks for joining in. Oh, the kitty. Yeah, I could have her sign it. I'm sure she would. She's been a big part of this too, huh? Been a big part of this. And I'll have to get rid of some of this stuff here, and I don't know, I might even break it up into different chapters and have those different chapters there too. But the next thing that I really want to do, hopefully they don't play any music, because apparently I'll get banned if anybody plays any music, but this will be the next step. This will be where the book gets turned into an audiobook, and I'm looking forward to that process. Yeah, I think that'll be the final step there, I think. Blue poster paint, like so. Yeah. Okay, Patty, we can do that. Definitely not red. Yeah, no red. No red paint. Only the good paint. And that's it. I don't know. Hopefully I didn't miss any documents. If I did, please let me know. There's the cell phone with the missing SIM card. And there's just so much that was not included into this book, and some of it was really hard to part with. It was hard to not include that in there, but it wasn't necessary. And Ellie's right. The more information, the better. So that's why the other information, we're not just gonna sleep on it. We're gonna do something with it. So we'll see. Sophia, regarding the footprint video that she made, I was trying to be considerate to the family. That's why I chose blue. That makes sense. Sophia, I don't know if you heard, we had somebody on who was, they left a comment, and they said that maybe to use a more oil-based paint next time, I think it was. I'll have to go back and look at that comment, but to get closer to blood, to get closer to what it would look like in blood. So, and it might even be good, if you're going to do some more of those tests, it might even be good to do some with a little bit of the blood, a little bit of the paint, a lot of the paint, because it does kind of look like there's not that much on David's feet. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of paint there, a whole lot of blood there. Or, let me go back here. See, where is that one? Just for fun. So I did thin the paint with water. Yeah, I remember you commented on that. I decided against oils only because of cleanup. Okay. I mean, it was always the first thing that we thought, I think, was it was tippy toes, because it was just very little. There was none on the heel or anything. It was just in that certain area. So I think that's why it was a tippy toe. But I don't think we got this photo first. I think the first one that I remember seeing, had one of these prints here, and it looked like a hand. I mean, there was no doubt, and I think that's what this other area is kind of here. It might be a hand print. I don't know. When they sprayed it, and that was the first thing. But okay, so all of this, I think you guys called it cast-off blood. A lot of that stuff. There's just so much that could be covered, so much that for whatever reason was left out. A lot of the things like that, because it was really just, the book was really just to make sure that it just focused on the actual documents, so that when we have these talks, when we're talking about, are these footprints, or are these fingerprints, or hey, I think they're footprints, you think they're fingerprints, that's fine. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think there's still a lot of people who are just reading the actual documents. I think there's a lot of people who are just still trying to get caught up on what is in the 94 pages. Because there is a lot of stuff in there. A lot. And anyone who's looked at those 94 pages already knows that. There's way too much in there, way too much data. So, the hardest chapter for me was probably the last one. that was really, and that was weird because I was expecting this to be the easiest one. The the Gray Stage chapter should have been the easiest chapter for me to write because it's pretty much an expanded version of the very first thing that I ever wrote in regards to this case. And it's clunky, it's cumbersome. It's very convoluted, I guess. Everything just seems kind of jumbled and kind of just. But the point, what I was trying to do with this chapter was to make it like a timeline. This needed to be told in order because this is how I remember this story, in this order here. Looking at everything, and instead of having, okay, we know David, okay, then we're going to go back, it needed to be as much of a timeline, as a linear timeline as possible, because I know that that is what's going to help people get caught up. It's what's going to be good for people like me who forget things to go back and check these sources, to check these data, to check these facts. I'm hoping it's going to save us a lot of time, a lot of people, a lot of time. And if it doesn't, that's fine too. I have no problem going over these things as much as possible. But the purpose here was to kind of give a linear storyline, kind of what we knew, what I knew, based on the facts, based on these documents, based on what they've said, what they've done, who said what, but mostly just based on the Apple Valley documents and the BCA documents. That's all that you really need here. That, to me, is more than enough for people to realize that this case, at the very least, needs to be reopened to give the investigators a chance to clear their name. If they don't want to clear David's name, at this point, they've got to clear their own name. Because this just stinks. This just does not constitute a double murder-suicide. It just really doesn't. So, let's see. No 4-hour chat. No, I was supposed to already be done here. Okay, so let's see here. Fairly certain. Yeah, Sophia is fairly certain that it is a hand. Yeah, I could see maybe some of that being a hand. I don't think it's all handprints. I don't think anybody's walking on their hands here. I do believe these are footprints. I definitely believe this is a footprint. I definitely believe this is a footprint. But that doesn't make me right. And that doesn't make me scared to be wrong either, because it's not gonna do me any good to just think that I'm right. That's not gonna help. If I end there, I can start there, because I'm definitely starting there, because I do think that I'm right. I do think that these are footprints here, and I do think that the investigators, they have all separately documented those as footprints. But at the same time, I'm not closing the door on the possibility that they are handprints, mostly because of the one photo that shows what looks like a handprint in that same area, which is not those two footprints. There's something else there to the right of one of those footprints. So, anyways. Yeah, a lot of things were never tested. Patty says, I do think she was hit over the head a few times, cast off in hair and brain matter on chair. She might have been in a fight or flight and reached the floor. I don't know. Yeah, it's not a bad thought there. And Sophia says, no, the cast off was never tested. Okay, yeah, it wasn't tested. Well, the footprints were really never either. So, whatever. Oh, boy. Just another thing. I'm trying to get to that photo where they paint. They paint them blue, pretty much. So, blue is definitely the right... I think blue is the right color for that, because of that reason here. Let's see. Okay, so those are the ones, but I want to get to where they're painted, where they're sprayed. Should be at the bottom here. Here we go. So BCA 5013, to me, this looks like a footprint here. To me, when I look at it there, it does. This looks like the Greek foot, David's foot. So I don't know. I mean, they did all those tests. Where's the results on all of this stuff that they did here? I'd like to see that. Maybe we just don't have it, but I mean, this one here kind of looks like a fingerprint, so I don't know. It looks like a whole hand went down. But again, I don't think somebody's walking around on their hands and not using their feet. But that's all right. I'll just zoom in on this one here as well. So there's the D, there's the E. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It kind of looks like a foot, but then when they spray it, it kind of looks more like a hand. And that could be more. I mean, looking at it here, it looks like this looks like a foot, and then this one over here looks like a foot. I don't know what the heck this is over here. That looks like something else. But then there were questions about it being smeared, and or about maybe it was wiped up, and when they sprayed the chemical on it, they were able to trace what was actually wiped up. So all that stuff is good to talk about. It's good to discuss with fellow researchers if they're open to it. But it's I don't know. It just, to me, it was not one of the things that made it into the book. Another thing that was very important that didn't make it into the book. I don't know. It might have. I might have snuck it in there at some point. I don't think so though. Was the headphones, and how the headphones didn't have any blood on them, but the phone did, and where these things were found. Yeah, it looks like an empty your pocket deal. Now look at this yellow marker here. Since we're here, I'm going to go through this yellow marker. Okay, keep an eye on that yellow marker there, because when you look at the glass table where the teapot is and where the ring is placed later on and photographed, one of those yellow markers is there, and I can never really figure out what that one was. Come on. Let me see if it's in this set of photos or if it's in the Apple Valley ones. But it's where you can clearly see there's that yellow marker, and there's like a yellow piece of paper or something next to it. And it's just the weirdest thing. It's one of the oddest photos that I still kind of am like, what the heck is that? So let me see if I can find it. I will do my best to look for it, for I know it's here, and then I will have to jump off very soon. But I just want people to look at this, and I'd like to get some views on this one. It looks like a piece of like yellow construction paper. It's just odd. Of course, now I'm not going to be able to find it, I'm sure. It might be in the Apple Valley crime scene photos. Okay, let's go. This was the first one, DSC 0238. So this was the first image that I ever saw of this, and it's like, if you look at where the E is next to the 14, that was like, okay, that looks like a hand to me. The others, I think, look like feet. This one definitely, this one even, I was kind of wondering, is that a dog paw? But look at all of this. Look at how all of this other stuff here. Does that show that something was actually wiped up? That's been a big question there. Okay, I'm gonna find, oh, maybe it's this one here. Yes, it is. Very quickly, very quickly. So I'm so burnt out, I'm gonna crash pretty soon here. Okay, this yellow marker. Okay, what is the yellow marker for? The other one was for the cell phone. So, there's orange markers and there's yellow markers, by the way. So, there you go. I don't know. What is this little piece of construction? I don't know, construction paper or something, but it's next to the weird photo of a pyramid, which looks like a black and white snake or something next to it. I don't know about that either. You can clearly see in here the ring is not there, so I don't know if the ring was already taken off or if it hadn't made its way onto this table yet. But what is this yellow marker here? So I'll leave you guys with that one for now. Yeah, and that should do it. So again, just everybody knows where to go, where to get this book. If you have a website, and if you want to host this, you want to download it, put it onto your own website, you're more than welcome to. I want to get this into the hands of as many researchers as possible. That is the goal. And the goal was not to get my view into the hands of as many people as possible. It's to get the documents, to get the information in these documents. So that is very important to me. That was one of the main things. I wanted to keep my personal views out of it as much as possible, as much as I could. I do have my own views on things, but I definitely wanted to stick to these documents as much as possible and just kind of be like a quick sheet for the thousands for the thousands of pages that we have, or hundreds of pages that we have of documents. A quick reference. When people say, oh, well, that sounds weird, then they can go and they can look it up. Source number this, source number that. I think 10 pages of sources, maybe even more. That just gives you where those sources are. So, and based on that, I think people will be able to understand that there's just nothing here to prove David Crowley guilty. All right, Ellie says, like you said, a trail of breadcrumbs. Yeah, it could be. I mean, they just leave us little crumbs here, and so let's find the meat in the breadcrumbs. How about that? Ellie says, a wise man knows he knows nothing at all, but I do know they were not killed there on that rug 100%. Yeah, I have a lot of people that say that and that think that. And when I listen to why they say that and why they think that, it's that helps me get a different view. It helps me get a different picture. And it helps me see maybe things that I'm not seeing here. So, I mean, I'm open to a lot of different things happening here. There are some things that I'm not open to. That I just am like, no, not even going to go down that rabbit hole, because it's not a rabbit hole. It's just a trail of crap. But, a trail of crap to somebody else might be a rabbit hole to another person. You just never know. But whatever road, whatever you want to look at, wherever you want to go, I hope that this book helps answer some of those basic facts. It helps answer some of the basic questions, giving you some of the basic facts that we have, that the public has. So when people try to tell you that these are not facts, I mean, you can just say, well, This is what the document says. This is what these people say. You know, there's nothing in here in these 1,000 pages that show that David Crowley is guilty. And if there aren't any pages that show that he's guilty, then, you know, I think that's a good place to start. It's a good way to start. And for me, it's a good way to go back, to go forward, which I do many times in these cases. So, all right, everyone. Thanks again. Really appreciate you all joining me here, and hope to be back. Probably won't be back this week with a live show, but hopefully next week. And I don't know if you have any topics that you think that we might cover, let me know, and we will make sure to cover those hopefully next week. I think I'll grab some of the stuff that I did not put in the book, and we'll make that at least part of what we talk about. If we can get Christian back on, I want to hear. I want to hear from him about what our next step is for the documentary, for the real documentary. All right, everybody have a great night. If you have any thoughts about this image, DSC0254, please let me know. I'm trying to figure out what this yellow marker is. Forever, apparently. All right, good peeps. God bless you all. Have a great.
We know this. Bohemian Grove is going on right now. Its final day is this Sunday, and they are doing occultic rituals, having orgies, having homosexual sex. And the issue is it's the Republican leadership doing it. Not everybody that goes there is bad. Not everybody, there is a Satanist, but it's a way to induct ruling class people as the doorway into the deeper cult. But even John Ronson, who snuck in with me but made me promise, the guy that wrote the book, Ministeric Goats, that got made into a movie, he wrote them. He made me promise not to say he was there because of liability. He could have gotten sued. He, I, and Mike Hansen stuck in. I had to not put a lot of the footage in to my film because it was John Ronson there with us. But I put Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove out, and he was there. He saw it with me. He saw the big photo on a tree of Henry Kissinger. There was Secret Service nearby, so I couldn't get the camera hidden and get footage of it. Dressed in drag, doing something sexual.
We're not on the property, sir.
No, you are on the property.
No, I'm not. I know where the property line is, sir.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you're not past the fence, right?
Yeah, we're not on the property line. We've been here 4 years. We make sure that we're very respectful, and we make sure we're not on the property line.
famous?
No, sir. There they are talking to the sheriff there, trying to kick us off the property line. We know exactly where the property line is. Sheriffs have already told us where the property line is, and we're going to respect that property line. Hello.
How's your day going?
My day is going great. How about you?
Good.
All right.
There's just a request to move to the other side of the road. Would that be okay with you, sir?
Sure. Why not?
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
If you could, would you mind answering one question for me? Please? Pretty please?
You can try.
I could try.
You
Okay.
can try, yeah.
Well, we were just wondering, I had spoken to a deputy sheriff 2 weeks ago, and I had asked them why they are guarding the Bohemian Grove property. Can you shed any light on that, or
Just doing my job. Okay.
they paid you for that? I mean,
So thank you for moving to the other side. I'd really appreciate it.
sure.
Okay.
Thank you. I've been told by many sheriff deputies that that this is the property line and we can stand here. So
Okay. But he was saying where you're standing belongs to a different property owner.
right. Right.
All right. Kids keep going, coming.
So is there someone that I could talk to, a sheriff deputy or a sheriff maybe, and find out why the sheriff deputies are guarding the Bohemian Grove? What would be the best way? Contact Sonoma County Sheriff's Office,
Yeah,
I
you can
guess.
try that route if you'd like.
Oh, the sheriff deputies are always nice to us every year.
Well, we're humans too.
And we do appreciate that. And we are too. We're not trying to be disrespectful or trying to,
I
cause
get that.
trouble or anything. So
What's your plan here today? I haven't met you before.
no, actually, I haven't seen you here before.
Caroline.
Yeah. I'm Greg.
Greg?
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Are you part of a group or
No,
just private citizen?
yeah, just citizens.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out what's going on here, and so far haven't gotten too many answers. So we'll be here till we do.
But it sounds like you're aware of the trespassing laws, correct?
Well, I am aware of what the sheriff deputies have told us where we can stand and where we can't stand.
Okay.
So
Just as long as the person who owns the private property where you're standing doesn't complain. If that person complains, then you might have to move to where your friend is.
I would have no problem with that. No problem.
All right, Greg, take it easy.
Thank you very much.
This is not some moral judgment of this, not because I don't make moral judgments, but because get past that and just look at it for what it is. Blackmail. Even Spy Magazine, even People Magazine admits huge problems with HIV at the Bohemian Grove back to the 70s, back to the early 80s. Just huge, bizarre behavior with former presidents, prime ministers, British royalty, Dutch royalty, female prostitutes down the road at the hotels, 2,700 acres with just men having sex with each other. This is to compromise people. And it's going on right now.
And they're still discussing how they can kick us off of this property here, but they can't. So we're good.
Same thing at Skull and Bones, homoerotic, worshiping the devil. And every culture that goes downhill ends up worshiping a dark entity. So whether you believe it's real or not, the elites do believe in the devil. I've been there inside for 5 hours, and I thought it was like a stupid devil worship play, except the men were raptured. They were dead serious, more focused than I've seen people in any holy roller church that I've attended.
They were trying to kick us off of the property and tell us where the property was. I know exactly where the property was.
This is the property line here. And
Yeah. Well, the deputy never answered my question about, you know, why they're here. All she said was, I'm just doing my job. That's it. So, and you have these, you know, you got Dumb and Dumber here. Who are just basically, I don't know what their job is, what their purpose is here. Yeah.
So we're just here to shut the press down, and that's all we're doing here is exercising our First Amendment rights to capture footage in public. I mean, it's not like we're trying to bum rush the fucking event.
No, they're just being douchebags, basically. They want to kick us off, kick us out, but you know, we've been here for four years now.
Yeah.
And we know exactly where the property line is. It is a little weird that if you look at I don't know if you can get a shot of that, of the deputy, get a shot of the deputy and the guard and see how closely their uniforms look. Their uniforms look almost the same. So that's a little weird. But we're not going to be intimidated by any of these people.
Yeah, so they got the sheriff out here.
Two sheriff deputies. Two deputies out here. And the question is why? Well, I'm just doing my job. We're just doing our job. So, oh, you keep doing your job. That should not be your job, to protect a private
Well, yeah, their job should be to
club.
expose the people that are sacrificing things here and meeting in secret under the Logan Act in clear violation.
Yeah, and I do wonder who's paying for that, and if the county has a problem, if the citizens of this county have a problem with that.
Right.
Why should they be paying for the sheriff deputies to, you know, guard the Bohemian Grove? I think they have a lot of better things to do. So that's another question we have.
Well, we're not being belligerent, so we're just here covering.
No, she was nice. The deputy was nice. Like I said, most of the deputies are really nice to us. They have no problem with us. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, all again.
There's not. I don't understand why you need two deputies out here either. I think that's a little excessive, but I don't think you need any. I don't think you need any deputies.
That's the taxpayers' money right there. They're going to work for the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I guess they think they control the world, so they can control the cops.
I don't think they're as powerful as they think they are.
No. I mean, if we're out here, they're powerless.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will be a testament to the rest of the world to do what we're doing, and hopefully they'll do a better job.
Well, maybe there's too much funding. Maybe the sheriff deputy, maybe there's too much funding. Actually, I think he's trying to show us his badge, you know? Oh, ready for action. Are you ready for action? Is what he said.
I mean, these people were hardcore serious, and their eyes were on fire during the mock human sacrifice of a child. And we say mock because it appeared to be mock. People say you're covering up. Look, look, they found dead kids in the areas, but a lot of weird stuff. You talk to the locals, it's like one of those vampire movies from the 60s with Peter Cushing. And, you know, he's trying to talk to locals. They won't talk to him. I mean, it's like that. It's very Transylvanian looking, too.
Three. Oh, we got 3 deputies here. Okay. Wow. 3 deputies, 2 people. We are popular. That's tax money well spent. Your tax dollars hard at work. Let's have a party. 3. 3 sheriffs. 1 security guard, actually. 3 sheriff deputies, it should, to be accurate.
Dan picked someone up. Hey.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a worker, one of the cooks, I think. Or no, servers. Servers wear red, cooks wear white, I think.
Mark Dye, I'm on the guest list.
Anthony Hilder, bro.
Anthony Hilder was okay, but I met Mark Dice literally like right here. And he was just standing there, you know? And I got to talk with him, I got to chat with him. Oh, that was cool.
Conceived at the Groves Clubhouse. If this is just a vacation spot, why did Senator John DeCamp say that in the 1980s that boys were sexually abused and shot child porn in the Bohemian Grove? That's not an internet rumor, that's a former Senator John DeCamp said that Paul Bonacci and other children were taken into the Grove in the 1980s and sexually abused and shot child porn by one of the groups in here.
There must have been. They wanted thousands of people here, and we only got maybe a couple hundred or so. But to me, that was still good.
This is my, cool. My favorite protest sign.
We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it.
So this is where the 2012 Occupy movement had their little festival. That was actually my first time coming out to the Bohemian Grove. There's a bunch of people in the fucking trees right now.
I think it's a guy and his dog or
No,
something.
there's another guy over there.
Oh yeah, two people.
So it was a trip, dude. Like, everything was here. Left, right, center, whatever.
Cindy Sheehan.
That we couldn't go in the street because they don't want anybody to get hurt. My response was, people get hurt every day because of those people up at the Bohemian Grove.
Right!
They should be protecting us from them,
Right!
not them from us.
Right!
We don't have We don't have any guns. We don't have any helmets. We come in peace, but they don't come in peace. Sorry. I was gonna go like.
Which side are you on, officers?
Mark Dice.
Cindy Sheehan was here, Mark Dice was here, Anthony J. Hilder was here, Deborah Tavares was here.
She was here too. Yeah.
It was like this massive group of people, all just meeting together.
We're just like you're us. We're you're us. We're all the same. We're all the same, officer. We're all American citizens. And for you to defend and protect the Illuminati elite is wrong. You have an oath. You swore an oath to defend and protect this nation from tyrants, foreign and domestic. Do your job, officer. Follow your oath. Visit the oathkeepers.org website and enlist today. Please don't take our guns when they give you the order to do it. Please don't take us to the FEMA camps when they tell you to take us to the FEMA camps. Let us be. We do not want war with you. We are your brothers and your sisters. We are you. You are us. You are citizens of the California Republic.
Back to what I was saying about the unity. There was left and right converging on the Bohemian Grove together as one. Not separate, not Democrat, not Republican, just people. Cindy Sheehan comes from the far left. Some people say she's a communist. Whatever. She's anti-war, she's anti-drone strikes, she's anti-Bohemian Grove. Rituals where they decide on future events for the world. And every single politician that was here, she was calling them out. She was like, well, you guys are here meeting in secret and whatnot, talking about what's going on, in the future of the world and whatnot. And she was just one of those people that spoke out, I guess from the left voice, but the voice reached everybody, left, right, center, whatever, and it was that unity that we had for a moment. Everybody met here. There's a big giant festival that, booths. There's booths all up on the side and back of us here, everywhere. It was like everybody was working together. And then the year following, 2012, 2013 came around, and it just disappeared. Where'd it go? Where'd Occupy go? They knew that the Federal Reserve was screwing everybody over. Maybe that's why Occupy got infiltrated by the George Soros crowd. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, they're just talking about golf and the latest sports scores. Yeah, probably. But they're also, doing what Adam Smith said. They're conspiring against the public. Rarely do we meet for merriment and enjoyment, but when we do, we create a conspiracy against the general public. And that's what Adam Smith was trying to say during those meetings, when those types of meetings happen. Yeah, it's a world stage, everybody's on the stage, but you have actors, you have players, you have people that make things move. And when they meet in private, that's when, they conceive these ideas. Okay, let's start World War II. Our Project for New American Century, which was prior to 9/11, you had Karl Rovier, you had a bunch of people that were involved with the 9/11 attacks coming here. Donald Rumsfeld is allegedly a visitor of this club as well. And Donald Rumsfeld was one of the guys that led us into the war against Iraq and also in Afghanistan, saying that, they harbored and helped Al-Qaeda terrorists, which we know to this day is not true, because Saddam Hussein was actively fighting against Al-Qaeda and terrorist people. And I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to lionize Saddam Hussein or make him sound like he's a good guy, but compared to the new dictators that they are trying to install in Iraq to keep the instability going, I mean, I guess Saddam Hussein was a saint, more or less. But at the same time, he killed a bunch of people, with his chemical weapons that he acquired from the United States. So it's like, well, look at the receipts. Where did you get the chemical weapons from? So again, it's just this cabal, I guess you can say, of elite people meeting together for 2 weeks throughout the year to basically decide what the next step for the New World Order is. And if you don't believe in the New World Order, well, that's you. There's plenty of statements out there of them declaring a New World Order and talking about it. I mean, George Bush, September 11th, 1991, clearly said we need a New World Order to combat worldwide wars and poverty and all that type of stuff, with this grand utopia idea of, peace on earth. Peace on earth for who, though? for the elite, to keep us enslaved, keep us locked under the Federal Reserve System. It's even a legend that the Federal Reserve not only was conceived on Jekyll Island, but also the rich and famous industrialist tycoons met here as well. So the Bohemian Grove goes back to the late 1800s. This is not a 20th century, 21st century type of thing. This is, dating back to the 1800s. So there's a lot of history here. We're here to do what we can do to expose evil. And if small voices like ours can be heard, I'm pretty sure your voice can be heard as well. So step up to the plate, be strong, be bold, nothing can stop you. And that's pretty much all I got. Let's take a trip down to the gates and see what we can see. So this guy in the white truck has been kind of eyeballing us.
That might be our donut guy, actually.
And watching us and seeing what we're doing. So we're already under surveillance, pretty much.
Yeah. That looks like the same guy that tried to give us donuts 2 years ago, and we refused. And yet, this year, we wanted to give him donuts, and he didn't want them. Didn't want to take them.
They didn't want them.
So the real question is, what are they doing here?
Yeah, so these are all here from the county of Sonoma. It looks like the county is actually paying for the security here.
Not only that, they're paying to have a...
We have the county sheriff here as well.
They got a speed.
Yeah, they got the speeding sign, so I guess if you're coming out of the Grove and you're drunk, watch your speed.
I wonder if I could run that, actually. You think it would mark me if I... 2 miles?
Probably. Probably got a camera in it. So again, you can see here we got the Sonoma County.
Oh, here they come again.
The Sonoma County.
Let me try to get them on film.
Yeah, so here comes that white truck again. The guy kind of scoping us out and taking a look and whatnot.
We're gonna ask them what's going on here.
He may or may not say anything.
He probably will. Looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, he looks like a nice guy. He's creeping up and down the road. So.
Yeah.
Probably got a good shot of us too.
Hey guys.
Wow, guys.
Hey, how's it going? You don't want to talk with us?
EG01219.
No? Ah.
So they're recording us as we walk up. So we got good footage of us. I'm sure they're gonna use the NSA data bank to see who we are. I'm sure they're over there taking pictures of our car. So there they are. So yeah, we're being watched.
They're gonna come back again.
We barely even made it halfway there. So hopefully they don't do anything funky to our car. No one's at the car watching it. Again, countless no parking anytime signs.
Yeah. Sonoma County. Yeah. County of Sonoma. Another guy.
Then we got a guy coming out of the woodwork, riding back of us. Some hippie dude.
Oh, where'd he come from?
Walked out of the trees.
I didn't see that guy. The shuttle.
Came out of the forest.
There's another shuttle there. Okay, so now we're entering the Bohemian Grove property here. We're not entering the Bohemian Grove property, but
yeah, we're not gonna break any laws. We're just
but
here.
we're on the line here, and you can see the Bohemian Grove is still going on.
Yeah, the parking lot's full. As you can see, I don't know how good you can see into the forest here. I'm gonna try to zoom in.
It looks almost just as full as it was 2 weeks ago. So it looks like there's just as many people here as there were 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, there's someone walking in the forest over there.
Oh, good. Well, there are workers.
Might be the security guard.
Yeah, there are. You're gonna see that. There's the security guards, which are friendly. All the people are friendly here. It's not, you know.
Yeah, generally the people here are usually pretty nice.
Yeah, they are.
You never know, it could just be another front.
Even we got a blue jay or something here on the tree. But
Yeah, so here's the sign here. I'm not gonna break any laws and trespass. That's the no trespassing sign, so we got that. Basically, if you go past this barbed wire fence here, it's
yeah. So you
violation
can
of
see.
law. We're not here to violate any law.
No.
We're here to expose people that park.
It's nice to have multiple languages, though. Somebody tore that down. Still here.
Pretty sad this year. No one else made it.
Still has a cell phone inside. Smoker. Why they would park this here is still
Probably
open
recording
for debate.
devices in it.
Could be. So we got one.
Talking about it.
Greetings.
Now they said there's two guys out in the front taking pictures.
Is this the final day? No, tomorrow's the final day. It's almost over. I'm sure you've seen a lot. It's been a long 2 weeks, I'm sure. What are they doing?
Hello. Ready for another round. Ding, ding, ding.
We're trying to find out. Yeah. Some big wigs.
They got 4 now. There's 4 here now. I've never seen that many.
Yeah, this is taxpayer money. Yeah, I know. That's the taxpayers. I mean, this is private. I mean, this is private property. Yeah, some guy in the local town's getting his house robbed.
Exactly.
There's no police. Sorry. They're here. To get back to you. They're all at the Bohemian Grove.
Well, I was even asking him, like, why are you guys here? And she just said, I'm just doing my job. Well, didn't the Nazis say something similar?
Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't tell her that, but
yeah, the secrecy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we do this every summer, trying to get as much information as we can.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's going on.
I mean,
That's it.
You know, if they're open about it, I wouldn't even be here. Yeah. You know, I'd be all watching on fucking TV. Yeah. All it's on the news. New TV. You know. But since it's doing that, it's like, yeah, there's sometimes they come up in here. When we're here in 2012, there's security guards up in the trees, right here on the side and whatnot. You know, you got some big wigs here, that much here. Right. Did you see the video of the ceremony? Yeah. That's what piqued our interest. But I think the allegation. But it's not. I heard for a while women weren't allowed in here. There's allegedly a female version of this stuff. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm sure she's part of it. I can't remember what they're called. Yes, there is. Yeah, because Paul saying here, it looks like. Where the hell did you see move that? He said it's alleged that they can go.
Thank you, Cherie, for that kind introduction. Today, I'm incredibly honored to address the graduates of WSU Tech. Thank you, President Utesh, for the kind invitation. It has been a pleasure to work with you over the last several years, and we are grateful for your service on the President's American Workforce Policy Advisory Board. Your leadership is helping Kansas and our nation to pioneer the most innovative and successful workforce training in the world. To the 759 graduates whom we celebrate today, congratulations. Your journey to this day did not come without challenges, sacrifices, determination, grit, sweat, and likely even a few tears, but you persevered. You proved to yourself and all those who ever doubted that you could do it. You should be proud. This is also a proud day for all the parents, spouses, mentors, teachers, and employers who came alongside of you, believed in you, and pushed you to new bounds. We thank them all. Many of you have worked for this achievement and waited for this day for years. Now it is finally here, and of course, it is very different than any of us had ever imagined. So I want to say what I know we are all thinking. I wish we could be together in person. I wish that you could walk across the stage, shake hands, and hold your diploma high to cheering crowds. Sometimes it's easy to think we have to be tough, that we have to keep going, and we do. But that doesn't mean we can't stop to acknowledge the truth, the hardships, and the disappointments that come our way. My heart goes out to you on this day, and this time in our history, because they're very different from what you had envisioned or planned. Yet now more than ever, we remember that changes and hardships do not predict failure. In fact, they can be the greatest impetus for success. You commence at a moment unlike any other. America and the world are battling a terrible pandemic. Our entire society is engaged in a national endeavor to defeat the virus, protect our fellow citizens, and open up America again to rebuild our economy and take care of the safety and well-being of our people. You are a wartime graduate. Amidst the uncertainty, your training at WSU Tech has prepared you for exactly this moment. When I came to your campus last fall, I learned your mantra: building success with your own hands. In this graduating class are men and women who can run an assembly line, build a field hospital, police our communities, respond to emergencies, keep America connected through internet and phones, care for our senior citizens and our most vulnerable patients, use 3D printers to make medical equipment, draw blood to save lives, and so many other essential services. Over the past 3 months, we have been reminded of just how crucial American trades are to our citizens' safety and our nation's security. We have witnessed an extraordinary mobilization of our industries. Hundreds of distilleries are now making hand sanitizer. Manufacturers like Honeywell and Hayes and many others have converted factory floors to produce millions of masks and gowns. The great workers at General Motors, Ford, and General Electric are assembling tens of thousands of ventilators. Our scientists and lab technicians have built the most advanced testing in the world. We are bringing home critical supply chains and now are making American medicine here on American soil. Our nation is beating back the virus through the strength and skill, muscle and might of the American worker. We have also seen the importance of job training and reskilling as workers have quickly transitioned to meet new demands, such as building up the greatest medical arsenal in the world. History has proven time and time again that in the midst of the most difficult challenges, we have a chance to seize new opportunities and achieve our greatest victories. In 1665, during the Great Plague of London, Sir Isaac Newton was a 23-year-old student who was required to leave his college campus. He self-isolated in his childhood home for months on end. Despite the grim circumstances, Newton used this time to develop what we now know of as calculus. During World War II, America faced down an evil regime, and millions of our citizens banded together and built the strongest military on earth. Over the course of the war, our workers produced an average of 4 ships, 174 airplanes, and 23.8 million rounds of ammunition every single day. In the Cold War, as communism gripped much of the world, American astronauts soared higher and became the first to step foot on the face of the moon. Times of crisis alter the course of history. Hardship breeds innovation. New necessities demand new solutions. But in every generation, in each trial we face, the spirit of our people does not change. Americans meet every moment, overcome every challenge, and answer every crisis with the will to succeed. We pioneer new frontiers and reach new heights never before imagined. So today, as you begin a new chapter, I want to pass along 3 pieces of advice that I found helpful in my own life, especially during this time of national trial. First, as we all adjust to the social distancing practices, a rabbi recently gave his congregation a new call to action that I think is a great challenge for us all. He said, "Every hand that we don't shake must become a phone call that we place. Every embrace we avoid must become a verbal expression of warmth and concern. Every inch and every foot that we physically place between ourselves and another must become a thought as to how we might be of help to that other, should the need arise." Imagine the happiness and joy we could bring to so many lonely people if we all practice these simple acts of kindness. Second, I invite you to join me in making at least one COVID resolution. We could all form at least one new habit or abandon an old destructive one to better appreciate the blessings of work, life, family, and faith. A recent article written by Charles Eisenstein explained this period in time this way. He wrote, "COVID-19 is like a rehab intervention that breaks the addictive hold of normality. When the crisis subsides, we might have occasion to ask whether we want to return to normal, or whether there may be something we've seen during this break in the routines that we want to bring into the future. This is a great challenge. Even if the resolution is seemingly small, it could transform something in our lives. Some families have resolved to continue eating dinner together at least several times a week. People are using this time to acquire new skills through online platforms and want to continue to advance career certifications. Many Americans are spending more time in prayer and meditation and want to keep growing in their faith. Whatever your goal is, this is a unique time for each of us to make a change that we had perhaps long delayed and to grow in some way. Finally, right now I know the economic uncertainty is real, and it's hard on many of you and your families. Your own blueprint for your future is likely changing due to the pandemic, but I am confident that even if your path is different from the one you imagined, ultimately it can be better than we could ever have planned. In my own life, I found that my greatest personal growth has arisen from times of discomfort and uncertainty that one can only really appreciate in hindsight. Joseph Campbell, a philosopher who also helped inspire the creation of Star Wars, once said, "The achievement of the hero is one that he is ready for. It's really a manifestation of his character. The landscape and conditions of the environment match the readiness of the hero. The adventure that he's ready for is the one that he gets." Throughout our history, brave men and women have faced daunting challenges, and they have embraced the adventure. America's fate is never dictated by fear. Our future is written by the love and the courage of our citizens. No person will be unchanged from living through this present hardship, but I am confident that the bonds between us will be stronger. Our admiration for each other will be deeper. Our gratitude for the gift of life will be ever new, and our resolve to build an even brighter future will be greater than ever before. Thank you, good luck, and God bless.
The only witness to the murder of Patrolman Tippit, who is able to identify Lee Harvey Oswald as the person who fired the shots, the only one who actually saw the shots fired and could say, "I saw Lee Harvey Oswald fire the shots," is a woman by the name of Helen Louise Markham. Mrs. Markham passed out on the scene. Shortly thereafter, after the shots were fired, she was taken to the Parkland Memorial Hospital in a state of hysterics and treated there. Thereafter, she was taken to the Dallas police station to view the lineup. We're told that Oswald was number 2 in the lineup. If you read the commission report, it seems that Oswald was the second man in the lineup, not all day long, but quite regularly. He was the second man in a 4-man lineup. And Mrs. Markham picked him out. She said, he's number 2. He's number 2, we're told. And now Mrs. Markham is going to be questioned. Again, we find Mr. Ball doing the questioning. Volume 3, page 310. This is the witness now to the murder of Officer Tippit. Now, when you went to the room, you looked these people over. These 4 men? Yes, sir. Did you recognize anyone in the lineup? No, sir. You did not? Did you see anybody? I've asked you that question before. Did you recognize anybody from their face? From their face? No. Did you identify anybody in these 4 people? I didn't know nobody. I know you didn't know anybody, but did anybody in that lineup look like anybody you had seen before? No. I had never seen none of them. None of these men. Not one of the 4? Not one of them? Not one of all 4? No, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the magic question. Was there a number 2 man there? Mrs. Markham, number 2 is the one I picked. And shortly thereafter, the Ball asked Mrs. Markham if she recognized him from his appearance, and she said, I looked at him. When I saw this man, I wasn't sure. But I had cold chills run all over me. A rather mystic identification, I would suggest. What's the Warren Commission's conclusion? The Warren Commission concludes that Mrs. Markham, in terms of the probative value of her testimony identifying Lee Harvey Oswald, is, quote, a reliable witness. I called Mrs. Markham. I called her because I read in the newspapers which Mr. Ball disparages on television. He said, I went before the commission and brought him a lot of old newspapers, that's all. Said it's the Beverly Hills Bar Association. Yeah, the newspaper is a little bit more accurate about this case in many respects than the commission, because they were talking to the people before the story was in. And Mrs. Markham said to the Dallas police in the presence of Hugh Ainsworth, the Dallas Morning News reporter, and carried in a number of newspapers, the man she saw kill Tippit was short, he was stocky, he had bushy hair. Oh, the commission tries to give the impression that I made up that description somehow. But Mrs. Markham, of course, is not the only person who said that. We have an officer by the name of Sergeant Hill who testified before the commission. He was questioned by Mr. Bellin. He said he had heard on the Dallas radio that the person who shot Officer Tippit had brown, bushy hair, was 5'10", and about 160, 170 pounds. And then Sergeant Hill of the Dallas Police reported, Volume 7, he said further, when I reached the scene, an eyewitness walked up to me and gave me a description of the man, about 5'8", about 170 pounds, and he had brown, bushy hair. The commission likes to believe that I invented the idea of the bushy hair. This is long before I ever dreamed that I would have anything whatsoever to do with this matter. And so I called Mrs. Markham. I called her, and I talked with her. And I said, I'd like to talk with you. She said, oh, I can't talk with you. I've been ordered. I've been ordered by the FBI and by the Secret Service and by the Dallas Police. I'm not allowed to talk with anyone. Well, we discussed the matter at great length. I told her that probably even down there in Dallas she heard the expression, this is a free country. That means that the police cannot tell anyone not to talk. Anyone who wants to speak can speak. And finally, she did speak with me. And I asked her. Mr. Ball made much of the fact that I asked her leading questions. Of course I asked her leading questions. That is the function of defense counsel. You're supposed to ask leading questions. It is not the function of counsel questioning his own witness, however. Like, was there a number 2 man in there? And I did ask her leading questions. I said, was he short? And she said, he was short. He was short. I said, was he stocky? Was he a little on the heavy side? Not too heavy, but a little on the heavy side. Was his hair bushy? Just a little bit bushy, she said. A little bit bushy. So she confirmed, in essence, a portion, certainly, of her original statement to the press. You know Oswald's description? Medium height or a little taller, almost painfully thin, with thin light-colored hair which was receding. Not exactly the same description Mrs. Markham gave to the police, to the reporters, or even to me many weeks thereafter. Well, I went before the commission and told them what she had told me. And, of course, the commission called Mrs. Markham back, and she denied page after page after page that she had ever talked with me. She was questioned by Alan Dulles, a member of the distinguished panel, Warren Commission. She was questioned by Gerald Ford, congressman of Michigan, who has written an account in Life magazine totally at a variance from the Warren Commission report. He's a distinguished member of the panel of the Warren Commission, and questioned and questioned and questioned, and she said she never talked with me, never talked to anyone over the phone, never gave that description, etc. The commission called me back, and the Chief Justice, a very moderate man for whom I have the greatest of respect, came to the conclusion, which he released publicly, that I have every reason to doubt the truthfulness of your statement, Mr. Lane. When was the last time a Chief Justice of the United States accused an attorney who testified before him of committing perjury? I asked the Chief Justice and the Commission to take my testimony and Mrs. Markham's testimony and submit it to the United States Attorney's Office for prosecution for perjury, and let a jury of my fellow citizens determine who was telling the truth. Of course, the Commission declined to do that. I was rather confident about that, because I have a tape recording of that conversation with Mrs. Markham. Do you think the Commission ever I told the Commission I had the recording. Do you think the Commission ever directed me to give them the recording? It's a very serious question, since I did not have permission from Mrs. Markham to make the recording. Mr. Rankin asked me that. He said, "Did you have permission from Mrs. Markham to make the recording?" Sounds like someone really dying to get his hands on the recording, doesn't it? I said, no, I did not have permission. If the Commission directed me to give them the recording, then, if they had directed me, and I wrote to Mr. Rankin, counsel for the Commission, I wrote to the Chief Justice, and I said, will you direct me to give you the recording? Then, if I was so directed, the crime is to make it without permission and to release it, to divulge it without permission. If there's a crime at all, there's a close question as to whether or not it is a crime. But to make it is not a crime, to divulge it is not a crime. The combination, the Commission ordered me to give it to him, directed me, and I gave it to him, there would have been no crime. The Commission, of course, never directed me to give them the recording. Chief Justice merely said he didn't believe I had it. I went back to my office and I pondered this problem. I don't want to be prosecuted. I don't want to go to jail. But I thought that there were issues here which transcend the personal consideration of any single human being. And I voluntarily mailed that tape recording to the Chief Justice and to counsel for the Commission with a letter saying to the Chief Justice, solely this, not asking for an apology, of course not, saying, Mr. Chief Justice, you now have the recording. I ask that you merely send me a letter saying that you no longer have any reason to doubt the truthfulness of my testimony. That was on July 7th. I have not yet received an answer from the Chief Justice. Well, they called Mrs. Markham back before the Commission, this reliable witness, and they asked her the questions, 15 questions, I believe, all over again. Did you ever talk to him, etc., etc.? No, never did. Then they said, Mr. Liebler, who was questioning Mrs. Markham, page 500, volume 7, Mr. Liebler, said, I have to tell you the truth. Frankly, he said, we have a tape recording that purports to be a conversation between yourself and Mr. Lane. Unfortunately, he was unable to play the recording for her at that time in the morning because he did not have a tape recorder. I think I am really responsible for that. I just sent them the tape. I did not send them a tape recorder. But the full force of government went into action, and by that afternoon they secured a tape recorder. And they played the recording for Mrs. Markham, and she heard it. And there they started to play it, and then she interrupted at one point. Page 501. The first time she interrupted, Mr. Liebler said, let's stop the recorder. What do you mean to indicate by that? Quote, this man I have never talked with. This lady was never on the telephone. Ponder that one for a moment. This lady was never on the telephone. If that's her voice, she was on the telephone. If it's not her voice, how does she know? Well, in any event. This man that called me like I told you, he told me he was from the City Hall, the police department of the City Hall. Well, now, do you remember having this conversation with somebody? Yes, I do, but he told me he was from the police department of City Hall. The tape starts, Mrs. Markham, my name is Mr. Lane. And he had to get some information, a little more information from me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then Mr. Liebler said, do you remember specifically when the phone conversation took place, et cetera? Now, did he tell you it was from the police department? Yes, sir. And Mr. Liebler says, now on this tape recording right here, this man is asking you what the police did. He said, I know it. Mr. Liebler said, he said, the police took you and your affidavit? And her answer was, that man, I have never talked to that man. I talked to a man that was supposed to have been from the police department of City Hall. Do you recognize this as the voice of the man you talked to? No, it is not. This is not the same voice? No. How do you explain the fact that the woman's voice on this tape recording is your voice? I never heard that. You never heard the man's voice before? And I never heard this lady's voice before. This is the first time. Do you have any doubt in your mind at all that the lady's voice on the tape recording now is your voice? It is my voice. But this man told me he was from the city police. And on and on and on, and finally, he told me he was from the police department, and this lady never talked to me. Which lady is that? On the tape. Which lady on the tape? It was a woman talking. The lady's voice that was talking on tape here? Yes. I thought that was your voice. Not at the first there. The commission concludes, in terms of the identification of Lee Harvey Oswald, Mrs. Markham is a reliable witness. Well, Mark Twain once said, whoso clinging from a rope by his hands severeth it above his hands must fall, it being no defense to claim that the rest of the rope is sound.
The following time period has been made available to District Attorney Jim Garrison of New Orleans to reply to an NBC News program broadcast on June 19th. In that program, NBC News examined some of the methods used by Mr. Garrison in his investigation of what he charges was a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. Except for the opening and closing announcements, this program has been prepared under Mr. Garrison's sole supervision. Mr. Garrison.
Tonight I'm going to talk to you about truth and about fairy tales, about justice and about injustice. In the months to follow, you're going to learn that many of the things which some of the major news agencies have been telling you are untrue. You're going to learn that although you are citizens of the United States, information concerning the cause of the death of your president has been withheld from you. In the months to come, you will learn to your own satisfaction that President Kennedy was not killed by a lone assassin. You will learn that there has been and continues to be a concerted effort to keep you from learning these facts. And you will learn, I assure you, that what I have been trying to tell you and what I'm telling you tonight is true. As children, we become accustomed to hearing fairy tales. They're always pleasant stories, and they're comforting to hear because good always triumphs over evil. At least, this is the way it is in fairy tales. Fairy tales are not dangerous for our children and are probably even good for them up to a point. However, in the real world in which you and I must live, fairy tales are dangerous. They're dangerous because they're untrue. Anything which is untrue is dangerous. And it is all the more dangerous when a fairy tale becomes accepted as reality simply because it has an official seal of approval, or because honorable men announce that you must believe it, or because powerful elements of the press tell you that the fairy tale is true. The conclusion of the Warren report that President Kennedy was killed by a lone assassin is a fairy tale. This does not mean that the men on the Warren Commission were aware at the time that their conclusion was totally untrue, nor does it mean necessarily that these men had any sinister motives It does mean that the conclusion that no conspiracy existed and that Lee Oswald was the lone assassin is a fiction and a myth, and that it should be brought to an end. The people of this country don't have to be protected from the truth. This country was not built on the idea that a handful of nobles, whether located in our federal agencies in Washington, D.C., or in the news agencies in New York, should decide what was good for the people to know and what they should not know. This is a totalitarian concept which presumes that the leaders of our federal government and the men in control of the powerful press media constitute a special elite, which by virtue of their nobility and their brilliance empower them to think for the people. Personally, I would rather put my confidence in the common sense of the people of this country. The truth about the assassination of the president has been concealed from you long enough. Those forces which are fighting so hard today to tell you that they have examined the Warren report and that everything is fine and that our investigation has uncovered nothing are not merely going to lose this fight, they have already lost it. Now let me tell you why President Kennedy was murdered and how he was murdered. I also want to give you a few examples which will show you how the conclusion reached by the Warren Commission is totally impossible. President Kennedy was assassinated by men who sought to obtain a radical change in our foreign policy, particularly with regard to Cuba. You recall that under President Kennedy, the Cold War began to thaw, and there were new signs of an effort on the part of the Soviet Union and ourselves to understand each other. On the map, this appears to be merely a large island off the coast of Florida. But for many men, it meant a good deal more than this. In 1963, a great variety of interests existed which not only desired an American-supported invasion of Castro's Cuba, but took it for granted that it was inevitable. In the minds of many men, this island represented a tremendous emotional landmark because they had steered their courses toward it for so long and with such intensity. In the fall of 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis occurred. It was followed by a pronounced new attitude towards Cuba on the part of the United States. Cuba, after this, was no longer regarded as an enemy and was no longer regarded as fair game for those men who, for one reason or another, focused their attention on this island. The new signs of understanding between Russia and the United States continued to develop. In June of 1963, President Kennedy, addressing students at the American University in Washington, told them, "We breathe the same air as the Russians." He said we should try to live together in peace on this earth. Well, at this point, some individuals transferred their hostile attention from Fidel Castro to John F. Kennedy. They planned the president's assassination, and they planned it well. The evidence indicates that he was shot at from two different directions in the rear, and also from the right front. We know that shooting was coming from two separate directions in the rear because the president and Governor Connolly were hit in the back within a split second of each other. And this necessarily had to happen with two bullets coming from two different rifles. We know that the president was being shot at from the grassy knoll area on the right front because most of the people in Dealey Plaza heard the shots coming from there, and because at least one of the president's wounds was an entry wound from the front, and because men were seen running from the grassy knoll area immediately afterwards. That's why the idea of Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone assassin of the president is a fairy tale and should be brought to an end. If you, the people of the United States, will learn the truth that the president was assassinated by men who were once connected with a Central Intelligence Agency, of course, this might reflect on the dignity of the CIA. But I happen to believe that our form of government is strong enough to survive the truth. I believe that you are entitled to the truth about how your president was shot down in the street. and how it was done. Instead, some of the most powerful news agencies we have in our country have worked hard to convince you that everything is all right. They do not tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald's fingerprints were not found on the gun, which was supposed to have killed the president. And they do not tell you that nitrate tests exonerated Lee Oswald from the actual shooting by showing that he had not fired a rifle that day. And they do not tell you that it was virtually impossible for Oswald to have taken his fingerprints off the gun, hidden the gun, and gone down 4 flights of stairs by the time he was seen on the 2nd floor. Above all, they do not tell you of the overwhelming eyewitness testimony that shots were coming from behind the stone wall on the grassy knoll. In a choice between official dignity and the truth, dignity was given priority, and so you have not received the full truth. This is why there continue to be hundreds of documents still hidden from your eyes and classified as secret, and some of them bear such titles as Lee Harvey Oswald's accessibility to information about the U-2, the Central Intelligence Agency's dossier on Lee Harvey Oswald, and a CIA file on Jack Ruby. You have not been told that Lee Oswald was in the employ of United States intelligence agencies, but this was the case, and so I am telling you. Why, this young, uneducated man had learned to speak Russian even before he left the Marines, and there's only one way he could have learned that. Oswald had a higher security rating than his buddies in his Marine unit. During 12 hours of questioning, to give you another example, 12 hours of questioning after the assassination, there is no transcript of Oswald's statements available for you to look at. Now, it doesn't matter where you live. If somebody in your town steals a 1928 Hupmobile, what he says is written down when he's questioned. However, when the man who has just killed the President of the United States is questioned for 12 hours, no transcript is available. There's nothing for you to look at. And believe it or not, one of the explanations given is that the room was too small to include a stenographer. And here's something else. This case has more accidental fires, more burning of paper than any murder case in history. For example, when Oswald was questioned by a federal agent in August of 1963, the notes of the interview were later burned. You cannot see the notes made by Commander Humes concerning the President's autopsy because he burned them too. One of the questioners of Lee Harvey Oswald during the 12-hour session burned his notes. And similarly, when the Warren Commission contacted the State Department and said, with regard to Exhibit 948, we noticed that a one-page message from the CIA containing secret information is supposed to be attached to this file, and it's missing. Would you please furnish us with a copy of this missing secret document? The answer given to the Warren Commission was that the secret message about Oswald from the CIA was accidentally destroyed while being thermofaxed. This spontaneous combustion, incidentally, occurred the day after the President's assassination. I'm not even going to bother to dignify the foolishness which Newsweek and NBC and some of the other news agencies have tried to make you believe about my office. I've been District Attorney of New Orleans for more than 5 years, and we have never had a single case reversed because of improper methods on the part of our staff. Nor do we rush to judgment on half-baked evidence. And the proof of that is the fact that in more than 5 years, not one defendant has walked out of the courtroom in a murder case with an acquittal. Nor have we lost a major case in 5 years. Then what is their game? Their game is to fool you. These people want the investigation stopped. They don't want a trial at all. Please believe me, they don't think we're wrong in our investigation. Obviously, if our investigation was as haywire as they would like to have you think, then you would not see such a coordinated barrage coming from the news centers in the East. Why are they so concerned? Why is it that they cannot wait until the trial comes in order to learn what the facts are? Why are they so anxious to have their own trials? They know very well that the witnesses they're presenting to you have not been testifying under oath, that they're not being cross-examined as they would be at a trial, and that the opportunities for timely rebuttal by the state of Louisiana, which would exist at a trial, have not been provided in their untrue presentations. They know this. In my considered judgment, there has been an effort to prejudice in advance the potential jurors in the trial of this case. As a matter of fact, the National Broadcasting Company has already had the trial. The defendant was found innocent, and the district attorney was convicted. They announced across the nation that my methods were improper. But as their stories, one by one, turn out to be false, they do not reveal this to you, but simply search hopefully into new areas. For example, Newsweek magazine had a feature article saying that my office attempted to bribe a man named Bobuff. It later turned out that his story and their article was totally untrue, and the tape which Newsweek described had been altered. The police investigators in my office were found innocent of any wrongdoing in a serious investigation conducted by the police department. However, Newsweek has made virtually no mention of that. Similarly, in its recent effort to make you think that my methods are improper, NBC announced coast to coast that it had located the real Clay Bertrand, that an NBC man had talked to him. This made every newspaper in the country, and it inferred, once again, that in addition to using terrible methods, we were off on a wild goose chase. Now, when it turned out that this was a total fabrication, and the man whom NBC identified as the real Clay Bertrand hotly denied ever using the name, there was only coast-to-coast silence from NBC. NBC presented a professional burglar whom my office had just recently convicted and allowed him to make a plainly false presentation that we had tried to get him to climb into the defendant's apartment and plant evidence there. The inference, of course, was that this particular defendant was too lofty a character to participate in my nefarious schemes. However, recently, when we called him before the New Orleans grand jury so that he could tell all about our new venture into the burglary business, he took the Fifth Amendment when asked if his statement on NBC was true. Once again, this was followed by loud silence from coast to coast on NBC. As a matter of fact, the Warren Commission's inquiry into the assassination started off with a completely unacceptable philosophy for a democracy like ours. One of its stated objectives was to calm the fears of the people about a conspiracy. But in our country, the government has no right to calm our fears any more than it has, for example, the right to excite our fears about Red China or about fluoridation or about birth control or about anything. There's no room in America for thought control of any kind, no matter how benevolent the objective. Personally, I don't want to be calm about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I don't want to be calm about a president of my country being shot down in the streets. And I don't want to be calm about the fact that for reasons of public policy or national security or any other phony reason, the true facts have been withheld from the people of this country. If the day has come when it is possible to shoot our president down because some men disagree with his foreign policy, and the day has come that the moment his heart stops beating, other considerations take over which conceal the total truth from the citizens of the United States, then the day has come when we have ceased to be a democracy. I cannot believe that this is so. that the time has come in America when the people no longer control their country. Yet I must confess that I'm appalled by the readiness with which some of the major press media have accepted the great fairy tale without hesitation, rousing from their stupor only when they have learned that a district attorney was violating all the rules of etiquette and digging up the truth. They're telling you that black is white when they tell you there is no evidence of a conspiracy. They have to know well the significance of the continued concealment of X-rays and autopsy pictures, which, if revealed to you, would show that the president was hit by rifle fire from more than one direction. And they have to know well of the hundreds of documents which remain classified secret and concealed from your view. And they're making white black when they repeatedly state that my office is using improper methods. They have to know that no DA's office in the United States would dream of operating in the way they suggest. They have to know that for years I have been a strong defender of the rights of individuals. They have to know all of this, but they have lent themselves to the all-out effort to convince you that the matter's been looked into, and anyone who raises a question now is irresponsible, or a troublemaker, or an enemy of the people. What's that? You say that you are an American citizen and you want to see the autopsy X-rays, and you want to see these hundreds of documents that have been withheld from your view, and you want to know why these vital notes always ended up being burned? What's the matter with you? Can't you take the word of these honorable men who've looked into it for you? Let me just give you one example that shows you how impossible the single assassination theory is, which shows you the enormity of the fairy tale which you're supposed to believe in. Now, this is the Warren Commission's own diagram of the route of the bullet through Governor Connolly. The bullet had to take this route in order to cause the injuries which he received. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that the Warren Commission itself concedes that if this same bullet was not the one which also went through President Kennedy, then there had to be someone else firing. And the reason for that, just to put it very simply, is the Zapruder films have shown that all the firing occurred in 6 seconds, and yet there were a total of 8 wounds. Therefore, this one bullet has to cause 7 wounds, because one missed and one was the fatal shot hitting the president. So, by the Warren Commission's own admission, prior to hitting the governor, this bullet had to go through President Kennedy, who is sitting back here. Now, you'll notice that the Warren Commission did not attempt to include President Kennedy in the diagram. They could not, because the total impossibility of this bullet having gone through the president also would be too obvious. In other words, by the evidence of the Warren Commission itself, it is obvious that there was other shooting going on in Dealey Plaza. Consequently, the Warren Commission has officially concluded that before this bullet came down from the sky, as it had to hit Governor Connolly and all those different places, it entered President Kennedy's body from the rear and came out of his neck. I might add that the Warren Commission did not try to include the president's picture because that would have shown that the course of the magic bullet would have had to gone up in the air and come down again in order to end up hitting the governor. It is by selecting these little portions of each incident and by excluding other portions that the fairy tale is presented to you. However, if they had to show in one diagram the bullet entering the president and then continuing through Governor Connolly, you would be able to see the total impossibility of this bullet causing 7 wounds. Now, this is just one of many examples which show that the Warren Commission's conclusion is completely impossible. The bullet 399 is another example. The fact that the cartridges in the Tippit case do not match at all the bullets in Tippett's body, one after the other. If I had the total hour to reply, which NBC used to try and discredit my office, I would be able to go into more matters. But let's sum it up by saying that it is completely impossible to uphold the single assassin theory if you look at it seriously. Anyone who has done their homework knows that the single assassin theory is totally impossible. In the final analysis, what has been done by the Warren Commission in its investigation is to take this series of implausibilities and to attempt to prove to you that each one of them is at least mathematically possible. Each one of them is mathematically possible, but not probable. However, it is not mathematically possible for all of these series of implausibilities to have occurred. And this is what they ask you to believe. It's very much like telling you that each one of them is at least mathematically possible. Each one of them is mathematically possible, but not probable. However, it is not mathematically possible for all of these series of implausibilities to have occurred. And this is what they ask you to believe. It's very much like telling you that it is mathematically possible, for example, for an elephant to hang from a cliff with his tail tied to a daisy. Of course, this is implausible. But what do? They produce an expert who says, yes, I have made a study of the situation, and this is not a full-grown elephant, and this is a particularly tough kind of daisy, and therefore it was mathematically possible. Now, the official truth, as a result of such expert testimony, as a result of the creation of a series of mathematical possibilities, is now no longer what actually happened in Dallas, but what has been officially approved. Well, I say that the matter is not closed, not in this country. I say that the day has not yet arrived when the only reality is power, and the ideals on which our country was built are merely words printed on paper. I believe that those news agencies which have sought to imply that I would use improper methods to gain some sort of fictional political advantage have simply revealed their own cynicism. I believe that in this conflict between truth and power, and this is exactly what it is all about, that power cannot possibly smash truth out of existence. The people in this country will not let that happen. If we still live in the same country in which we were born, and I don't think it's changed that much, if this is still the country in which, in the words of our Pledge of Allegiance, there exists liberty and justice for all, then this attempt to conceal the full truth from you, in the end, has to be a failure. Now, in this case, I've learned more about the human race than I really wanted to know. And I've learned more about some of our government agencies than I really wanted to know. And I've learned more about some of our press agencies than I cared to know. But I am still naive enough to believe that in America, the people make the decisions, not a handful of men in the Washington and New York areas. And I believe that the people of America want to know the entire truth about how their president was shot down in the streets of Dallas. And I want to assure you that as long as I am alive, no one is going to stop me from seeing that you obtain the full truth, and nothing less than the full truth, and no fairy tales.
Time for the preceding program was made available to District Attorney Jim Garrison of New Orleans. The program was prepared under his sole supervision. It constitutes his reply to an earlier NBC News program examining some of the methods Mr. Garrison has used in his investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy. This program originated in the studios of WDSU-TV in New Orleans.
friend for a long time, this guy. He was a great governor. He was one of the best, actually. Either run again or come into the administration.
We'll do it.
Okay, you got two choices. Okay. And I heard there was some controversy with respect to the current governor. She never asked me a question.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, you have everything right on tape. She assured I came here because when she said I shouldn't come, I said, now I know I'm coming.
You should see the
I'm
crowd
like Paul.
outside. The crowd that's gathered outside because you're coming. It's unbelievable.
I hear there's a big crowd out there, huh? That's great. That's great.
In fact, it's one with
And
a
you
big
folks
sign.
are going to tell me about the EU, okay, with respect to their tariffs, because they like tariffing things. So you're going to tell me about that, okay? With regard to lobster.
I would like to say one thing to start off, if you'd like.
You'll speak, yeah. Do you want to speak in front of the press?
Yeah. A lot of the main companies, lobster companies, have been forced to open up companies in Canada to send their lobster to the Far East and to Europe because we don't have an agreement with the EU. And of course, China levied a 40% tax on Maine lobster, U.S. lobster. So what the...
So easy to handle.
Yeah.
All you have to do is put a tariff on them and you'll have it done in about 2 minutes, right? And we'll talk about that.
Yep.
So the EU, in other words, charges a tariff.
Yes.
And therefore the Maine lobster people
Have to pay 20%.
Have to pay 20%, is it, or
Right.
40%?
Yes, it's for 20%.
So they have a tariff, so it no longer makes it
And
competitive.
if it comes from Canada, Canada has an agreement with the EU and there's no tariffs. And in addition to that, the Canadian dollar is 30% weaker than the American dollar, and therefore they're making a killing.
I got it. That's an easy one to handle. That's like easy.
Good.
Hi, everybody. We'll talk about that, okay? So I want to thank you all very much. We just had a big press conference at the White House. You probably saw in the Rose Garden, the beautiful Rose Garden. There was about 100 degrees. It's okay. And the U.S. economy added 2.5 million jobs. It was supposed to lose 9 million. They were slightly off. So instead of losing 9 million, in fact, when they read it, they thought there was a typo. When the numbers came out this morning at 8:30, they read it, they thought there was a typo. Probably the greatest month we've ever had. I guess if you look at the charts, we gave the charts to the fake news media. They have them, and probably the greatest month we ever had in terms of that. And we haven't even started yet because New York is closed, which is starting to open, and California is essentially closed but starting to open. So this is the largest monthly jobs increase in American history, and that's more than double the previous record, which was a long time ago. Economists forecast that the unemployment rate would rise to over 19%. Instead, it fell to 13%. That's
correct.
Slight difference, right, Paul? Former governor of this great state, Paul LePage, and a friend of mine for a long time. We added 1.2 million leisure and hospitality jobs, 464,000 construction jobs, 424,000 education and health service jobs, 368,000 retail jobs, and 225,000 manufacturing jobs. You remember, Paul, under the previous administration, they said there'd be no manufacturing.
Yeah, we lost.
And they didn't call that one too well, either did they? They didn't call too many things too well. The report showed that nearly 80% of the unemployed workers were in a temporary layoff. That's a great thing. That means they all expect to go back to work, indicating that they could quickly return. 73% of small businesses are now open. How about that? Up from 52% last month. And the S&P 500 just had the best 50 days in the history of the stock market. Pretty amazing. And we've just started. We're going to have the greatest year. Next year will be the greatest year, I think, economically speaking, in history for our country. Only one thing can stop it. Somebody like Sleepy Joe Biden. Once they raise taxes, open borders, they want to open the borders. Can you imagine opening borders right now? Tijuana is the most heavily infected place anywhere in the world as far as the plague is concerned. You know, the plague came in from China, unfortunately. Most heavily infected, or one of the most heavily infected, right along the border. But we built a wall. We have up to 200 miles now, more than 200 miles of wall. By the end of the year, we'll have 400 plus, and we'll have it finished very shortly. Fully financed, everything done, despite we were totally opposed by the other party, as you know. But they want open borders. That would be bad, but they want to raise taxes, and that would be a disaster. So I think we're going to have a great victory, and we're going to take care of law enforcement, because law enforcement, they're saying defund the police. Defund, think of that. When I saw it, I said, what are you talking about? We don't want to have any police, they say. You don't want police. First, they didn't want ICE. They do want sanctuary cities, which are a disaster. But they say they're going to defund the police. In other words, they're not going to pay police. They don't want to have any police, the real ones. And Biden is bought into it, but he doesn't know what's going on. So, you know, he just doesn't know. But the people around him know what's going on. And they want to defund the police. They don't want to have police. So I want to thank you very much for being here. I'm thrilled to be with my friends from the great state of Maine, with leaders from the fishing, crabbing, and lobster industries, very important industries, and you never have been treated properly, or at least for the last long period of time. We're also joined by Secretary of the Interior David Bernhardt and a very good friend of mine, former Governor Paul LePage. Paul, thank you very much for being here. You did a great job running this state, I can tell you that. As we work to fully reopen and revitalize our nation's economy, I'm doing everything in my power to support American workers, including those in Maine's amazing seafood industry. It's a big industry, but a lot of people have not been taking care of this industry. We have, and that's why we're here. We're going to take care of it even better starting today. We were all very excited to see the blockbuster 2.5 million jobs added last month, far exceeding any expectations. Not even the wildest expectations thought it was supposed to be down 9 million, and it was up 2.5 million. I would say their estimators didn't do too good a job. Under the last administration, commercial fishermen and Maine lobstermen were suddenly informed that nearly 5,000 square miles of ocean off the coast of New England would be closed to commercial fishing without justification. Is that right? 500? No, you got to be kidding. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. That's
so
right.
They just closed it. They said you can't fish. But let me guess, other countries do, right?
No, exactly.
It's inside. They do. This action was deeply unfair to Maine lobstermen, threatened to cripple family businesses and cost America's fishermen millions of dollars. So they closed 5,000 square miles of ocean off your coast, right? That's amazing, Paul. How did they let that happen?
Obama just used
That was
pen.
President Obama. Thank you very
President
much. With a
Obama.
pen. Was that done in the form of an executive?
In the very last few days of his administration.
You're going to fix
We're
that.
opening it, right?
You're fixing it.
So we're opening it today. We're undoing his executive order. Why would that be? It's ridiculous. What reason did he have for closing 5,000 miles? That's a lot of 5,000 square miles is a lot.
Yep.
He didn't have a reason, in my opinion. All right, so we're opening it up. Today I'm signing a proclamation to reverse that injustice, to reverse that order from the previous administration, and we are reopening the Northeast Canyons and the Seamounts Marine region to commercial fishing. Is that okay? Is that what you want? Yeah? That's an easy one. For me, I can't even believe they can do a thing like that. That's a terrible thing. That's a terrible thing. So America's blessed with some of the richest ocean resources anywhere in the world, except when they close it up. And yet we have a $16.6 billion seafood trade deficit and import over 85% of the fish we consume. No wonder you have 5,000 miles that's closed up. Who would think that we import 85% of the fish from other countries that are your competitors. And we have the best fishing areas in the world, I would think, right? Is that among the best fishing areas anywhere in the world? How does it compare to other locations in the world?
George's Bank is a very rich fishing area in the world.
And for lobster, the best, right?
Yeah.
The best in the Gulf of
For
Maine.
lobster.
And Atlantic scallops.
And scallops. I like scallops. Good. We'll have plenty of scallops to eat. This is why I've taken decisive action. And we're going to send our fishermen out there. You're going to go fishing in that area now that you haven't seen for a long time, lobstermen and seafood producers. I want to just congratulate you. Last month, I signed an executive order to begin an accelerated review and reduction of all unnecessary regulations on the seafood industry. So who's doing that, David? Who's working?
The Department of Commerce.
Okay? You'll make sure that gets done quickly.
Absolutely.
Okay? This guy, when I give him something, it gets done. Between him and Peter, we have the right people. So Peter, you'll make sure that you and David.
This is a great thing for the state of Maine. These two executive orders together is going to bring back commercial fishing in a big way. Sir, that is some of the most fertile fishing grounds in the entire world that's been shut off.
And we've gone through all of the machinations, all of the work, so we can sign this now. Takes a while to get it done, but we're getting it done. Not easy, because they did it in such a way that it's not easy. I ordered the formation of a trade task force that will identify opportunities to open foreign markets to our seafood exports. We're going to talk about the European Union, who constantly take advantage of us on trade. Nobody knows that. And I'm further cracking down on illegal harvested and imported seafood. That's a big deal too, right? What does that mean, illegally harvested? Who wants to answer that question? Go ahead.
Fish, they call it EI fish, illegally harvested fish that some countries don't enforce fisheries conservation rules. In our country, we do. So if a country is off their coast and they don't have to
So they don't have
rules.
the thing, so they
don't have any rules. They can catch fish.
So our conservation rules, are they overly tough or are they ridiculous? Because other countries don't have any conservation rules, right? Most other countries.
We have
our rules fair and good, or are they not?
We have a lot of rules in place that are preventing us from harvesting sustainably some of the resources out here. The fact that I'm in the groundfish industry, the resources off New England are at a record high.
You can't talk in
The resources off New England are at record levels. Never been recorded in history that they're so high, but we're underfishing.
Because you're underfishing.
We're underfishing.
Is that because of regulations?
Because of antiquated regulations that you can never get rid of something that's in place.
So are we then looking at those regulations, Peter, or not?
Sir.
Because let's do it.
That's
I mean,
what
we
you've
came
asked
up here for a different reason, but
Yeah.
let's look at those.
one of
So
the
in other words, you have more product than we've ever had before because you're not allowed to use it. You're not allowed to fish, basically.
You're not allowed to fish, and some of the problem, and when I was governor, I encountered it. If you go to Commerce, and Commerce sends you to NOAA, and there's a lot of bureaucrats in NOAA that really put on some hurtful penalties and regulations on the fishermen.
So they were so burdensome that you can't fish.
Correct.
So now what's happening is being
Or you
taken
can't
over.
afford to fish.
You can't what?
They're so burdensome that you can't afford to fish. They make it so that if you,
Probably both. You can't fish and you can't afford to
and
fish.
you can't afford to fish.
So let's open it up, Paul.
Yep.
Nobody better than Paul LePage to get this going, in my opinion. So can I ask you to work on with
Absolutely.
My two great guys,
I
Peter
would
and David?
be more than happy.
And let's open it up, okay? And we want conservation. I'm a believer in conservation, but they've gone crazy. And then other countries, they don't have the same, so you have a much more expensive product. You have a better product, but you're not allowed to even get it in many cases, right?
That's correct.
It's amazing. So I ordered the formation of a task force, and today I did something else. I put Paul LePage in charge of trying to figure that one out, which you already have figured out, I suspect. You've been living with that a long time. And you've been unable to get previous administrations to do anything about this.
That is
right?
correct. And it was particularly bad under the Obama administration. I spent
Well,
6 years.
they kept piling it on.
They just kept piling it on and delay.
And why did they do that? Just because they thought environmentally or something? Right? Not really. Politically, they did.
It was a little bit of a political stunt because, unlike yourself and I, we're friends. Obama and I were not friends. And
Maybe
it was
he
very
also
difficult
nice
to get
other
to
countries.
talk to him.
He might have also been nice to other countries, right? Like Canada, right? He might have been nice to other countries, like Canada.
Yes, he was.
So I ordered the formation of a task force, thank you, Paul, that will identify opportunities to open foreign markets to our seafood experts. I'm further cracking down on illegal harvested and imported seafood. That's what your problem was, right? So we're cracking down on it. I recently signed into law $300 million to help our nation's fisheries. Maine will receive $20 million, and you're going to get more than that now as we start breaking this crazy thing up. You know, I always think of this as a great fishing state, but you're so restricted, it really stops you from being a great fishing state. I'm going to ask David Bernhardt, though, and Peter Navarro to really get involved and get this done quick. This is ridiculous, okay? Can I do that? So I want every American who works out of the ocean and works in the ocean and fishes for all of the different things and the treasures to let you know that we're behind you 100%. You do an incredible job. And we want conservation. We want good environmental practices, very important. But we also want something that's fair to you. They've taken your livings away. I've been hearing about this for a long time in Maine and other places up here. Let it extend to other places that are also affected. Canada's given a tremendous advantage over the United States because of the practices of the previous administration and probably others. So we're not going to let that happen. As an example, I heard that Canada doesn't have to pay a tariff going into Europe.
That's correct.
But you do.
And we do.
Okay. So
And then
if that goes on, then we're going to do something that's going to make that look like small time.
And last year we were sending, or 2 years ago, we were sending a lot of product to China, and then China put a tariff on us for 40% because of some of the trade issues between our two countries.
And what happened to the tariff? Is it on now?
Oh, it's not gone down. I haven't checked lately, but you're still paying the tariffs, right? The lobster's still going to Canada, and from Canada they go over free, but it's just an added expense to the Maine lobsterman, who also has a 30% disadvantage.
So you're saying China charges a 40% tariff? And how big is the tariff that the European Union charges?
20, is it 20 or 22?
Okay. And this country, because of stupidity for years, hasn't charged them
And the funniest part of this whole issue is the Canadian lobster we're talking of and the Maine lobster come out of the same water.
Are they the same lobster, would you say, basically?
Yes.
Would you say they're equivalent as lobster?
They're equivalent. They're
Is
from
there a
they're
difference
the
in
Gulf of
size
Maine.
or type? Any difference?
They're coming out of the
It's
Gulf of
same
Maine.
lobster. So you're set up with a 20% tax that they don't have, so they have a very good thing. And that's European Union, right?
Yep.
The European Union has ripped this country off so much, it's unbelievable.
And I'll
it's
tell you
so
that-
easy to solve. I'm going to call them, David. You're going to come in, write a letter, and if they don't change, we're going to put a tariff on their cars until they change, and they'll change right away. Okay? It's unbelievable how badly, people hear about the European Union, sounds nice. They've been almost as bad over the years as China in terms of trade, but nobody talks about it. There's a perfect case, Maine lobster. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We're going to charge an equivalent plus tariff to them if they don't drop their tariff on your lobster and seafood, okay? And we can do that. Peter, do you agree with that? Do you like it?
We need to
Let
strike
me put
back.
you in charge of that
We
one.
need to
That's
strike
a
back.
natural for you. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
That's a natural for you. European Union charges us a tariff. They don't charge Canada a tariff. This is for the press. So Canada doesn't pay a tariff for the same exact lobster in the same waters, but we pay a tariff. If European Union doesn't drop that tariff immediately, we're going to put a tariff on their cars, which will be equivalent, come in for nothing, which is ridiculous. Okay? Do you understand? It's going to be the equivalent plus.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be the equivalent plus. Watch how fast that tariff comes off. All right? Watch how fast. It should be plus, plus, plus. Okay? I'm going to put Peter Navarro in charge of it. That's perfect for him. I'll take that one off your plate, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Peter Navarro, you're in charge of it.
Okay.
Right? Thank you. This country has been treated so badly on trade for so many years. We have such bad agreements. We're breaking so many of them up. It's been treated so badly, it's hard to believe.
You know, Canada, in some respects, Canada has been our worst enemy in the produce industry. We cannot send.
Canada's been very tough. Canada charged in Wisconsin, before I got up and changed it, 287% tariffs on dairy products.
Yeah.
So think of it. And they kept it at 287. They didn't want to make it 300 because they thought somebody might find out. And until I became president, nobody knew. I ended it. But they were charging Wisconsin and our farmers 287% tariffs to send dairy products to Canada. So therefore you didn't send. You couldn't compete.
You couldn't compete.
And our people didn't charge them anything.
That's correct.
Canada's been very tough. Very tough. You know why? Because they got away with it, that's all. Because people sitting here didn't know what the hell they were doing. Okay. But the deal has worked out. You know, the New Deal is a good deal. It's got rid of all that stuff. But we didn't talk about lobster. But Peter Navarro's going to be the lobster king now, okay? All right, Peter?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
look,
We'll
you
get
can do
after
it. Let's see what you can do.
Dear to my heart.
Let's see what you can do.
This state right here, Maine, is dear to my heart. I spent a lot of
There's
time
another
here over the
vegetable
years.
that most people don't speak of, and can't bring to Canada. And we're one of them. We have a company in Maine that is one of the major growers of broccoli in the country.
Broccoli.
In the summer, they're in Maine. In the winter, they're in Florida. But what has happened in the last few years is the Canadians bring their broccoli into market. They have a 30% advantage on the exchange rate, and so we can't sell our broccoli, and we can't send it to Canada.
Well, that's our big thing.
That's
with the
the
dollar.
overvalued
That's
dollar.
what you and I talk about.
Yeah.
Right? The dollar that everybody
We'll
says.
have to do that
doesn't
one
matter.
too, sir. I mean, make me the
You
dollar
wanna handle
king
broccoli
too.
in the same way?
What's that?
Is it broccoli primarily that and the lobster, seafood, etc.?
There are a couple others. There's broccoli, blueberries. Blueberries, Maine used to grow 90% of the wild blueberries in the world.
So where's it done now?
Canada, New Brunswick, and Quebec have got 300,000 acres on, and so now Maine's blueberries are selling below growing cost.
And when you talked about the Obama administration about this, they did nothing.
They did nothing. I spent a lot of time in Commerce.
Let's get on this.
The three things plus the seafood. This man he's a believer. He knows exactly what to do. I don't have to tell him a thing. And you guys will work on the other stuff together, okay? Any questions, by the way? Questions? Shouldn't be any questions after that. You got more than you would have ever thought.
I will just make one more comment.
Amazing.
I will make one more comment, and we need your help on. As the country is reopening, of course, right now Maine is still tied up pretty tight because we have a governor that's not reopening very fast. But as we reopen,
why isn't your governor opening up your state?
I don't know. We don't know.
All these states are being open. They're making a lot of money. That's why we had the good numbers today. You have a governor that doesn't know what she's doing, and she's like a dictator.
Yes,
you know?
she is.
Why isn't she opening up your state?
Well, one thing that she's doing is the $600 a week that the people on unemployment are getting. She is allowing them to continue to collect when they're called back to work, and so people aren't coming back to work. And everybody in this room knows of people.
So she's taking advantage of the system.
Yes.
But she's not letting them come back anyway because you're shut down.
That's right. But the few that would, I know of 3 cases last week by an employer told me that these 3 people were called back. I reported them that I have work for them, but they're still getting the $600.
What would you say about that, Peter?
Look, this whole problem in the bill where we're paying people to stay home.
Yeah.
It's
it works in some
tremendous
states.
Damage.
Yeah.
Doing tremendous damage to our economy because it's keeping people home, and the longer
The
people
Democrats
stay
wanted
home,
this. Feather bedding, okay? But the Democrats wanted it. We said it wouldn't work, and we were right.
And it works.
But honestly, it's
it
good.
works in Republican states.
It does work in Republican states. But the Democrats wanted it, and we negotiated, but it's unnecessary.
Correct.
And it makes it overly complex. But a place like this, we're straightening it out. Any further legislation, we're straightening it out. And we just did PPP today, so.
The legislation is fine if everybody follows the rules.
Yeah.
But if a governor
You
decides
see, she's not supposed to be doing that.
That's correct.
So when she doesn't do that, it's fine.
That is
But the
correct.
governor is playing cute.
If you call someone to work, and they refuse to go to work, you tell the state, and the state will take their unemployment
That's
away.
right, exactly. So she's not supposed to be doing that.
That's correct.
Let's call her on that, please.
Yeah,
Call her
so
legally.
People
Not allowed
of
to be.
Maine want to work.
Yes,
they do not
they
want
do.
a handout. They
When
want to
is
work.
she opening the state, if ever?
I think there's another move in July. There's going to be another move in July. She started opening up some of the restaurants that you can have, 6
Very
social
small.
distancing and 50%.
And you don't have a big problem up here. So why is she doing this?
Well, what she's afraid of, or what she's claiming, is that in the summer, Maine only has 1.3 million people, but we have 40+ million visitors a year, 30+ million in 3 months. And she's afraid that if she doesn't quarantine the entire state, that these folks are going to bring
Yeah, the
the
problem
virus.
is, though, those 3 months are your Christmas, right?
Yeah, you got it. It's our
Tiffany
season.
likes December. You like these 3 months. So she's going to get rid of all of your wealth, and
Exactly.
you're never going to recover that.
That is correct. And so what I've advised her to do,
Not good.
what I've tried her to do is everybody, you can only get into Maine 2 ways, well, 3 ways. The Canadian border, the 95, or Route 2.
Right.
So if you put somebody at Route 2, everybody's got a foreign plate, an out-of-state plate. You
check
get their name, telephone number, where they're going to be. Problem solved. If you
It's
have
not
an
a big
uptick,
problem.
you go right there.
So you're giving away your tourist season this year because it's
That's correct.
starting, right? So
That
you're
is
giving
correct.
away your tourist system.
Yes.
I mean, she must know this, right?
I would think she's a
No,
right
how
lady.
does she do a thing like this? She's going to destroy your state. All right, look, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. We're going to solve your fishing problem. We're going to solve something that nobody thought was solvable. We'll solve it very easily. And Peter, you're going to handle that
Get on
other
it.
situation.
Right on.
It's an incredible. Would you like to say something, folks? Go ahead.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to.
Thank you. It's my honor.
It's an honor to be here to discuss with you the importance of commercial fishing to our country. I am the Executive Director of Associated Fisheries of Maine, and I have more than 30 years' experience in regional, national, and international fisheries management. And in all of that time, I have never known a president to express a concern about the well-being of our fishing and seafood industries. So thank you very much for your interest, for your executive order promoting American seafood, for this announcement that you've made today, which will allow our fishermen to go back to work. The Antiquities Act
And we're
process.
doing that immediately. Are we doing that as of immediately?
You're opening up 5,000 square miles
As of-
with the stroke of a pen.
As of when?
The minute you sign it,
I better get
you will
going with
begin
this.
planning, and
I
you're
get my
taking
fishing
down
pole.
you're taking down a no fishing sign
Yeah.
and opening up.
I love that.
The process by which this monument was established is a non-transparent process that does not allow for stakeholder input, does not produce any kind of economic analysis of the negative impacts, and prevents all of us from enjoying the benefits of our healthy marine resources. So again, we appreciate that you've recognized that and are taking action to correct that.
And your senators, where were your senators for all these years? What happened?
They abdicated their responsibility. They went home early this year because it's election year and gave all their power to our governor.
So in addition to the opposition from the fishing industry, the Secretary of Commerce has also heard about opposition from the regional fishery, all 8 regional fishery management councils, to establishing these monuments outside of the regular management process. So there has been a great deal of opposition to that, and now you're correcting
What would you
that.
do about that?
Well,
The monuments, what would you do?
the management of fisheries within our exclusive economic zone is rightfully managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act. So we have a process to do that. We don't need the Antiquities Act to be establishing monuments that restrict fishing.
So what do you need?
You're bringing that process back.
Well,
You're
this
bringing
order
that
will
back.
take care of our
Okay, so
immediate
you're going to
need.
be okay,
You're gonna
and this is going to do
you're
most
gonna
of it?
take that back.
That's a big thing, right?
Yes.
You're so lucky I'm president. You are so lucky. I don't even know you, and you're so lucky.
Well, we're also looking to a pending action by the New England Fishery Management Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service, which will likely be voted on sometime in the fall, which would establish a requirement for our fishing boats to carry 100% of observers or at-sea monitors on all of our trips at our own expense. And this could be as much as $40,000 a year for some of our vessels. This is simply an expense that we cannot afford at this time, especially on the heels where we will be trying to recover from this pandemic, which has had a huge impact on the commercial fishing industry in New England. We certainly cannot afford an additional expense that is totally discretionary. The law does not.
What's happening with that, David?
That's in process.
Huh?
That's in
Get it
process.
done.
It's
That's
We'll
part
get
of
it done.
You're not going to have to.
Again, I just put it on
Sir,
your
that-
radar, Mr. President, so
So
that
let
we
me
can
ask you
deal
a
with it in
question.
the future.
So European Union charges you a 20% tariff, and is China charging a 40% tariff, or is that not? What's China charging? 40.
I'm not familiar with that.
Or not? You know, Paul?
What? China right now is charging a tariff on Maine lobster going to China.
How
And
much?
Our sales to China have gone from like 600,000 pounds to less than 100,000 pounds.
So you went from 600,000 pounds, that's the way you go, to 100,000 pounds. So you're way down.
And the only
Is
way
that because of the tariff?
Yes.
Okay.
What they do.
So, Peter,
what-
corresponding tariff to China for pick a product, a corresponding plus if they don't drop the tariff on Maine lobster going into China. Okay?
Yes, sir.
It's very simple, and I don't mind.
Yeah, the distribution companies have had to set up companies in Canada. They ship their.
No, I know, that's what they do. They go through different companies. It's called transshipping,
Yeah.
to be exact. They transship. Okay, ready?
Yes, sir.
China, EU. All you do is say, that's okay, keep charging us, and we're going to charge you a corresponding on something that they sell that's very precious to them. Put a correspond. It should be for the same amount plus.
Yes, sir.
We'll take care of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, we operate a few boats here in Maine, but we also operate some scallop boats and some factory processors out in Alaska. And there is a tariff on the flatfish that's shipped into China that stays there. So if we want to ship it to them and develop a market in China, they do enforce a 25% tariff on it. What we have available to us is if they do process some of the fish, it's shipped back in the United States, and there is no tariff on that coming in at this present time.
So what you're saying is we don't charge them a tariff, but they charge us a tariff.
That's exactly right.
How stupid is that?
We're working on it.
How stupid is that, free traders? I tell you, the free traders out there that are always talking about this, oh, we're free traders. How stupid is that? So they charge us, and then we don't charge them.
Yeah, you'll be pleased
And they
to
get paid for doing the work on top of everything.
You'll be pleased to know that we just had
We'll
a
take it.
Zoom meeting with Senator Sullivan last night. He's working on it. He's going to be in touch with a few people. He wanted to say hello to you.
Sullivan's a good man.
Yeah, yeah.
Sullivan's a good man. He'll try, but
Yeah.
nobody can do this like I can.
It's like everybody, though. We're all trying to do it.
It's simple.
Yeah.
It'll be done.
Thank you.
It's very simple. He's a good guy, Dan Sullivan. Paul, you've said enough. David, you have anything to say real fast?
Well, I would like to thank you for taking the time to come listen to the fishing community. Since the moment you took office, you've been clear and consistent in your efforts to bring common sense back to the executive branch. You've done more than any president in our lifetime to bring common sense to government. And when you think about it, 5,000 square miles is an area that's larger than the state of Connecticut, the state of Delaware, or Rhode Island. And the prior administration essentially put a no fishing sign up to these individuals with the stroke of a pen. And you're addressing it. And your effort to ensure the voices of the people are heard is deeply appreciated across the country. The folks here They go out, they brave the nation's waters, they bring an incredible natural resource benefit to the world, and they have the challenging task of facing whatever Mother Nature puts in front of them. They should not be in a situation where they're also having to fight their own government. And they needed common sense bureaucracy, and you're bringing it. And in doing so, we are not changing the boundaries of the monument, and we will remain protecting those objects that need and are appropriately protected by doing this. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And these two people will get it done. By luck, I happen to have the two right people with me. All right? Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Christian Porter. I'm a commercial fisherman. I've been fishing for over 30 years. I fished for about everything over those
And you
years.
love doing that. You wouldn't switch for anything, even though they don't let you fish anymore.
No, well, I fish for different things. I fish for scallops now, and I fish for the lobster.
But you love it, right?
I love it. It's a way of life, Mr. President.
No, they love it. People love it. You wouldn't switch
No,
to be
and-
president, right?
Right.
You're making a good decision.
And I'm president of the Maine Lobstermen's Association, and we support the Maine Lobster Fleet supports 10,000 jobs on the water and another 5,500 shoreside jobs. So that's why I'm passionate about working with regulations.
Do people
and stuff.
come in? It must be other countries. They must send their ships into this 5,000 big mile stretch.
No,
right?
they can't. They can't come in through the
Really?
easy.
So we get them out through what? The Coast Guard?
Yep.
The Navy?
Coast Guard.
We get them out.
Yep.
So we police it at least, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Right.
So go ahead.
So keeping our nation's fishery strong is a passion of mine. That's why it's great to have this opportunity to talk to you about the process of the Northeast Canyons of Seamount. Rather than work with the constituents who actually fish there and were most knowledgeable about the issue, like this guy right here, this monument was formed in back rooms with special interests. This created four
During
policies.
the other administration, you mean? Which
Yes.
administration? Obama?
The Obama administration did this
Well,
at
he's done Maine a tremendous disservice, I can tell you. Just from a common sense standpoint, how could you let a thing like this happen?
This created poor policy. It hurt the fishermen. And we really worry about the precedent it sets, that you can close large areas of ocean and put all the rest of us who fish for different things in smaller and smaller boxes. So, and that hurts everybody.
So by opening up this 5,000 miles, this is a treasure chest.
It spreads boats out, yes. And
did you ever think this was going to happen in your lifetime?
I did not. But the biggest thing is now people think when they're going to close this, they've got to go through the process. Fishermen need to have the input into this.
Right.
And we didn't. And so, it's not the only thing. There's other things. I just want to, as a lobsterman, bring up something that I would be run out of town if I didn't bring up to you. It's kind of the same situation. Our fishery is in great shape through years and years of good management. But despite our tremendous success, we find our industry being risk of being shut down because of the endangered right whale.
The endangered white whale.
Right whale. And we've been in.
And why is that? In other words, because you have to be so careful. What is it?
The entanglements and what
is that in the same area that we're talking about?
No, it's a different area. It's along the coast of Maine. So our association, our executive director, has had great conversations with your staff. One of them's here today. Alex Willett is here. He's up to speed on this. You had
go really quick because we have to leave.
Yeah,
we had. Wait.
No, but
how is this?
Your friend right here sent you a letter, and he can bring you up to speed on this. Governor, you've sent a letter.
Whale? Paul, you know this.
Yes.
How is the whale hurting what they're doing?
The right whale is not hurting them. In fact, in the last 2 decades, there's not been an entanglement or a death in Maine waters. Now, they found some dead whales in Maine waters, but they came down from where the problem area is, and as we've talked about earlier, the St. Lawrence Seaway. At the mouth of the St. Lawrence Seaway is where all the deaths and entanglements are.
So how do we solve this problem?
We solve this problem by going to NOAA and telling them to get reasonable about their regulations.
Going to where?
NOAA. They are the problem, and I've worked 2 years, I've worked
So you
6
know,
years.
you know what reasonable means then, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so get them done.
That is correct.
Get them done, all right? You'll work that, David.
I'll talk to them.
Okay.
We just want our voices heard in the process.
We'll be able to. I assume there's a good solution to that, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, work on it. And we want to protect
there's
the
a-
whale. I want to protect the whale too.
As we do
As
too.
long as we can protect the whale, I'm going to do it, all right? So I'm going to leave it to you.
We're in, and I will say, he said one thing that is so true about the fishermen in Maine. Maine has the only sustainable lobster fishery and certified in the world. These people will go bend over backwards to save the laying, those that are layers and the youth. I mean, they just bend over backwards. It's not robbing the bottom. And the one thing about a Maine
You've been treated
lobster-
very badly. You know that, right? You better remember your president.
The one thing about a Maine
you've been treated very badly. I know what they've done to you. They've regulated you out of business. And yet you treated the area like it was your home. I know that. Go ahead.
The one thing that Washington has never understood, the Maine lobsterman is a family-owned business. It's hand-me-down from father to son for generations. If father kills all the lobster, son is going to starve. And that's what the lobster industry is in Maine. It's the only one in the world. And Washington bureaucrats are telling us we don't know how to fish.
We got it, all right? You'll
you,
work
sir.
with Paul on that.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. John Williams, owner of the Atlantic Red Crab Company. Going to change species a little bit. I'm in the crab business, not the
Good.
lobster business. I've been fishing in this area that the 5,000 square miles personally since 1995, and there were people there before I was in there. And the interesting thing is going on Maggie Raymond's point, is the lack of transparency in the process of setting these 5,000 miles apart. The industry was never given the opportunity to get involved. It was like
Well, not like now.
Exactly, and we appreciate it. And then on
Who knows more than the industry?
one talking point, and your 2.5.
So will you stop from fishing in the 5,000 miles then, basically?
in that 5,000
So
miles?
what? And that's prime area, right?
Well, this is the ironic part of the whole thing. They said that they had to shut that 5,000 miles down for an emergency presidential action, and I was very vocal about it, and they grandfathered me for 7 more years in that 5,000 mile area. So if there
So
was
when is the 7 years up?
we're about halfway through it.
Oh, you're lucky you just made it, huh?
We've had our fingers crossed since you got elected.
So is that very fertile in terms of crabs?
Yes, it's very fertile.
Because nobody's taking them, right?
It's we harvest from Virginia all the way to Canada.
So they gave you a grandfather of 7 years, and your
Yeah.
7 years is up.
Then
How
we're
many
out.
people were grandfathered?
It was my fishery and the offshore lobster fishery.
You must be a rich guy, right? Let me
I
ask
have a
you
good
this.
banker.
Do you have the problem with the European Union too?
I don't do very much export to Europe. Most of it's domestic.
Well, you can't with the tariff. You can't.
Exactly.
So you don't bother.
And the other thing is I want to bring up that hasn't been brought up is we have a public process that's been in place for years and years and years to protect our resources and the ocean floor. And when you gasped at 5,000 miles at how big of an area that is, since '95, I think there's been, you'd have to correct me, but it's roughly 60,000 miles have been protected already, but they were protected in arenas like this that included scientists, fishermen, and environmentalists.
And is that wrong?
That's right.
So you like it?
I think when you get a group of scientists and
Okay, so there you think we did the right thing?
I think that,
Meaning people did the right thing.
I think that it's the public process, as cumbersome as it can be, and sometimes I walked out of meetings not happy with the results, but it works.
But at least it went through a process.
And it allows.
And this did not go through a process.
Zero. We had zero
Right?
words.
This didn't go through a
And
process.
this
This
one-
was done for politics. I
Total
got it.
politics. Just one last comment on it is of course, where the industry was left to remain completely silent and not go public, the millions of literature and propaganda and websites and everything that were out there saying we need to save this 5,000 miles because this bottom is pristine and we can't allow these fishermen in there because it's pristine. Well, we've been in there for 40 years. And so if the environmental groups can deem the place pristine, and we've been operating in that area for 40 years and they can't find any evidence where we've done any damage, I would say we've been pretty good stewards of that 5,000 miles.
It's great stuff down there, right?
Oh, it's great stuff.
Great stuff. Take care of it. All right? That's the one thing I'm asking you. Take care of it. Okay? Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, my name's James Odlin. I've been involved in this fisheries for 50 years off New England, both as a captain and as a vessel fleet owner. And I served on the council for 9 years, helping make some of these regulations. I worked on the Habitat Committee issues, where we worked for many years, and then we were ready to roll, and all of a sudden, we get this order that said, your work doesn't matter, we're gonna close 5,000 whole square miles. We were looking at discrete,
So this is a really
special
big,
areas.
this is a really big deal for you people, isn't it?
We worked long and
This
hard
is
on
the
that
whole
issue.
deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I just get one other thing, Mr. President. You know, I want to reiterate that the stocks of fish off New England, ground fish, are at historic highs.
Is that because you were stopped from
Because
fishing?
of proper fish management. The issue is we've got millions of pounds of fish out there that are not getting caught annually, which would equate into hundreds and hundreds of jobs.
So will I
We
be
need-
allowed to go fishing in that 5,000 mile piece?
Sure
Would
you
you
could.
mind if I took a little boat and went fishing out there? You can't do that.
So we've got some regulations that are preventing us from harvesting these healthy, sustainable fish stocks. And we need help getting those
Is that
regulations.
not being taken care of in what we're doing?
Well, I just heard this now that they've asked the National Marine Fisheries Service and Commerce to look at some of those regulations.
Do you know about it?
Yeah, it's a commerce issue. I'm happy
Right.
to work
You
with
gotta
them on it.
just take it over.
But I have some worries that they will just tweak around the edges and not really do.
All right. David will take
I have
it
some inside information that that's what's going to
Okay,
happen.
we got it.
If I may, sir, the executive order that you signed several weeks ago has very clear, direct instructions to take care of those regulations. So this president is already on this case. There is a process underway, and that gentleman across the way will ensure that the commercial fishermen of this state will be able to fish the waters here without undue regulation. Full
So we're
stop.
cutting regulations from highways and roadways to fish. And
That's
that's what Peter's talking about. Go ahead,
Yes,
Pete,
sir.
do you have anything to say?
This is the jobs president. This trip today goes and creates jobs from Brunswick and Bath to Bangor and Guilford, all the way up and down from Bar Harbor down to Kennebunkport. And this president is the working class president, and this state is a hard scrabble state. It's a working class state, and people in this state should not have to face a federal government that takes away your livelihood. These two executive orders combined are the greatest news for commercial fishermen in the last 50 years. And this first order will clear off the decks of undue regulation. The second order, as soon as he signs that and gives away the pens to all you folks here, will set free the fishermen of this state.
Well,
It's
they
a
took
great
your
day.
lives away. They took your livelihood away from you, so that's good. So thank you, Peter.
Yes,
Well
sir.
said. Well said. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I just wanted to thank you for coming to the state of Maine to talk to our commercial fishing industry. As was pointed out already, it is a first, and we truly appreciate it. And we also appreciate the action you're taking today. I don't think there's a single industry person around this table that disagrees on the need for it and why it is so important, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Beth Tooley. I am the Government Affairs Manager for the O'Hara Corporation out of Rockland, Maine. I brought the boss with me today. He's on the other side of the table, Frank O'Hara Jr. president of a family-held company, as I said, in Rockland, Maine, and I know that he spoke already. He provides an awesome history of a family-held company that started in 1907 in Tea Wharf in Boston, Massachusetts, has been present here in the state of Maine since 1944, and is definitely multi-generational. He has sons coming up and grandchildren being born, and the goal of the company is to maintain sustainable fish.
Right?
So I don't know, Frank, if you want to add anything to that before I go on?
What's that?
Do you want to add anything on that before I go on?
No, you got it. You know, we've been around for a while. We've gotten through wars, depressions. We've gotten through overfishing from the foreign
But this was the worst thing that you've been through, I'll bet, right? What happened to you when they took this away?
It didn't affect us as much as it would have affected John, but it will affect us because once they take one mountain or one canyon, they'll take another one and another one. They'll go over to the West Coast.
Are you involved in that area, the 5,000 miles?
We used to be, but we're not. We do scalloping, which is more to the south of that. So our scallop boats, which is replicated by that model over there, we do some scallops, but mostly it's crab and lobsters out that way. We're flatfish.
Is that a new boat?
It is. It was a new boat built down in
so
Duckworth.
they look pretty old, right? There's a lot of design talent there, huh?
Yeah. They got the new bulbous bow and a quart nozzle. It's lower carbon footprint. We're building another boat starting next year.
How much, brand new, how much does that boat cost?
Just under $4 million.
How much?
Just under $4 million.
It's the real deal, right?
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, good. Well, you're in good shape. Thank you very much.
So if I could, excuse me, I'm sorry, I just had.
Go ahead, please.
But I just wanted to say very briefly, because I don't need to be repetitive, I am a former member of the New England Fishery Management Council and served for 9 years on that council. And so you have here around the table current members of the council, past members of the council. Most of our industry people have all served as advisory panel members to council's committees, and we hope one former council member as well. And as the public process, I think people have outlined why we think it's so important, and we certainly do endorse that. And I will leave it at that. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Good job. Please.
Hi, I'm Terry Alexander. I own Jordan Lynn Incorporated. It's a commercial fishing company. And I based all my comments on trying to convince you to sign that executive order, so they're pretty moot now. But I would just like to point out some of the highlights on it, and then maybe touch on some ideas.
We'll go quick.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for supporting our nation's fisheries and fishing communities. These monuments, even though they're south of New England, they push people, they displace people, and they're affecting the entire fleet all the way to shore. So it's a good thing to open up area.
So that gets solved.
Right. Yeah, so
Excuse me, are there media from Maine here? Are you liking what we're doing? You can say, yes, you do. Anybody else from Maine? From the area? They all come up from Washington, unfortunately. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's already done. So I'm gonna touch on a couple ideas, how the Canadians, how it's not fair for the Canadians, the way we compete against the Canadians offshore.
Tell me about that.
All right, so we try to catch haddock, different size, same fish. We negotiate with the Canadians every year.
And how do you find negotiating with them?
They're pretty good. I'm on the TMGC. I'm on the New England Fisheries Management Council. I'm in my 8th year there. They've been good, and we negotiate every year, and they catch their entire quota almost every year. We catch 10% of our quota every year.
What's the difference in the size of the quota?
Well, we're about even on haddock, but it's because of our regulations over here. Our mesh size is the wrong size for catching haddock over here. That needs to be fixed, and we can get that stuff done through the council.
Yeah.
But we need that stuff done through the council.
Sell that on eBay tonight.
I won't sell it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But you know, we can fix that through the council. We just need the incentive of DC pushing that stuff,
We'll
that
get
kind of
that
stuff
done,
too.
and you're working on that.
Yeah, so.
We'll get that done.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be doing what we're doing. I mean, you people, basically, they took away your livelihood. It's ridiculous. Took away your life. Wait a minute, 1 second, I'm going to sign this for you. Here. Whoever wants this, here. We'll take it. So come on around real quick, and we're going to sign this up.
Everybody get
and take one of these. You could hand that out. Okay. Maybe give a little room, I guess. Congratulations. Come on, David. Come on, Peter. So we're giving Maine back a big part of its history, a big part of its industry, and we're giving you back your fishing rights to 5,000 miles of square miles. That's a lot. Boy, that's a big chunk. That's a big chunk of water, isn't it? So do very well. Say hello to the people of Maine. They're great people. They were very nice to me. I'll tell you that. And I appreciate it very much, but I know you appreciate it much more than I do, because you're getting a lot more than I am, okay? So good luck, everybody. And they're going to work on those other things with Peter and David. Okay? Okay, pass them out, fellas. Okay, pass them out. Okay, got them? You got them? We'll take that. You got that. Thank you. Great job. Good luck, everybody. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It's a very big day for our country. It's affirmation of all the work we've been doing, really for 3.5 years. This isn't just over the last few months. This is for 3.5 years. And it's a great thing. We were very strong. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. And that strength let us get through this horrible pandemic, largely through. I think we're doing really well. Vaccines, by the way, I had a meeting yesterday on vaccines. We're doing incredibly well with that. I think you're going to have some very positive surprises. And therapeutics, likewise, we're doing extremely well. Cures, we're doing well. I think those two words really blend in with each other. But tremendous progress is being made on vaccines. In fact, we have ready to go in terms of transportation and logistics. We have over 2 million ready to go if it checks out for safety. And it's also, the nice part is we have 4 companies, I guess you could even say 7 or 8 companies that are doing some similar and some very different on the vaccine front, and some similar and some somewhat different on the therapeutic front. So tremendous progress is being made on that, and I think even without that, and I have to say, even without that, and I don't think you're going to be having to use that in the future, that statement, even without, because I think they're going to have it. But we're going to be back, and we're opening our country, and I hope that the lockdown governors, I don't know why they continue to lock down, because if you look at Georgia, if you look at Florida, if you look at South Carolina, if you look at so many different places that have opened up, I don't want to name all of them, but the ones that are most energetic about opening, they are doing tremendous business, and this is what these numbers are all about. And you have to remember one other thing very importantly. I think it's extremely important for you to remember that many of our states are closed or almost closed. Some of the big ones, New York, New Jersey, they're starting now to get open, I hope. And I hope they also use our National Guard. Call me. We'll be ready for them so fast their heads will spin. We did it in Minnesota. In Minneapolis, we were incredible. They were ripping that place apart. I love it. We had such success there. And they were ripping it apart. And I called the governor, and the National Guard went in, and one night it was over. You don't see the problem in Minnesota now at all, not even a little bit. You take a look at a great city, a great city, Minneapolis, and it was under siege like nobody's ever seen, where people are running from a police department, the great police, and they were told to. They didn't want to run. They were told to. It's bad governing, and I'm not blaming the governor. I'm blaming the mayor. But we want to get all of this finished, This is a great tribute. What we're announcing today is a tremendous tribute to equality. We're bringing our jobs back. You know, when we had our tremendous numbers and when we had, just prior to the China plague that floated in, we had numbers the best in history for African American, for Hispanic American, and for Asian American, and for everybody. Best for women, best for people without a diploma, young people without a diploma. I mean, so many different categories. Our numbers were the best in almost every category. We had the most people working in the history of our country, almost 160 million people. We were never even close to that. So we had things that we were doing so well, and then it came in, but we're going to be back there. I think we're going to actually be back higher next year than ever before. And the only thing that can stop us is bad policy. Frankly, left-wing, bad policy of raising taxes and Green New Deals and all of the things that you have been writing about long and hard. That will stop it like you wouldn't believe. And frankly, it's holding it back. If there were no possibility that that can happen, and I like to be an optimistic person, I think we're looking very good. I think even before today, our polls were, the polls that I've seen and the polls that we do were looking very good. But if we didn't have the possibility of having massively higher taxes like the Democrats want to do, and Green New Deals, which are totally ridiculous, frankly, ridiculous, and I'm a big environmentalist. I believe strongly in taking care of our environment. We have the cleanest air we've ever had, like over the modern era, which, let's say you go back 30 years. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water we've ever had. We're setting all sorts of really good environmental records. We're very proud of that. But the Green New Deal would kill our country. The Green New Deal would have a devastating effect on the world. And it's not going to happen anyway because it's impossible for them to do it. If you ever look at what they want to do under the Green New Deal, it's like baby talk. But we are doing something that, this was an important day because this shows that what we've been doing is right. And the reason it's been and is so good is because the body was strong. Our body was so powerful that we could actually close our country, save millions of lives, stop people very early on from China from coming in, because we stopped early, at the end of January, very early, people coming from China who were infected coming into our country. It was a very hard decision to make. Almost nobody wanted me to make it. I would almost say nobody wanted me to make it. But we made that indecision, and even my enemy said that was an extremely important. We saved tens of thousands of lives with that decision. So we did a lot of things, and then we really ended up with empty cupboards. We went into a ventilator period that the likes of which nobody's seen since the Second World War. We mobilized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And then we did tests. We're over 20 million, or very close, but I think we're over 20 million tests, more than anybody in the world. Germany is at about at 4, and South Korea is at 3.5. We're over 20. And by the way, when you do more testing, you have more cases. We have more cases than anybody because we do more testing than anybody. It's pretty simple. But this is outstanding what's happened today. Now, they thought the number would be a loss of 9 million jobs, and it was a gain of almost 3 million jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything. I think it was incredible in a couple of ways. Number one, the numbers are great, and this leads us on to a long period of growth. We'll go back to having the greatest economy anywhere in the world, nothing close. And I think we're going to have a very good upcoming few months. I think you're going to have a very good August, very good July, but a spectacular, maybe spectacular September, but a spectacular October, November, December, and next year is going to be one of the best years we've ever had economically. And if you look at the numbers, they bear it out. But we were strong. It's sort of like when you go in for an operation, if a person is healthy, we were healthy. We had the greatest economy in the world. We went in for an operation. We closed our country down. We closed it down. We saved possibly 2 million, 2.5 million lives. Now, it could have been 1 million lives. I don't think anything less than that. But if you think we're at 105 million today, the 105,000 today, that would mean at the lowest number, it would be 10 times that amount. And I think everybody believes the least
if we went herd, as they say. And if you look at Brazil, they're having a very hard time. And by the way, they kept bringing up Sweden. It's come back to haunt Sweden. Sweden's having a terrible time. If we did that, we would have lost 1 million, 1.5 million, maybe even 2.5 million or more lives. So we're at 105,000 lives. Big move closing it up. We also closed it up to Europe. Europe became very infected from China. A gift from China, not good. They should have stopped it. They should have stopped it at the source. But it's a gift from China and a very bad gift. I will tell you that. And you do say, how come at Wuhan, where it started, and they were in bad trouble, but it didn't go to any other parts. It didn't go to Beijing. It didn't go to other parts of China. Then you say, how come it came out to Europe, to the world, to the United States? So it didn't go to China. They stopped it cold. They knew it was a problem. But they didn't stop it cold from coming to the United States, Europe, and the rest of the world. Somebody has to ask these questions, and we'll get down to the answer. You know, we made a great trade deal. Great. They're going to buy $250 billion worth of product. And by the way, they are online. They're doing okay. But the ink wasn't dry on that deal when the plague floated in. What's going on? A plague is floating in from China. What's going on? So the ink wasn't dry. So I guess I view the trade deal a little bit differently than I did 3 months ago. It's a great deal. I will say they are buying a lot from us, and in that way I respect. And getting along with China would be a good thing. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'll let you know. We'll let you know. I think they want to get along very much with us. But we built a tremendous thing, a tremendous power platform. So when it got ill, when we had a problem, we were able to cut it off, stop it, just like this. Stop it. Keep everyone inside, keep them away, keep them together, away, uninfected. And we saved millions of lives. And now we're opening, and we're opening with a bang. And we've been talking about the V. This is better than a V. This is a rocket ship. This is far better than a V. A V is wonderful. A V is this. They were talking about, will it be a V, a U, an L? They had no idea. And I was watching one of the shows, and I have great respect for the people. And they said, will it be 9 million in job losses? Will it be, what will be the number be? Will it be, are they going to report record numbers? Will we break 20%? What will the number be? And, you know, I don't know, because we were in, and I don't think we're in that territory anymore, we were in uncharted territory. Nobody's ever had a situation like that. So the number was 9 million, and one of the people was getting, no, I think it's going to be 10 million. That's 10 million negative losses. And then somebody else said, no, we think it's going to be 8.7, 9.2. No, everyone was right around that number. This is great geniuses, and they are. I watch them all the time, and oftentimes they're right. Warren Buffett sold airlines a little while ago. He's been right his whole life, but sometimes even somebody like Warren Buffett, I have a lot of respect for him, they make mistakes. They should have kept the airline stocks, because the airline stocks went through the roof today, and others did too. The whole market went through the roof. But they said 9 million job losses, 9 million. It's what's going to be. Are we going to break 20%? Are we going to break it? And then the numbers came in, and one of the folks that was reading the numbers said, wow, this is a great number. It's only 3 million job losses. And then reading it and said, you know, I don't think this, I'm not reading this right. Let me look at it again. Oh, wait a minute. This is 3 million gain almost. 3 million jobs gained. And then they shouted out, one of them sort of semi-shouted out, is this a typo? I think it was probably the greatest miscalculation in the history of business shows, talking about Wall Street. And that's okay. But one of the reasons we're in this position is because we had such a strong foundation. So we were able to close our country, save millions of lives, open, and now the trajectory is great. Don't forget, New York is barely included, and that's one of our big ones. California is barely included because they're not open, and they should open. By the way, the mayor of Los Angeles wants to keep this thing closed for a long time. Look at what's going on in Florida. It's incredible. The job the governor of Florida has done, it's incredible. The numbers they're doing. You've got to open it up, and you do social distancing, and you wear masks if you want, and you do things. You can do a lot of things. You're getting closer together. Even you, I notice you're starting to get much closer together. It looks much better, I must say. You're not all the way there yet, but you'll be there soon. But it's a tremendous thing that happened, and the reason it happened is because we had a really strong patient. We had a patient that was so powerful, so strong, that we could close it and open it. And I give it this analogy. Somebody told me yesterday, it was Larry Kudlow. He said, sir, this is like a hurricane. And we were worried. We didn't know, is this going to be a hurricane or a major, major recession? A major recession that's not artificially caused, because this was artificially closed. We just said, boom, closed. And everything just stopped. And also, you know what else stopped? Big numbers on death by doing it. And that's why I had to do it. We've made every decision correctly. But it was like we stopped. So it was an artificial closing. And then what happened, very incredibly, is the numbers go, and Larry was saying that with a hurricane, you have a horrible hurricane in Florida or Texas, and it's devastating. And then the hurricane goes away, and within 2 hours, everyone's rebuilding and fixing and cleaning and cutting their grass. And I've seen it in Texas. I've seen it everywhere. I've seen it everywhere. Texas had a massive one. Louisiana, hurricanes. Florida, hurricanes. But what happens is right after the hurricane, boom, and this is what this is. This isn't a terrible recession. I don't even mention the D word. I don't talk about the D word. I don't want to talk about it. Because every time somebody even mentions it, I don't like the D word. But if you had a really, really big, bad recession, it could take 10, 12. How long did it take? In 1929, it took many years to recover from that. How long? Yeah, 10. I heard 10. I think longer than 10, but that's okay. I heard 14, 15 years. Larry says 10, so let's go with 10. But it takes a long time to recover. But a hurricane, you're back in business in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and it's devastating and it's hard. And this was a hurricane. And it's going to get better fast, because a lot of the numbers that you see, they're early numbers. They're not even from this last month. And by the way, speaking of that, you had the greatest 50-day rally in the history of our exchanges. The greatest 50-day rally. And we have a lot of protesters. And we have something else, right? We have something else. We have a pandemic. We've made tremendous progress, really on both. If you look at where we've come on both, we've made tremendous progress on both. Tremendous progress. But you're looking, and the people are now starting to return to work. So it's been an incredible thing to see. It's been a beautiful thing to see. The experts predicted that the economy would lose tremendous numbers of jobs. And of course, from the beginning it has, but you're going to see how fast that's made up. I'm telling you, next year, unless something happens where the wrong people get in here, this can turn around. Your 401ks will go down to numbers. If people didn't get rid of stocks in their 401ks, they're almost even. Think of it. With a pandemic, and with one of the worst things that's ever happened, our country has never lost 105,000 people. Whether it's World Trade Center, which was 2,900, or Pearl Harbor, which was less than that. We've never lost anything close to this. But it's not only our country, it's the whole world. The world is suffering so badly. 186 countries at this moment. And that affects us too. But we're a positive force. We're the key to the world, in a sense. And the fact that we're doing well, I see already they're starting to do much better in other parts of the world. That's a great thing, because we're working with the world. And we'll work with China too. We'll work with everybody. But what happened should have never happened. So we had a tremendous morning, a tremendous announcement. It was shocking to even great pros. I watched Maria Bartiromo. I watched Jim Cramer. I watched a lot of people. Joe Kiernan, he was pretty positive. Charles Payne, he was very positive for a long time. A lot of people got it right. They had confidence in me, they had confidence in this team, and they got it right. I think that's the only thing they could base it on. because we were on uncharted territory. I'd like to just say that renewal, restoration, and recovery of the most vulnerable areas of America is going to be my focus. It's going to be a big focus because it's taking care of itself, but we have to help that very vulnerable area. They're vulnerable. It's not right, and we're helping them, and we have helped them in the past, and we're also to opportunity zones, criminal justice reform. Nobody's ever done for the black community what President Trump has done. Think of it. Historically black small colleges and universities. They would come here for money every year for many, many years. After 3 years, I said, why are you doing this? Why do you keep coming here? They said, because we come. I said, don't you get a long-term deal so you don't have to come? The head of one of the very respected colleges looked at me and said, sir, we're like beggars. Every year we have to come to Washington and beg for money. I said, you should have a long-term deal. And we signed a long-term deal, so they don't have to come. I'll miss them. I told him, I'll miss them. I got to know them. But the first year, I didn't think anything of it. The second year, I said, that's strange. Why are you here? And then the third year, not so long ago, same people, the heads of the historically black small colleges and universities, 44 people, maybe a little more than that, a little less than that sometimes. But after 3 years, I said, what are you doing? They said, the past administration did nothing for us. The administration before that did nothing for that. So I'm going to do it. So we did the opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott, who's been fantastic. And by the way, it's one of the great unknowns because the opportunity zones, you don't talk about it. It's one of the most incredible success stories ever in terms of the inner cities and in terms of black and Hispanic and Asian unemployment. Opportunity zones, you ought to do some stories about opportunity zones. Billions and billions of dollars of private money are being invested in putting people to work and getting money that they've never made before. So it's been really a terrific thing. It's now time for us to work together as we rebuild, renew, and recover the great promise of America. And that's true. We're going to work together. It'll all work out. It'll all work out. Some governors may need a little help yet, but I think for the most part they're in good shape. We have fantastic military. We have fantastic National Guard. National Guard was barely used. And these people have done an unbelievable job. They helped the Secret Service at Washington. Secret Service, by the way, are unbelievable. The job they did at the White House is unbelievable. There was never any form of like, oh, gee, this sounds dangerous. All I could see is what I was seeing on television. But they were outside, and the Secret Service was incredible. But we were also helped by the D.C. police, and we were helped by the National Guard. Was unbelievable. They came in, and this was like a piece of cake. And I really am suggesting, because if you look at Minnesota and the great success we had there and other places, I'm suggesting to some of these governors that are too proud in New York, I mean, you see what's going on there. Don't be proud. Get the job done. You'll end up looking much better in the end. Call in the National Guard. Call me. We'll have so many people, more people than you have to dominate the streets. You can't let what's happening happen. It's called dominate the streets. You can't let that happen in New York where they're breaking into stores and all of the things. And by the way, hurting many small businesses. You can't let it happen. Equal justice under the law must mean that every American receives equal treatment in every encounter with law enforcement, regardless of race, color, gender, or creed. They have to receive fair treatment from law enforcement. They have to receive it. We all saw what happened last week. We can't let that happen. Hopefully George is looking down right now and saying, there's a great thing that's happening for our country. There's a great day for him. It's a great day for everybody. This is a great day for everybody. This is a great, great day in terms of equality. It's really what our Constitution requires, and it's what our country is all about. I just want to finish by saying, to save the economy, we passed several pieces of critical legislation, totaling many trillions of dollars, meaning 3. We're set up to do more if we want. I think we should, because we are dominant. For many years, as a bystander, but somebody that loved government, somebody that loved this country, I would watch and study and see, and just, you know, when I say study, naturally study by watching. But if you go back, China was going to catch us in 2019. And that was like a given. You know, you go back 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. It was always, yeah, China will catch America, catch the United States, and in 2019, and then it'll become the dominant economy. Never happened. It's not going to happen. We dominated them over the last year and a half, 2 years. We took in tens of billions of dollars in tariffs that they paid for. I gave some of that money, just a small fraction, to our farmers, which made them whole, more than whole. That's why they're all in business. Made them more than whole, and it came right out of the tariff money. And the reason we didn't pay is because China devalued their currency, and they paid. Plus, they also put additional money to it. Because if they didn't do that, nobody would have bought their product. We made a great deal because of that. That's the only reason we're able to make a good deal, because of the possibility of tariffs. Because China has taken tremendous advantage of the United States. We helped rebuild China. We gave them $500 billion a year. How stupid are the people that represented our country with China and many other countries. But that's all changing. And it was in the process of changing very big. You know, again, China had a very bad year before the plague. And now I think hopefully they're going to have a great year. I want them to have a great year, but we're going to have better years than they ever had. We have a better system, much better system. We made Americans sure of themselves, and we took care of families. We gave benefits, and we sent $1,200 to every individual making less than $75,000 and $4,000 almost dollars to every family of four earning less than $150,000. That's a lot, isn't it? You know, when you think 150, but that's what's happening with our country. If you look at other countries, even countries that you think they're doing well, they don't talk about 150,000 as being median. $150,000. That's tremendous. That's a great tribute to the people of our country. The job surge that we're seeing right now is widespread. Leisure and hospitality added 1.2 million jobs. Construction jobs are up, listen to this, 464,000. Education and health services rose 424,000. Retail trade is up 368,000. And here's the one I like the best. Remember, previous administration, that you need a magic wand for manufacturing. Manufacturing, which we had up to 600,000 jobs prior to the plague, manufacturing rose to 225,000 jobs, up by. So we picked up 225,000 manufacturing jobs. That's very unexpected. Everything that you've seen this morning is unexpected. Even the pros sitting here would understand that, everything. We also smashed expectations on the unemployment rate. The prediction was that the unemployment rate would rise to over 20%, and instead it dropped to around a little more than 13%, slight difference. And this time the greatest comeback in American history. Today is probably, if you think of it, the greatest comeback in American history. But it's not going to stop here. It's going to keep going because so many places are closed. I was watching our great vice president today being interviewed on CNBC. He did a phenomenal job, and he made a statement. He said, this is not going to stop, and 100%. He's always attributing everything to me, but I'll attribute this statement to him. He said, it's not going to stop because the numbers that you're looking at don't include all of those states that are closed. They haven't even opened yet. We're going to be stronger than we were when we were riding high. And our stock market is it's just short of an all-time high. I've had 144 all-time high stock markets during a 3.5-year period. Nobody's ever come close to that, and we're going to do it again. But it's going to be even stronger than last time. When I would say that to you 2-3 months ago, I could see what's happened. I have a good feel. I've always done well with numbers, but I had a feel for it. I said it even the other day. I was saying, I think we're going to have a tremendous next year. I think it's going to be a phenomenal next year. I didn't know it would start this quickly. I thought it would start in August, September, but it started very early. Amazing. It's an amazing thing. But It means that they're likely to return, and all of these jobs that we're talking about now aren't even included because some of our biggest places aren't opened. They're opening up now. I think New York's opening up like as of today, and that's one of our big ones. New Jersey. They're all working hard. The governors are all working hard. To save millions of American lives, we took that unnecessary evil, we took it out of the equation. We had to do what we did. We had a very, very strong push not to do anything. We would have lost so many people. But very importantly, the economy wouldn't have been as good as it is because nobody expected this. I don't think there's anybody sitting here that can say, I want to see it on tape, as opposed to just say, oh, I did that. But some were predicting pretty good numbers, people I mentioned. But we took a tremendous step and a tremendous risk. And we've gone up at a level, and this level is going to be nothing compared to what you see in coming months, and especially next year. So the best strategy to ensure the health of our people moving forward is to focus our resources on protecting high-risk populations like the elderly and those in nursing homes, while allowing younger and healthy Americans to get back to work immediately, and open up our schools, open them up. We understand this disease now. We didn't understand it. Nobody's ever seen it before. It's very tough, very contagious, very mean to certain people. We've learned a lot. We didn't know. Nobody knew anything about it. But we learned a lot. And I have to thank everybody for working so hard. Jared and Mike and the task force and all of the people, the admiral, the general. They were saying, oh, you should use admirals. I said, I did. You should use generals. I said, I did. Used them both. We had some incredible people on the task force. The job they did in getting ventilators built by the thousands, we're giving to Nigeria, to France, to Spain, to Italy, to many, many countries, to UK, they're having a hard time. We're giving them ventilators. It's a great thing. I mean, they're very hard to make. They're long-term items. We mobilized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Just like the Second World War. There hasn't been a mobilization like this since the Second World War, especially ventilators, because it's hard. It's big, it's complex, very complex machinery, computerized all over the place, and very expensive. And we're building thousands a week. Right now, we're building thousands a week. We have all we can use. No governor, you hear the calls, you listen in on those calls. Frankly, you're invited to if you want, but you do anyway, even if you're not invited. And you see what's going on. Every governor, there's not been one patient in this entire massive country, and we didn't have ventilators when we started. The cupboards were empty. The previous administration left us empty cupboards. There isn't one patient, not one, that needed a ventilator that didn't get one. Think of that. And we're talking about millions of people, big country, millions of people. Not one person needed a ventilator that didn't get it. So we want the continued blanket lockdown to end for these states. We may have some embers or some ashes, or we may have some flames coming, but we'll put them out. We'll stomp them out. We understand this now. We'll stomp them out, and we'll stomp them out very, very powerfully. So we've made a big step in our comeback. This was always going to be, 3 months ago I said to you, this is a very important period, this June period, because we're going to learn whether or not this is a very big, powerful R word, recession, or whether this is a hurricane that we recover from very quickly. We recover from in a matter of weeks or days. And we've learned. Again, as good as these numbers are, the best numbers are yet to come because so many areas are still closed or very partially closed. Very few actually are fully open. These numbers are with states, 50 states, and very few are fully opened. Even the ones that are very out there are not fully opened. So we're going to have some tremendous numbers coming in. When you look at the ridership in the airlines, what they've gone, they went from 2% to a number that, if it's correct, I'd be surprised, actually. But it's a very high number. It's great. People are traveling. And you know what? They're traveling in the United States. And they're also driving. And they're building the trailers. They're building a lot of things. They're driving. People are driving. I may have to buy one of those things, drive around town. Maybe I'll drive back to New York with our First Lady in a trailer. What do they call that? An RV, an RV. Well, you should know Indiana's the capital of RVs. I think I'm going to buy an RV and travel from now on in an RV with our First Lady. I don't think anybody would mind that. So we've come together. We're coming together. We've never had a thing happen like this. We were all, including the media, we were all in uncharted territory. We were uncharted. It never happened before. Nobody knew. I couldn't be sure. I felt it. I felt we were very powerful to come back. Hardest decision I ever made was when they all walked in, a big group of people, professionals, very professional people, good people. They said, "Sir, the best thing we can do is close it down." I said, "What are you talking about? We have this incredible, unbelievable country that's never done better, and you want us to close it down? I can't do that. What are you talking about?" And after listening for 10 minutes, didn't take long, I said, "I think we have to close it down." Because of the contagion and because of the power it had with especially certain people. Now, we didn't know the second part. We knew it was highly contagious because it spread like fire. But we didn't know that it hit certain groups of people. That helps us so much in testing and other things. So we're going to protect our elderly. We're going to protect especially our elderly with problems, whether it's heart or diabetes or any problem. It's like a magnet. I mean, you're elderly and you have diabetes or you have a bad heart, it's like a magnet. They say if you're heavy, so I say, thank goodness I'm in perfect shape. Thank goodness. But if you're heavy, it's not good. It's a brutal, brutal thing. And again, I started by saying we're going to have a vaccine soon. I said it a long time ago, based on knowledge. Based on knowledge. I'm meeting with these geniuses. Based on knowledge, I said a long time ago. I said by the end of the year. I think it's going to be a lot sooner than that. And you know, just in finishing about vaccines, we have mobilized the logistics arm of our military. We can move hundreds of thousands of men and women in a very short time. The vaccine is easy by comparison, but we can move hundreds of thousands. It's meant for war. It's not meant for this, but we have our war with the invisible enemy. It's meant for war, but we can move hundreds of thousands. Think of that. Hundreds of thousands in a very short time. The same people are doing the vaccine, and they're fully mobilized. So now I'm going to sign legislation to make important changes to the PPP that will especially help restaurants, hotels, and other businesses that have been very hard hit by the virus. This is going to make it 24 months, and I think you know the legislation as well as I do. I want to thank the Democrats. We had essentially unanimous votes, I think, in the Senate and the House, right? Whether it's unanimous or very close, it's a lot of people. But I want to thank the Democrats. We worked together on it great. And I hope we can get along with the Democrats. It's been a disaster in terms of relationship. But I hope we can get along because it's a great thing for our country. We did all of these numbers and all of this greatness. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. It will soon be greater than it was even before. We did this with discord. We did this with a Senate and a House that were not dealing with us, and we weren't dealing with them either. The level of let's just say the warlike posture is ridiculous because we have a great country. It would make a difference if we could get along, and maybe we can and maybe we can't. I mean, there are a lot of differences. We want low taxes. We want closed borders. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through merit. They want open borders. You can't have open borders, especially now when you have a pandemic. We set a record, by the way, on our southern border. The wall, which you never hear about, is up to 210 miles long. And one of the reasons we're setting a record is we have so much wall built. And we'll have it up to almost 500 miles very early next year. By the end of this year, we'll be over 400 miles. We're up to 210 miles of serious wall. This is a wall that people aren't penetrating. This is a very, very powerful wall. Going to be up there a long time. And it's saved us a lot of anguish and grief, but you don't hear about that. One of the hardest things I've ever had to do is get the money necessary, which is billions of dollars, from a party that was totally opposed to it. They gave me other things. The military we could rebuild wasn't easy in terms of that. That's not their natural instinct. But for the wall, no, you can't have it, can't have it, can't have it. We had 9 court cases on the wall, but we won and we got it. And now nobody talks about it. Nobody even talks about it. But it's great for our country. We have to have borders. And I've said often, I said long before I won on that great November day, seems like a long time ago, 2016, I said, if you don't have borders, you don't have a country. So we have a lot of things to work with the Democrats. If we could work along with them, it would be great. If we don't, we're going to do great as a country anyway. We're going to do great anyway. But if we could work along with the Democrats, and I'm open to it. People say I wouldn't be open. Why would I be open? They did things that they should have never done. And you know what I'm talking about. Should have never done. But I'm totally open to it. But we could go even steps further. But it's already been historic. Nobody has done more in 3.5 years than this administration has done. Nobody has come close to doing the things we've done. We've rebuilt our military. We've cut regulations at a level that nobody's even come close to. And that's whether it's 4 years, 8 years, or in one case, even more than that. Nobody's done anything close. Regulations, low taxes, rebuilt military, take care of our vets. We got choice approved for the vets. So instead of waiting in line for 4 weeks to see a doctor, they can go immediately outside, get a private doctor, we pay for the bill, and the vet is in great shape. And we actually save money, but more importantly, we save their lives, and we save the quality of their life. They were dying. They would come onto a line, they'd have to wait 4 or 5 weeks, they wouldn't be very sick. By the time they see the doctor, they'd be terminally ill. We don't have that anymore. You don't hear any bad stories about the vets anymore. That doesn't mean go out and find them, because tonight you'll be traveling all over the world looking for an unhappy vet. And we got accountability because we had a lot of bad people in the VA. It's called VA accountability, where we can now fire people that don't treat our vets good. We have sadists, we have thieves, we have a lot of bad people. And we can now, it's called VA accountability. Almost 50 years they've been trying to get it. Choice. Almost 50 years they've been trying to get it. For many, many years. I've been hearing about it for years. They've been trying to get VA choice. Choice means you can have a choice of a doctor. You don't have to wait in line if you have a long line. I have to say the VA has great doctors, but you can't get to them very quickly. Now they go outside and they take care of themselves. So we've had a great morning. This is just the beginning. It's going to be incredible. I'm going to sign our very important piece of legislation. Again, thank you very much to the Democrats. And then we're going to have a couple of words by a few of the people standing alongside of me. I want to thank them so much. And we'll talk to you soon.
Mr. President, why haven't you a plan to systemic racism? Mr. President, why haven't you laid out a plan to address systemic racism?
I'd like to sign this bill. This is a very different thing. And by the way, what's happened to our country and what you now see, it's been happening, is the greatest thing that can happen for race relations, for the African American community, for the Asian American, for the Hispanic American community, for women, for everything.
What's your plan?
Because our country is so strong, and that's what my plan is. We're going to have the strongest economy in the world. We almost are there now. We had the strongest economy anywhere in the world, and now we're going to have an economy that's even stronger.
Sir, how would a better economy?
I'd like to sign this.
Yeah, just to follow up, how would a better economy have protected George Floyd? Sure, I'll ask after. Will you take questions after, sir?
Black unemployment went up by 0.1%. Asian American unemployment went up by 0.5%. How is that a victory?
You are something.
How is that a victory?
Thank you very much. I have to say, though, it's been an honor. This is such a great achievement. I feel so good about it. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Mike, would you say a few words, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and today's a great day for America. The American comeback begins today. And, Mr. President, it is a tribute to the strong decisions that you made early on to put the health of America first, from suspending all travel from China to calling on the American people to embrace the kind of mitigation practices to practice social distancing, to endure 45 days to slow the spread. The way you worked in a bipartisan way, we want to thank members of both parties in the Congress for working with us to provide relief for families, small businesses, and enterprises across the country. Today's numbers, historic as they are a testament to the to the leadership that you've provided, Mr. President, on mitigation, on recovery, and as you directed the White House Coronavirus Task Force. They're also a tribute to the fact that states across the country, now all 50 states, are reopening our country. Even before we came to the end of the 45 days, you directed us to give guidance to state governors and all the states and territories to safely and responsibly reopen. And now all of our states are in the process of doing that. It's remarkable to think that 2.5 million jobs and declining unemployment number actually dates to surveys done in mid-May. Mr. President, it's remarkable that we can see all across the country that that this is a snapshot today of the comeback that was taking place the better part of a month ago. But because of the guidance you gave to the American people in mitigation, and because of the recovery efforts that bipartisan members of Congress supported at your direction, and ultimately because we are reopening the country, we've begun a great American comeback. So I want to thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank members of Congress that were with us. I join you in thanking all of the incredible healthcare workers across the country, including our team on the task force and health officials at every level, governors that have been our partners. But ultimately, today is a tribute to the American people. Mr. President, I know that you've said again and again this morning that it was because the patient was strong in the beginning, because the policies that you put into place to cut taxes, roll back regulation, unleash American energy, fight for free and fair trade, we created more than 7 million jobs. And today, the strength and resilience of the American people is shining through. And this is their day. Congratulations, America. The comeback begins.
Thank you, Mike. And I think very importantly, because it's a great state and you have so many great states involved with energy, but we had basically a disaster just a month ago. We had a disaster with respect to energy. It was down to zero. It was worthless. And that's 5 million jobs, maybe much more than that indirectly, probably close to 10 million jobs, energy jobs in Texas, in North Dakota, in Oklahoma, and many other states. New Mexico, great state, great energy state it's become. And we saved that industry in a short period of time. And you know who helped us? Saudi Arabia and Russia. And then we got Mexico to do what they really had to do. And I want to thank the president of Mexico. He was terrific. In the end, he was terrific. But we saved the energy industry. That would have been catastrophic to lose it. And now it's up to almost $40 a barrel. And people would have said that's impossible. But we got Saudi Arabia, Russia, and others to cut back very substantially. OPEC plus. We call it OPEC plus. But they were the leaders. And we appreciate that very much. Could I ask Kevin and Larry to say a few words, please?
Thank you, sir. I'll be brief as I can. I know it's pretty darn hot.
I haven't noticed it. Is it hot? Nobody hot.
You're pretty good at it. So, preceding this number were a number of green shoots, as we call them in economics or finance. And as the president has mentioned, things like Apple mobility, traveling indexes, the housing applications for new homes are skyrocketing. New businesses and new business applications are skyrocketing. So we've seen a lot of pieces of evidence. The key to today's number, 2.5 million payrolls and 3.8 million households from which the unemployment comes. The key is that those who were temporarily laid off have gone back to work, 3 million some odd. And that's because of the reopening, and that's because of the success of the president and vice president's mitigation policies, which had to be taken. Now the reopening begins. Here's a footnote. At May 12th, for the week the survey was taken, a little less than 50% of small businesses had reopened. According to the Chamber of Commerce, the most recent number in late May, early June, 80%, 79% of small business have reopened. So we're going to see more continued progress in the June jobs numbers when they come out. And I want to add also, my friend and colleague, Secretary Stephen Mnuchin's leadership on the payroll protection program has kept people on temporary call, have kept them furloughed, but they knew they were going to come back. The PPP has distributed $510 billion and has probably saved as much as 50 million jobs. And overall, we've extended tax rebates and other payments, 159 million Americans for nearly $275 billion. The rescue package works. It was the largest in American history. Now, we are seeing weekly unemployment claims coming down, continued claims coming down. The 13.3% unemployment rate has come down. And I think, as the President has noted, these trends will continue. This was a sharp, tough, heartbreaking pandemic contraction. It's not a typical economic contraction. It was like a bad hurricane or a bad snowstorm. There's a lot of heartache in that, and there's a lot of hardship in that, absolutely. But they're sharp and fast, and they recover fast. And we are beginning to see this rapid recovery, which I believe will extend well into the third quarter and the fourth quarter. We're still looking for some 20% economic growth in Qs 3 and 4, and a big number in 2021 as we move forward with presidential policies of lower taxes and regulations and energy and fair and reciprocal trade deals that created a phenomenal economy before the pandemic and can recreate and rebuild that phenomenal economy afterwards. And I bring in my great pal, Kevin Hassett.
Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And today is a historic day, but as you remind us, there's still a lot of work left to do. That there were 18 million people that said that they expected to be reemployed. 3 million of them came back, and it shocked economists that it happened so fast. But there's still a lot of work to do, and that's what you've instructed us to do, is to give you options so that we can get everybody else in the country back to work. And I think that the main economic lesson I take from what we've seen, in addition to Secretary Mnuchin's incredible work getting the programs enacted quickly, is that the Vice President's leadership with the task force, right at the very beginning, you put out guidance for businesses and for governors about how to open safely. And because the guidance was so scientifically based, people did so with confidence. And you would never have a jobs number like what we saw today without the confidence that I think was generated by your leadership, Mr. Vice President, and Dr. Birx and the rest of her team. So thank you so much for your service, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to add, we'll be going for a payroll tax cut. We think that'll be incredible in terms of what we're doing because, again, we're going to be bigger, stronger, better than we ever were. That's going to be a tremendous incentive for businesses and also a great incentive, and maybe, to me, most importantly, for the workers. So we're going to be asking for a payroll tax cut. We'll be asking for additional stimulus money because once we get this going, it'll be far bigger and far better than we've ever seen in this country. That includes as of 3 or 4 months ago when everyone thought it was great, and it was great. And we're going to be doing things for restaurants and various pieces of the entertainment industry, which will be an incentive, whether it's deductions or whatever, but Steve Mnuchin's going to be working on that because the restaurants will be a little bit harder to come back. Although I must tell you, Mike, I've seen some tremendous numbers from restaurants, but we're looking at doing something in terms of an incentive with taxes. It could be deductions, it could be something else, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon. But we will be asking, despite the numbers and how good they are, because we will be so far ahead of everybody else if we do what we're doing. Our borrowing cost now is 0. So we're paying no interest, which is very good. And I just want to thank everybody. I'd like to ask Steve Mnuchin to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President. And again, I want to especially thank the Senate and the House for working with us in another example of overwhelming bipartisan support that is helping American business and American workers. Mr. President, this legislation is a direct result of you invited in leaders from the restaurant industry and the hotel industry. These are 2 areas that have been especially hard hit. The restaurants' #1 ask was extending the PPP for 24 weeks, and this legislation delivers on this. So it is great to see the $500 billion that we've put to work in small business make its way into the economy, and now you see it in these numbers in them bringing more people back to work. So not only did this save jobs, but we now see people coming back to work, and we look forward to working with Congress on bipartisan issues to make sure we get every American back at work that was unfortunately laid off as a result of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I built some veggies I just had to oppose, and started talking about them GMOs, like how they reduce fertility and mutated those poor lab mice. When given the option, they prefer organic corn and rice. Braiding tomatoes with fish DNA, and Monsanto thinks that's just okay. The company that brought us Agent Orange took poison to new chemical heights, gaining control of all our food, including corn, soy, and rice. I am mad at Monsanto and how they put inside the genes of our veggies their own pesticide. They make growth hormone that they give to cows to make more milk and make us rid of all the FDA laws. Protection from contamination, industrial farms, cars, and cross-pollination. If you want good food, then grow it, you know it, and your body will show if you can't make it legit. But at least get up to farmer's market, don't blow it. Don't go to a store, I'm not gonna spend my life eating decor. I could tell that you agreed with me when I saw you eating strawberry pie. That you want your cheese, potato, peas, more by my zucchini squash. Yeah, your apple pie caught my eye for my big bed kale bunch. Until you got a healthy diet, don't even call me for lunch. Is it right to splice? Is it even nice? I think no. Is it plastic? Is it organic? It's alright to know. Is it plastic? Organic? It's alright to know. Contrails that don't fade away, they just stay there, spread out to a white haze that's in our air. Crisscrossing airplanes, spray stuff that contains chemtrails. Woo! Every day they spray us with those chemtrails. Woo! Keeping people sick with all those chemtrails. Just geoengineering for population clearing, poisoning our immune systems with chemtrails. Look, aluminum and barium in chemtrails. Look, heavy metal cocktails in those chemtrails. Look, not contrails or white vapor trails, but chemtrails. Look.
Hello, everyone. The transition to greatness has officially begun. Friday's jobs report was encouraging, to say the absolute least. The jobs in this country, we had more than 2.5 million added. The prediction was that 7.5 million jobs would be lost. This was a 10 million swing toward the positive side, and in fact, the greatest number of jobs created in a single month on record. That is extraordinary. 225,000 manufacturing jobs, 464,000 construction jobs, and 1.2 million leisure and hospitality jobs were all added in May. Beyond that, the number of workers who reported being on temporary layoffs decreased by 2.7 million in May. And more than that, and this was a great number that was pointed out to me today by the CEA, 300,000 jobs were created for Black Americans in particular. That's in May, and that was a 1.7% increase, so very encouraging numbers there from the CEA that they highlighted for me, BLS numbers that they highlighted. May's jump in average weekly hours also is an encouraging sign, because increasing hours is a sign that employers need to hire more workers to meet demand. For all private sector employees, average weekly hours increased by 0.5% to 34.7 hours, the highest level since the series began in 2006. 73% of small businesses are open. That is up from the 52% right before the April jobs report reference period. Also, workplace visits are up roughly 40% from its pandemic low. The stock market is absolutely soaring. We saw with the S&P that it had its greatest 50-day rally in history. The Dow, likewise, is also booming. The markets clearly have confidence in President Trump, the jobs president who created the hottest economy in modern history once and will do it again. Also, commentators and economists have noted how great this jobs report was. Yesterday, we saw Mohamed El-Arian, the chief economic advisor at Allianz, say this will go down in history as the biggest positive data shock for the markets and the economy, and you saw how surprised the markets were. They surged on Friday, capping a strong week with the NASDAQ closing at a record high. He said it was also very surprising to the economists. Not a single one thought that we would create jobs. Everybody expected the unemployment rate would go up. It did not. Also, senior economic correspondent at the New York Times, Neil Irwin, noted that we have to think that the May employment numbers count as a strong win for PPP supporters. Obviously, the president signed that into law and has been a big cheerleader of the PPP. Typical economists missed it by 10 million, as I noted at the top of the briefing. 10 million. That's bigger than the entire state of Michigan nearly, and that's how much economists were off. Why is this happening? Well, it's happening because America has taken note of the fact that we have a president who ushered in the hottest economy in modern history, record low unemployment for Black Americans, for Hispanic Americans, for the disabled, for our veterans. Paychecks were beginning to rise under the President Donald Trump economy. We have the great jobs creator in office, and America clearly has confidence in this president. You have a president who fundamentally understands how to put this country back to work, and we saw that in action with the Friday jobs report. And with that, I'll take questions. So start with John.
Kelly, what's the president's thinking on this growing movement to either defund or dismantle police forces across the country, and what reforms does the president think would be appropriate in the wake of the George Floyd killing?
Yeah, it's a really good question. The president is appalled by the defund the police movement. The fact that you have sitting congresswomen wanting to defund the police, notably Rashida Tlaib, notably Biden advisor AOC Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a former Clinton and Eric Holder spokesperson Brian Fallon, wanting to defund our police across this country. It is extraordinary. And when you think the left has gone far, and they couldn't possibly go farther, because we all remember the defund ICE movement. They want to defund immigration and custom enforcement, and now they want to defund the police. This is extraordinary. This is rolling back the protective layers that protect Americans in their homes and in their places of business. He's appalled by it, and it's remarkable to hear this coming from today's Democrat Party. As for solutions, he's talking through a number of proposals, no announcements on that, but he definitely, as he's noted, recognizes the horrid injustice done to George Floyd and is taking a look at various proposals.
Does the president agree with any of the mayors across the country who are saying, I think we can take some of the money from policing and put it toward other programs that could be effective in community development, which could lead to the potential for a lesser need for policing?
Well, let's be clear. If the mayor of LA wants to defund police, take money away from police, Mayor de Blasio, the mayor of New York, wants to take money away from police, that means cutting of police. That means reducing police departments. That means defunding police departments, if not getting rid of them entirely. No, he does not agree with that, and the rest of America does not agree with that.
I have two questions for you. As you are going over your reforms and what you think is needed, does the president feel that there is systemic racism in law enforcement?
The president's been very clear there are injustices in society. I've noted several for you that he's pointed out as a Republican primary candidate, noting the Sandra Bland video was absolutely horrible, noting George Floyd. There's a civil rights investigation into that. He definitely believes there are instances of racism, but look, he believes our law enforcement are the best in the world. He believes that by and large they are good people. The 750 who were injured defending this country from rioters and Antifa in the streets, as to be distinguished from the peaceful protesters, those 750 officers who were hurt defending our country were heroes, as was David Dorn, a police officer who lost his life, and Patrick Underwood, who also lost his life in the last week or so.
He doesn't think that there is systemic racism in law enforcement.
He believes most of our police officers are good, hardworking people, and there's a lot of evidence of that, and he has great faith in our police department.
Okay, well, my second question, does he still believe that NFL players who kneel as a form of protest against police brutality should be fired?
The president is very much against kneeling in general. The president has made clear for years that kneeling is tied to our national anthem, that it does not respect our military men and women across this country. He's not a fan of the kneeling movement. He's made that very clear, particularly because he thinks it's disrespectful to our military, as the kneeling originated at the kneeling during the national anthem.
Do you think they should be fired?
I have no comments on that. He is against the kneeling movement, though, as he's noted on Twitter as recently as a few days ago.
Say yes, he does still think they should be fired?
I have no information on that, and I have not talked to him about that.
Is
Yes.
there anything in the Democrats' Policing Act that the administration supports?
Yeah, that legislation, first of all, the text of it hasn't even been given to us. I've not talked with the president about that yet. He hasn't reviewed it yet. He's looking at a number of proposals, but there are some non-starters in there, I would say, particularly on the immunity issue. You had A.G. Barr saying this weekend he was asked about reduced immunity, and he said, I don't think we need to reduce immunity to go after the bad cops, because that would result certainly in police pulling back, which is not advisable. So he hasn't reviewed the legislation, but A.G. Barr, as a member of the administration, noted this prior to the proposal coming out.
Does the administration support the banning of the use of chokeholds?
Look, the president, again, hasn't reviewed this piece of legislation. The president is looking at what's a state issue, what's a federal issue right now. He's currently reviewing proposals, actually, on this very topic about police reform, so I'll leave it to him and not get ahead of him on that. But certainly we believe that the appropriate amount of force should be used in any police interaction with an individual.
But 2 weeks after all of this civil unrest, why does the White House not have a plan? The president said on Friday that his plan for combating racism is a strong economy. How does that work?
Look, that's an important part of combating racism, is making sure that there's equal opportunity for Black Americans in this country. This president, we hear a lot of words from Democrats about criminal justice reform, that they wanted this. Well, they got it with President Trump reducing racial sentencing disparities via the First Step Act. Democrats talk about economic opportunity for Black Americans and people in vulnerable communities, and this president has done that with opportunity zones. It was a good start, more than 900 places, creating private investment to help people get on their feet to start businesses in this country. HBCUs, record funding. This president has repeatedly, through his actions, stood up for the Black community, and a big piece of that is absolutely economic reform. And I'd finally note on the point of economic reform, the USMCA, these trade deals, the TPP, making sure that didn't take place, that directly advantaged hardworking men and women in Detroit who wanted their auto jobs. So his reformation with trade, and also opportunity zones is helping to ensure that Americans of all races have the same opportunity in the economic playing
You're
field.
saying he will eventually have a police reform plan.
He's looking at various proposals, so I won't get ahead of him. No announcements on that front, but he has been looking at them over the last few days. Yes. Yes.
Kaylee, there are reports that the administration is going to be pulling troops from Germany. Can you say how many and when and where are they going?
Yeah, what I would say on that is, first, we have no announcements at this time. I know there's reporting out there, but as of this moment, there are no announcements. The president's continually reassessing the best posture for the United States military forces and our presence overseas. We remain committed to working with our strong allies.
Will he consult Angela Merkel before making a final decision?
I'll leave that to the president. Again, no announcements at this time.
And just one final, the new Lafayette Square fencing, do you have any indication on when that might be removed or taken down, since the protests have become more peaceful, and who makes that decision?
Yeah, I don't have any announcements with regard to the fencing. That's not something that's in White House control in terms of securing the perimeter. But what I would say is the president has recognized that the protests have largely been peaceful. Why have they been peaceful? It's because of the actions taken by this administration. If you'll notice, Minneapolis was in chaos until the National Guard came in, and then it was secure. You had outside here in Lafayette Park, I noted the 750 law enforcement officers that were injured across the country. Well, 1/5 of those were in D.C. and the vast majority in Lafayette Park. And once the National Guard came in, D.C. was secure. That Monday decision by the president of encouraging governors to surge the National Guard made the difference. And the president's recognized now that the protests are peaceful. He's recommended a winding down of the National Guard, very peaceful protest over the weekend. So with regard to the security of the building, not a decision for the White House, would refer you to Secret Service and Park Services on that. But the president has recognized the peaceful protesting and is encouraged by that. Yes, Jen.
Kaylee, on Hong Kong,
Can you say when will the administration revoke Hong Kong's trade status? And also, do you think that that move will be the only thing the administration does? Is there something else planned? And do you think that China will listen? Are you seeing any signs of China relenting on Hong Kong?
Yeah, we haven't seen any updates from China thus far. No announcements with regard to the timing of that, but the president has been very clear that China has replaced its promise of one country, two systems with one country, one system, which is what led the administration to make the announcement that it would begin eliminating policy exemptions that were given to Hong Kong, the special treatment that they once had.
Kaylee?
Yes, Steve.
Is there any, a week after what we saw in Lafayette Park last Monday night, are there any people here in this building who believe that, or does the president believe that perhaps things went the way they shouldn't have gone? Is there any regret on the part of the president or anyone here about how people were treated, people who were peacefully protesting, and how they were rushed out so violently?
No, there's no regrets on the part of this White House because, look, I'd note that many of those decisions were not made here within the White House. It was AG Barr who made the decision to move the perimeter. Monday night, Park Police also had made that decision independently when they saw all of the violence in Lafayette Square. And when, before these protesters were moved by Park Police and they issued that tactical order, there were 3 loud warnings. And as I believe it was AG Barr on Face the Nation noted, that some of those protesters moved back and adhered to the warning, but others of those protesters started hurling objects, and that was unacceptable. And Park Police acted as they felt they needed to at that time in response, and we stand by those actions.
The country and the world saw this violent clash between people who were otherwise peacefully protesting, but really the president is not sorry for the way things went?
No, the president is sorry about the fact that Antifa wreaked havoc in our streets and the failure of some members of the media to note that. Like CNN's Chris Cuomo said, show me where it says protesters are supposed to be peaceful. Well, I'd point him to the First Amendment where it says that you have the right to, quote, peaceably assemble. He should go back and read the Constitution. There are many others out there, like Don Lemon, saying that rioting is a mechanism to restructure our country. Burning down St. John's, using a pick to literally like carve out, as we saw in that video, concrete from the sidewalk to hurl at officers, that's not peacefully protesting. The actions of the rioters were not in keeping with the First Amendment. And I think the media needs to recognize there's a discernment between the peaceful protesters, many of whom I've seen, and the rioters. And yes, America will act against rioters. And yes, under President Trump, he will not allow burning buildings, 150 federal buildings to be defaced, and 750 law enforcement officers to be injured in our country.
Can I ask you one more about the
Yes,
president?
Ryan. I like the blue suit.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
a really snazzy look. Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, you do know that the burning of St. John's happened on Sunday nights, and a lot of the violence that you were talking about, that happened on Sunday night. What he was asking about was Monday, when, as anyone who was down there knows, it was almost exclusively peaceful, especially in the moments before the chemical munitions were used on those protesters. So do you just want to clarify that about the burning of St. John's? Because that happened on a different day.
Yeah, the burning of St. John's is what prompted the decision to move the perimeter. It's what prompted Park Police to say that evening the perimeter must be moved. It's what prompted, it's what prompted AG Barr to agree with that decision on Monday morning that the perimeter needed to be moved. But when you hurl objects at Park Police, when you don't move after 3 orders are given, Park Police acted appropriately. When the shield of Park Police was batted down, when one person tried to grab a Park Police officer's weapon, that's not peaceful by any definition of the word.
And one question on
Yeah.
the area in front of the White House is now officially known as Black Lives Matter Plaza. Does the president agree with that decision?
I haven't talked to him about it. Haven't mentioned that to him. Yes.
Kaylee, does he agree in general the way that Mitt Romney stated over the weekend he does with the core message of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, Mitt Romney can say 3 words outside on Pennsylvania Avenue, but I would note this, that President Trump won 8% of the black vote. Mitt Romney won 2% of the black vote. I believe President Trump, people across the country recognize that while Mitt Romney has a lot of words, notably he said that 47% of the nation is dependent upon government, believes they are victims, believes that the government has a responsibility to care for them. Those were Mitt Romney's words not too long ago. The president takes great offense to those words. That's not America. Guess what America is? It's when given opportunity via a Trump opportunity zone, belief that Americans all races can rise to the occasion and achieve. Belief in HBCUs and giving record funding to HBCUs, because we need to enable education in our country and school choice. Those kind of actions on the part of the president stand in stark contrast with the very empty words of Senator Romney. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. As you have noted, the president has talked about the protest, he's talked about the death of George Floyd, but he still hasn't given a formal address to the nation. Why is that, and are there plans for him to do that anytime soon?
So the president has addressed the nation on this. I know several media outlets chose not to cover it, but when he was down in Florida last Saturday, he said, and I have the whole thing here, as he said many times, the death of George Floyd on the streets of Minneapolis was a grave tragedy. It should never, ever have happened. He spent several minutes going through this. In fact, half of his speech saying, I understand the pain that people are feeling. We support the right of peaceful protesters. We hear their pleas. And he went on and on and on. He said on Monday, I am your president of law and order and an ally of peaceful protesters. So he has said it. Some in the media have chosen not to cover it. Those words are out there and they're documented. Yes. Ebony. Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, we're hearing a very optimistic message from the president about the jobs numbers and the stock market recovery. But in an executive order on Thursday night, the president said that he had determined that without intervention, the U.S. faced the likelihood of a long economic recovery with persistent high unemployment. I'm just wondering why we're hearing two messages from the president and how the American people are supposed to feel about the economy for the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, the president sees Friday as a great stride toward what he ultimately wants, which is this rearing economy that we had where paychecks were growing and at the fastest for low-income workers. We were at a very good place before he chose to stop the economy to save 2.1 million lives potentially. So he took the action that was necessary at the time. He wants to get us back to that place we were at. He's the one who can do it. He's noted there's going to be a time of recovery. He thinks that Q4 will be good, next year will be great. Monday was a great and unexpected note that the market believes in this president, that employers believe in this president, that they believe they can open their doors in the Trump economy. So it was a note of a great first step of progress, but rest assured there are many more steps that we have to take to get back to the hottest economy in modern history, but we will get there under President Trump. Yes.
Sure, okay. Sticking with the economy, New York City began reopening its economy today after a very long lockdown. Does President Trump think we need another coronavirus stimulus package? And if so, what would he want to see in it before he signs it?
Yeah, he's remained open to a phase 4. There was some discussion about this. There was a meeting last week at the White House about that, actually. So won't get ahead of him, but he has said there are several things he wants. Payroll tax holiday was one of them because that directly advantages low-income workers. Several other things that he would like to see in the package. Won't get ahead of him, but he's certainly still open to a phase 4. But it can't be, as he's noted, just state and local bailouts for blue states that have run their states into the ground because of decades of Democrat policies.
Chanel. Thank you, Kaylee. Would President Trump support an actual increase in police funding to help offset some of the damage that could be waged on departments that are defunded across the country?
Yeah, so again, that would be getting ahead of the president on that exact proposal, but he's been very clear he does not support defunding the police in any way, shape, or form. He noted, in fact, just a little bit ago to me that we have seen violent crime come down in this country. And why, at the time when violent crime's coming down, why would we defund the police, who are in large part responsible for helping America to get to a place where our streets are safe? So I would point you to that and before getting ahead of the president on a specific policy.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up to that?
Louis.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about defunding the police movement, what's going on. How does it impact the crime scenario here?
You said, sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Defunding the police, how does it impact the crime scenario here? The crime rates are going up. Do you think that will impact the crime?
Yeah, absolutely. Here? Look, our police officers are the ones who are defending this country and making sure that we have law and order in our streets, and there's no more evidence of that than just taking a look at the raw numbers. Our police are described as the blue line in American society between peace and chaos, between order and anarchy, and that thin blue line has done quite a bit. Just looking at 2018 numbers. Murder arrests, 11,970. Robbery arrests, 88,130. Aggravated assault, 395,800. Violent crime arrests, 495,900. That's police officers who are doing the arresting. You eliminate police officers, you will have chaos, crime, and anarchy in the streets, and that's something that's unacceptable to the president.
Do you think this
Frank?
is political in nature? The
Sorry?
entire movement is political in nature? Is politically motivated, this movement?
This movement, what the president believes is, look, when you look at, I would just take at their own words, Black Lives Matter DC, and Black Lives Matter DC said Black Lives Matter means defund the police. So if that's what the movement means, of course the president stands against defunding the police. All Black Lives Matter, including the life of David Dorn, who perished in the last week and a half, including Patrick Underwood, who also lost his life this week. All Black Lives Matter, but in terms of the movement Black Lives Matter, they define themselves as defund the police, and that's something this president stands against. Frank.
Yes. Blacks are disproportionately arrested and disproportionately incarcerated in this country, and when they return to society, they are often denied the right to vote, sometimes for the rest of their lives. Is the president concerned about this disparity, and does the president favor restoring the rights of all those who complete their sentences so that they can participate in the 2020 election?
So I haven't spoken to him on that issue specifically, but what I would note is your question does edge on the notion of criminal justice reform. Obviously, someone who's wrongfully incarcerated, that we need to address that situation. And the president has, with the First Step Act, a great piece of legislation that says pregnant women can't be shackled when they're having their baby in jail. These are basic, common sense, human decency reforms that the president put in place. The sentencing disparities that are at play because of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, that crime bill, which has been derided, and rightfully so, by civil rights leaders. This president helped in part to rectify that. And I'd note that the First Step Act, the beneficiaries, more than 90% have been Black Americans. So this is a president who's always stood on the side of justice, but I have not spoken to him about that specifically. Is there anyone who I haven't gotten to?
Could you ask him about that?
Emily.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question on behalf of myself and then one from a colleague who couldn't be here.
Sure.
So many complaints were made against Derek Chauvin prior to the death of George Floyd. And I was wondering if President Trump believes that disciplinary records and complaints against police, as well as police personnel files, should be accessible to the public. States have differing laws on this, but should there be a minimum national standard on police transparency with respect to these complaints and records?
Yes, it's a good question, but again, it would get to what the president's going to propose going forward, so I won't address that or get ahead of that. But the particular incidents you referenced of George Floyd, it was egregious, and that needs to be looked at and is being looked at, not just at the state level, but at the level of the DOJ as well.
Thank you. And from a colleague, does President Trump urge Prince Andrew to comply with his Department of Justice's request for an interview in the case against Jeffrey Epstein?
I haven't spoken to him about that, so I would not get ahead of him on that. John.
Kayla, a couple of questions on coronavirus, if I could. Is there any thought being given to returning to, if not a daily coronavirus briefing, frequent coronavirus briefings? And on the reopenings, the president said some weeks back that he would continue to monitor the situation, and that if any states were doing things that he didn't think were appropriate, he would step in to intervene. Has the president, in any of these reopenings, particularly as coronavirus cases are increasing, which could be due in part due to increased testing, is he seeing anything that gives him concern?
So I would note this. First, Dr. Burke sent me some new information before coming out here that new cases have stabilized, and many of the new cases are being identified through proactive monitoring and finding asymptomatic cases. Today, we saw the lowest new mortality report since the end of March, less than 500, and testing continues to expand with over 20 million done and more than 6% of Americans being tested, and in 7 states, nearly 10% of the population. So we are heading in a positive direction, even as we begin to safely reopen.
But again, has the president seen anything that causes him concern?
I would note again the encouraging signs put forward by Dr. Birx. He's seen the country safely reopen, and I would also just note some of the media contradictions here, certainly not referring to you specifically, John, but just a little more broadly, that there isn't an outcry about social distancing among the protests. And I mean, I saw one network with footage of the Ozarks and complaining about social distancing in the Ozarks, and then seamlessly transitioning into protest footage and not suggesting that there was a problem with the lack of social distancing. So I think we have to be very consistent here. And one note that I really wanted to get in, should have weaved it in earlier, but I think it's important, is just there's so much focus on our police officers right now. There are absolute cases of injustices. Our heart breaks for those cases, but I just want to note some of the great things our police have done last year alone. In Alaska, retired cop Kim Castro jumped in freezing water to help victims to safety after a plane crash. In Idaho, a woman said, "He saved my son's life," commenting on a cop who saved her disabled son. In Maine, a detective was killed while helping a motorist. In Rhode Island, a baby who was choking was saved by an officer. In Maryland, an officer was hailed for intervening in an active shooting incident. North Carolina, police thwarted a mass shooting. In Ohio, police took down a mass shooter at a bar. In Wisconsin, a terminally ill girl was visited by 40 officers and canines. In New York, Officers Bies and Officer Roman of the NYPD responded to an incident involving a homeless man. They bought him new glasses, a haircut, and a new suit, and they helped him to find a job. In Detroit, Michigan, an officer helped a homeless man struggling to shave in the streets. In Virginia, officers could be seen playing with little girls, playing dolls with them on the street. And in Arizona, Charlie called 911 asking for a Happy Meal mistakenly, and police delivered. This is who our great law enforcement officers are, and we should remember that. Thank you so much.
Not like there was a guarantee from the CDC that flu shot that they're giving me will overcome every flu everywhere in the world. Walgreens has a coupon 'cause they care what is best for everyone. They told me all of this would still be free 'cause they care for me. These corporations and scientists that they all fund with the grains and the stats I don't trust. Now people always scold me with their narrow point of view, that I'm unborn and the doctor is smart. But science always taught me to stay away from mercury, and it's not about the mall, it's just called the aerosol. And that vaccine is just a cover to hurt the world and make us all the dumber. And with all the lies they spun, I say we must succumb to mandatory vaccination. Some practitioners just following procedures, then some children reacting with crazy seizures. Then it seems it's mercury poisoning each innocent one, either now crippled or even dead. Oh, they're dead. Every baby is barely an immunity, and we give them some 30 shots. Why even have B anymore by the time 13? Bill Gates actually told me if we help solve this overpopulation. And I don't care what you tell me, that ain't philanthropy. You talk about us all in the context of a call. That vaccine is just a cover to hurt the world and make us all the dumber. And with all the lies they spun, they say we must succumb to mandatory vaccination.
CO2 that you want to get to zero, and that's going to be based on the number of people. We've got population that has to get to zero. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero. Population. And somehow we have to make changes that will bring that down to zero. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. But until we get near to zero, the temperature will continue to rise.
He said we're the problem, and vaccines ought to trim that down. And Billy G is not a good guy. He's just eugenics, and he's not saving lives. Programming kids with Common Core, a computer we need. Now a bitch to bigger money.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We had some crowd coming in. I don't know. You have a lot of people up here, a lot more than people think. And they're great people. And they like Trump. That I can tell you. Well, we had a lot of people. We got off Air Force One and we came and the roads were packed. 5 deep, 10 deep in some cases. I have to be very careful because I have the fake news back there. They'll say it was only 2 deep. There were some areas where it was only 1 deep, and they'll end up putting me on the front page. But we had some fantastic crowd, and I just want to thank you all. You're very special people, and this is a great plant, and it's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I also want to thank Scott. I'm thrilled to be back in the magnificent state of Maine. As you know, you treated me very nicely in the last election, 2016. You treated me very nicely. I needed the 1 point. Now I'd like to win the whole state. Could you mind, please? Okay. Maine and Nebraska, they cut them in half and they say one way, the other. I don't know, you have the double, that's okay. But this one we had tremendous turnout, and we did very well in both parts, actually. But it's a great state, and we just solved a big lobster fisherman problem. We gave 5,000 acres of water. We gave you your rights back. It was taken away by the previous administration, and it was disgraceful. So with a stroke of the pen, you're fishermen like me, maybe even more than you like me, okay? It could be. But it was a great thing. But I just want to say hello to the hardworking men and women of Puritan Medical Products, great company. The incredible workers of this company have carried on the noble tradition of American manufacturing excellence for more than 100 years. Now our nation is turned to you as we massively increase our unrivaled testing capacity. We're at, as an example, 20 million tests. Germany's at 4 million. South Korea, which you heard so much about, they're doing a good job. They're at about 3 million. We're well over 20 million. Very shortly, we'll be well over 20 million tests. Remember this, when you have more tests, you have more cases. I say to my people, every time we test, you find cases because we do more testing. So if we have more cases, if we wanted to do testing in China or in India or other places, I promise you there'd be more cases. But we're doing a great job with the testing, and you're doing a fantastic job in getting out the swabs. On behalf of the entire nation, I want to thank you. You're building a big addition right alongside, you know that? So you're going to have a lot more jobs coming here in a very short period of time. Puritan is one of the only manufacturers in the world producing the high-quality medical swabs that are crucial for the rapid testing. And every swab you make at Puritan is proudly stamped with a beautiful phrase, "Made in the USA." Do you like that phrase? Beautiful phrase. Thanks to the testing capacity that you're making possible, our country is reopening and our economy is recovering like nobody would have thought possible. I guess you all saw the news today, right? It was unbelievable. Earlier today it was announced that the U.S. economy added 2.5 million jobs. In May, it was supposed to lose 9 million, during this period, transition period. I call it transition to greatness, but it's coming a little earlier than I thought. And that's okay. I don't like to be wrong on the other side, but earlier is okay. But it was supposed to be 9 million. If you watch, I don't know if anybody watches the business shows, but I'm watching this morning, and they thought it was a typographical error because it was supposed to be 9. And before the show, or during the show, they're predicting, comes out the job numbers, very famous job numbers. And it comes out at 8:30 in the morning, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on and turn it on, and they're predicting, no, I think it's going to be more than 9 million jobs lost during the period prior to going back up. And another one said, no, 8.5, no 11, no 10, all geniuses. And now it's 8:30, you hear a bell go off, and the woman gets it in this case, and she's going, well, it's only 3 million jobs lost. And then a couple of seconds later, she goes, wait a minute, this isn't jobs lost, this is jobs gained. And it's almost 3 million jobs gained. And she thought she had a typographical error, and what happened was incredible. And the market went through it, finished very, very high, almost, I guess, around 900 points up. And our stock market is booming, and our jobs are booming. And, you just have to look at a place like this. You just have to get off the plane and ride here, and you see the spirit of Maine and other places, It's amazing. It's amazing. So we absolutely shattered expectations, and this is the largest monthly jobs increase in American history. Think of that. That's a long time, right? By far. I think it's more than double or about double of what our highest was before. So this is the largest monthly job increase in American history. How about that? And we're going to have a phenomenal next year. We're going to have a tremendous couple of months prior to the election on November 3rd. Very, very important date. It's going to be a very important election because the only thing that can screw it up is if you get the wrong president and they raise your taxes and they open up your borders so that everybody pours into our country. COVID or non-COVID, you used to never hear of COVID, but now we have COVID to add to the list of other things. So we have a wall that's over 210 miles long already going up. We'll have 400 miles. 400 miles by the end of the year, maybe more than that, and we'll be finishing it off very early next year with 500 miles of wall in the most treacherous places, and it's been an amazing thing. We're setting records on our border right now for holding people out. We don't want people coming in. We want people coming in through a legal process and through merit, and that's what we're doing, where they can help our country. But economists forecast that the unemployment rate, as I said, would be about 19%, and they were hoping for 20%, the opponents of ours. They'd rather have things be bad so they could try and win an election. So they were hoping it would be 20%. Instead, it's 13%. That was good. That we made up a lot of time, a lot of distance. It's really great. Even I was surprised by this one. This was better than I thought. I thought it would be okay, but I didn't know this. It means we're much ahead of schedule. Don't forget, that doesn't include New York, New Jersey, and many other states. And by the way, your state. When are you going to open the state up? No, seriously. You're going to miss your whole, you do 40 million people in tourism, and you have a governor that won't let you open up. What's she doing? What's she doing? I don't know that much. I just know you're great people. You know what I know about Maine? I know you're great people. But this is like, they say December for Tiffany's. That's their big month, right? This is your time. This is your big month. This is your Christmas in terms of tourism, your dollars. How can you be closed? And I see it all the time. Everybody wants to have Maine open. So I figured I might as well say it while I'm up here. You ought to get the state open, Governor. Open your state. But you have a lot of angry people in Maine about that. I mean, they say, what are you doing? And that's a strange one. Some I understand a little bit more. But this one is not one that should be closed. You're missing a lot of money and a lot of everything and a lot of people and a lot of spirit. Get it open. We added 1.2 million leisure and hospitality jobs, 464,000 construction jobs, 424,000 education and healthcare jobs, 368,000 retail jobs. And listen to this one. Remember, the previous administration said, oh, there'll not be any more manufacturing jobs in our country. I say, excuse me? 225,000 manufacturing jobs, and that's during a pandemic. And we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. You know, we had an economy the likes of which we've never had. We had almost 160 million, which was the highest number we've ever had by far. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, the greatest employment and unemployment numbers we've ever had, greatest stock market numbers, and we're very close to those numbers, which is pretty amazing. That means that these geniuses on Wall Street, and also a lot of people with 401ks, you have 401ks? Oh, you can only vote for Trump because otherwise those 401ks are going to be worthless. That's a big incentive. That's a big incentive. That's a big... Nah, well, it is. Look, it's bad things. The only way you're going to end it is stupid policy, because I built it once, now I'm building it again. We had to close it down. We did the right thing. We closed it down. We saved millions of lives. But now we opened it up, and it's opening up to a bang. We're going to have better, this next year will be better, I think, than any year we've ever had. That's how I feel about it, and I've been saying it for a long time, the year coming up. America's economic comeback has begun. The next year is set to be a year, and you got to remember I said it, but it's going to be an amazing year. For you, it's going to be great. Your new site is going to be open. It's a big area that you're building, and your expansion at Puritan. But I'm grateful to your leadership team, including Timothy Templet, Scott Wellman, and David Perkins. Great people, fantastic people. For welcoming us. We have, these are tremendous people. People, these are great, really loving people. They're doing something very important. When you think about what they're doing, the product is superior, it's terrific, and it's made in the USA, and that's, I shouldn't tell you this, but I use it every other day. I go like this. I say, is that a Puritan, please? No, it's a great product. But we're also joined by Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, who's doing a great job. Thank you, Alex. And Secretary of Interior, David Bernhardt. We just left that meeting with David Bernhardt and Peter Navarro, who's right here. Peter, stand on up, Peter. Mr. Congressman, would you please stand up? Come on. We did a thing. We passed a bill together, right? One of the most important things Right to try. Do you know what right to try is? That's where we have the most advanced medical people in the world, labs and everything else, and labs in many cases that you work with. And we have a case where somebody was very sick and they'd go to Asia, they'd go to Europe, they go all over the world looking for a cure. You know, they were terminally ill or very sick, very ill. If they didn't have the money, they'd go home and die. They'd go home. But we have tremendous things coming along, and yet you have to go through a process of testing. And I said, when we have a situation where somebody's terminally ill or in that category, we want a right to try our labs. They shouldn't have to go to Europe and Asia. They shouldn't have to go to all over the world to look for a cure. And we call it the right to try. You have a right, and it was complex because the drug companies didn't want it because of liability. The country didn't want it because they didn't want to get sued. The insurance companies didn't want it. The labs didn't want it because they didn't want to have anything bad happen to them in terms of what they had to put on. So, you know, on their schedule. So we said right to try. So they have the right to try. They sign a document. They waive the liability. The results, I don't know if you know, but the results have been unbelievable. The results have been absolutely unbelievable. I mean, we've had some great things. So, but one of the many things we've done, but every person here today is playing a vital role in the greatest national industrial mobilization since World War II. We've marshaled the full power of the U.S. government and U.S. industry to defeat the invisible enemy. And it is indeed an enemy. Should have been stopped in China. Came from China, should have been stopped in China. They didn't do that. We've delivered over 1.5 billion pieces of personal protective equipment to doctors and nurses on the front lines. We slashed through red tape to speed the development of vaccines. The vaccines are coming along incredibly well. Wait till you see. And therapeutics. And we partnered with private sector leaders such as Puritan to build the largest and most advanced testing capacity on the face of the earth, like this one. At this single factory, you quickly ramped up production to produce nearly 20 million foam tip swabs each month. Then in April, my administration invoked the Defense Production Act to help you scale up even more. Under a $75 million public-private partnership, Puritan will soon double production to 40 million swabs per month. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's why we're beating the world. And ultimately, you'll triple production to an astounding 60 million swabs a month, an amazing achievement of American industrial strength. To accomplish this tremendous increase, you partnered with another legendary Maine institution. You've never heard of this, I'm sure, Bath Iron Works, right? Builder of some of the most powerful warships in the United States Navy for over 135 years. They do a great job. Under the Defense Production Act, Bath Iron Works is now producing the complex machinery you need to manufacture tens of millions more swabs. And we're all profoundly grateful to the amazing workers at Bath Shipyard and the executives. They're really working very closely in many ways, including the building of ships. Here at Puritan, you've already hired 200 new employees with full benefits. And when your new 95,000 square foot factory in Pittsfield comes online, Puritan will hire an additional 150 Maine workers, made in the USA, right? Powered by the dedication of the men and women in this room, America has become the world leader in coronavirus testing. The United States has completed more than 19 million tests, the most anywhere in the world by far, as I said. You're now over 20. 21 almost. Thanks to you, our country has conducted more tests than all other countries in the world combined. Other than that, you're not doing very well. Now, if you listen to the fake news, it's like, well, you know, I give them a number. We did 20 million. Why didn't you do 40? Trump should have done 40. If we did 40, they'd say, should have done 100. Ay, what I have to put up with. Yeah. And you know, when we took over, the cupboards were empty. I always say the cupboards, meaning the stockpile. We had very little. And we became now the king of ventilators also. We'll have to talk to Puritan. You want to make some ventilators? We don't need them. We're making thousands a week. We have 11 factories, plants. We had practically none. And we saved thousands and thousands of lives. Ventilators are very hard because they're big, they're expensive. I say it's like making a car in a certain way, high technology, right? And we're now making thousands of ventilators a week. And we are at a point where we're actually helping other countries. We're sending ventilators to other countries. Nigeria, 200 ventilators, and then they called, and we sent them 800. We have 1,000 going to Nigeria. Italy, France, Spain, many, many countries. Russia, we're sending some to Russia. It's good for relationship. It's good for everything. And we're knocking them out. And, you know, people aren't able to just, you can do a swab, even though it's not that easy, but a ventilator takes a long time. It's the greatest mobilization, as it said. I mean, greatest since World War II. It's been really amazing. And I'd love the people of the administration, but I'd also like to have our people that work on it, even the people of our country, to get credit for these things. You know, we got geared up, we did so well that you heard about ventilators. There hasn't been one person in the entire country from the beginning of this horrible plague that came in. The plague, it's what it is. There hasn't been one person that needed a ventilator that didn't get it. And we started off from a very low platform. They needed desperately thousands and thousands of ventilators. But when you think of it, not one person, with all of the size of our country and all of the people that were sick, not one person, not one, that needed a ventilator didn't get it. I think it's an incredible achievement to Mike Pence, to all of the people that work in the administration, and to all of the people that went and worked so hard to produce them. Amazing. And the testing, the same thing. We get, whether it's Abbott Laboratories or any of the many plants, Roche, we have this incredible testing capacity. We started off with zilch, nothing. So they've done a fantastic job. The whole team has done a really great job, Peter, wouldn't you say? It's been very amazing. I want to take a moment to recognize just a few of the hardworking patriots, and that's what they are, of Maine, who were instrumental in this colossal effort that you've done at Puritan. Angie Boucher, where is Angie? Come on, Angie, come on up here. She's an operator in Puritan's laboratory, kit manufacturing area, where she's been working 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for the health of our nation. She's highly respected. I think she's very good. Maybe I should hire her. Let's bring her back. Let's bring her back to Washington. Please say a few words, please.
I have worked at Puritan for the past 21 years. Since the coronavirus hit, we have spent every day making millions of swabs that help save lives and help people save the world. I am so grateful to this company and for the chance to serve our country, that the best way we can pay back is to work harder. Ever since the president started us helping us grow, we have been so happy and excited to produce even more, that I don't want to stop until the job is done. The president has done so much to support us, and we are all so grateful to know he is fighting for us. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, honey. Let's take a picture. Come on, get over here. Thank you, darling. I'm not supposed to do that, but it's okay. What am I going to do? Say, Angie. Don't do that, Angie. Thank you very much. Great job, Angie. We're also joined by Tracy Porter. He has worked here at Puritan for over 40 years. And he's your lead tipping and packaging technician. Tracy, come on up and say a few words, please. Tracy. 40 years. Looks too young to say 40 years, I can tell you. Fantastic, Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, it was 31 years. There was a mistake, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we all mess up.
I feel better if I'm looking at you. I say, how's that 40 years?
Oh, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. More often than not, when we see news of a crisis in the world, we lament that few of us have any chance of changing the outcome. Today, we find ourselves blessed with this opportunity to make a difference. During this recent push to make medical products, we've received many letters of thanks from all around the country and kind words of encouragement from our local community. Just prior to this tragic outbreak, we were already working long hours, filling orders for customers who've been very good to us. Customers like Becton Dickinson, Hologic, and Quidel, just to name a few. A lot of my coworkers and I were expressing a wish for more machines so we could fill orders faster and maybe keep our customers' price down. Well, it looks like we're going to have enough equipment now. We look forward to working with two great Maine companies like Chinbro Construction and Bath Iron Works. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for making it all come together.
Great job. Thank you very much. He's even 31 years. He's a good head of hair he's got, too. Good head of hair you have. Thank you, Tracy. Keep looking good. Keep looking good. Keep healthy, everybody in here. Keep healthy. With us as well as Derek McKinney, the senior manufacturing engineer at Puritan and a project manager for the new manufacturing plant, which is a big deal coming online. Derek, please come up and say a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm Derek McKinney, Senior Manufacturing Engineer and second-generation employee of Hardwood and Puritan Medical Products. My mother's been with the company for 35 years, and I spent my childhood
That's really your mother?
That's my mother. I spent my childhood. I spent my childhood playing in her office, so I've been around since about kindergarten. I was lucky enough to be able to go gain education and experience across the U.S. Before returning to my roots here in Guilford, Maine. In the last 3 years, I've been presented with many amazing opportunities to make a difference in the world with Puritan's critical products. But nothing compared to that day on March 12th when we got the call from the White House Task Force. From that day forward, I've been part of a team who's chosen to rise up and serve their country and the American people. We have worked tirelessly around the clock and through the weekends for the last 12 weeks to provide the testing supplies required to keep Americans safe. On July 1st, we'll start production at our second manufacturing facility with the ability to produce 60 million COVID swabs per month. This project would normally take 18 months to complete, but in a truly unimaginable feat, it will be operational in 8 weeks. It wouldn't be possible without the total and complete support of the federal government and the dedication of the phenomenal workforce here in the great state of Maine. This company and all these people are what make the United States of America the greatest country in the world. God bless you all.
Did he do a good job, Mom? I think he did. He'll be running for office next year. I'll watch you. Thank you very much, Derek. Appreciate it. Great job. And thank you all. The remarkable testing capacity that each of you has made possible. It's not only helping our nation to defeat the virus, that horrible, horrible, terrible, disgusting, angry virus. It's paving the way to get America safely and responsibly back open for business, and that's what we're doing right now. We're doing it right now. It's happening very quickly, a lot quicker than people thought. Our strategy for a phased and gradual reopening protects our most vulnerable citizens, and you know who they are. We've learned a lot about that, especially in the nursing homes, while allowing younger and healthier Americans to get safely back to work and go to school. I think in the fall you're going to see the schools all open and in great shape. The best approach to protect the health of our citizens is to focus our resources on safeguarding those at highest risk while allowing those at lowest risk to go and resume economic activity, including education. A key element of our effort to reopen, revitalize, and rebuild America, greater than ever before, is bringing critical industries back to our shores. As the workers of Maine know well, and that's for many decades, Washington politicians shipped away your jobs, outsourced your supply chains, and offshored your industry. It's probably the number one reason I'm here today. Although I was going to say another politician, probably they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't bother with it. To me, it's very important. I had to save your fishing industry. So easy to do if you want to do it. But we really talked about this for a long time. Our companies would leave us, they'd fire everybody, pay no taxes, they'd go to another country, they'd make the product, they'd sell it into our country with no tax, no nothing. Well, we ended up with no jobs, empty buildings, empty factories. You had them in Maine all over the place. But we're changing all of that. We've made tremendous trade deals now. Tremendous trade deals. The U.S., Mexico, Canada deal is an incredible deal for our country. And many other deals. We just signed a deal with China, but unfortunately in that case, the ink wasn't even dry, and all of a sudden the plague came in. And so I view it a little bit differently, perhaps. But they've been living up to the deal. They're buying a lot of things. They never had any deal. They just came in and took advantage of the United States, took out hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So they don't do that anymore. But it's a terrible thing that happened. But as the global pandemic has shown once and for all, the United States must produce essential equipment, supplies, pharmaceuticals, and technologies for ourselves, and we cannot rely on China and all of these other countries that in bad times take advantage of us and rip us off. We don't do that anymore. We're moving things back into our country. That's why the United States is now engaged in a great national effort to bring industries, factories, and jobs back to America where they belong. We want them back here, just like you're doing it. We have other places all over the country. Of course, they're not as good as Puritan, but they're pretty good. And I'm committed to ensuring that our country will be the world's premier pharmacy. It's going to be a pharmacy, drugstore, and medical manufacturer. We don't make our medical products here. We don't make our drugs here that we need, our desperately needed prescription drugs or otherwise. In my administration, we live by two simple rules: buy American and hire American. So just in ending, I'd say for centuries, the people of this great state have fished the oceans and farmed the fields and worked the factories that have supplied and sustained our nation, and then they went through a very bad time. Right here in Guilford, generations of proud Maine patriots have poured out their heart, sweat, and soul for this country, making the critical products produced by Puritan. And now Puritan's doing better than it's ever done, I guess, by a factor of a lot, right? Right? You know, they call themselves associates. See, in the old days, they'd say they were the boss. Now they're associates. They're very smart. I said, that's very smart. But they've done a great job as associates. You're all associates. Each of you now carries on this extraordinary legacy and exceptional heritage, serving our nation at this very historic time. This is a historic time. This is a very important time for our country. You see what's going on? But a lot of good things are going on. A lot of things are going on. Very big thing happened, though, today when we saw numbers the likes of which we've never seen in the history of our country. Good timing, because people look at that and they say, hey, this country's great. We've done things that nobody else has ever done. It was good that they see that, right? Good timing. You and your families are making momentous contributions to the vitality of our country, helping us reopen, rebuild, and most importantly, saving lives. The workers of Maine have always been loyal to America, and while I'm your president, this government will always be loyal to you. Just ask your fishing industry, how's Trump doing? Because they can't even believe what happened today. 5,000 square miles of ocean that you couldn't touch. They just wrote it off. President Obama, he signed, you couldn't use it anymore. They took it away, I gave it back. With your help, by the way, I said, why'd they take it away? Nobody knew. You know, it's okay to take it away if it means something. I mean, but nobody knew. With your help, we will vanquish the
Good afternoon, everyone. The president has made clear that
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 31st, 2020. Hello, this is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr., Catherine Michelle, and Sophia in an update episode on the Crowley case. Today is September 1st, 2019. It's Labor Day weekend, and we'd like to give everyone up to speed on the case. On the Justice for David Crowley and Family page, we now have 2,728 members. They're still joining, and I think we haven't been doing many videos and updates here in the last couple of months, and this would be a good chance to get an update on everything. Catherine and Sophia and Greg Fernandez Jr. we have here with us. Greg, do you want to start off first with an update on your book, on the David Crowley book that you're writing on? What is the status on that?
Sure. So I was able to get through a lot quicker than I had previously thought, and I do think that I will be able to have this published and for a free download, at the very latest by January 17th, 2020 or 2020, basically.
Okay.
So I did have to cut a lot of things. There was a lot of stuff that I felt wasn't really necessary to the story, and the story is just meant to be a reference guide for researchers. There is other things in there too, but that is supposed to be the main bulk of this, to make it easy for people when they're doing their own research, as a reference guide that they can go back to. It's not solving this case. It's not meant to solve this case. It's meant to help people who are like me, who were very confused by all of the differing stories, by all of these things that we kept hearing, how everybody's story changed. It is really meant to just get to the heart of the facts, so that people can take those facts, take that data, and do whatever they want with it. I do think that this book will just help show that obviously there's no evidence, there's no proof that David Crowley is guilty, and that there's something else going on here. So it's been a long time. What has it been, Dan? We've been on this case now for almost 5 years, I think, right?
It's been about 4 years and 9 months coming up here, over 4 years and 8 months for sure. So we're in that coming up on the 5-year mark, and I think that book coming out at that time in January on that five-year anniversary would be very good for these all of the new members that are investigating, and also many people that have never heard of this case, and those who have heard of it, to be able to jump in and read the book and hopefully clarify some of the disinformation and misinformation that's been out there, because that's a big issue, I think, with this case, is the confusion. There's so much confusion between many of the players and the characters here with the same names. the various juniors and seniors, and it's a lot of misinformation and disinformation that was put out there on purpose as well. And then we get this to confuse everybody. That documentary came out done by Eric Nelson. Really is what's driving most of the people to our justice group because of the confusion they get after that. And I know another plan in the future is to get an actual documentary done on this case for two reasons. One, to set the record straight on what really what really did and didn't happen from an evidence point of view, and number two, to undo or to unwind the comments and the theories put forth in that other documentary that Eric Nelson did, because it steered people so much on a wrong path that we almost need a documentary just to undo these strange circumstances from that first documentary. So I know there's been some folks interested in doing that. Have you heard anything back on a documentary on this, Greg?
Nothing concrete yet. Still, there's a couple different ways that we could go. I think that's one of the reasons why the other day I posed it to the group, and I just asked if somebody were to make a real documentary film, what would they want to see? And if anybody listening to this is a member of our group, Justice for David Crowley and Family, please help us out, because every time somebody leaves a comment, these are really good comments that are left on there, and it really gives me a lot to think about, and it really helps me see how difficult a real documentary is going to be. Not as far as the facts and all of the different proofs and all of that, but just making a film and making a documentary film is a difficult task, especially if you want to do it right. So I've been praying on it, and I know we had talked with Christian Coffins, and he was talking about doing one, and I don't know, I don't necessarily think that it just has to be one either. It can be it can be several. But I think we do need that, because people who watch that movie, it just leaves you with this bad taste. And it's just like, that can't be it. That cannot be the whole thing. And then getting people caught up can be very difficult when they have to sift through that stuff. And I had this problem with my book, because I was going through trying to fact check these things, and dates aren't adding up. You have you'll see something in Eric Nelson's film, and then you'll kind of look at some of the other dates, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not sure if these dates add up. You see that a lot. So that's another reason why you see that a lot with people's stories and how they change. We have people say, well, you have Danny Mason, who says the last time he had a exchange with David was on December 7th, but then when you look at the actual document, it says December 9th. So it's things like that, just getting dates wrong. And dates to me are very important. David's brother had the biggest problem in all of these documents and everything, getting dates wrong, so much so that when you look at the timeline in the 94 pages of the police reports, anything that mentions Dan Crowley Jr. doesn't really have a date, even though he knows what date he talked to his brother. He knows what date text messages went back and forth. He doesn't give those. David's dad does, and other people do, but Dan Crowley Jr. doesn't do that. So it's just those type of things that have frustrated me, trying to make it so that when people look at this case, that they can get actual data, some data based on facts, not just based on what somebody says or what this person says, but what the hard facts say. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for people that are just getting caught up in this case. And there are many people that are just learning about this case, and you can see when people learn about this case and start digging into this case, they realize there's something very toxic here, and there's something wrong.
Has there been any updates? with the Gray State script or the movie plans? Has anyone heard? I do know that just this last summer, that was it 2019 in the end of June that screened
right.
the Actors Guild. That's the registration for David Crowley expired. Has anyone heard information on that now? Is it eligible now? Is that script eligible for someone to take the ball and run with it? From a legal standpoint, even though it's probably not going to be wise to do from realistically to do that, but legally, could that fall into someone's hands and run with it now? Sophia, do you have anything on that?
I know that Danny August Mason and Dan Sr. both have lawyers on it, but I don't know what else is being done. It was in a type of legal limbo. But anything else?
I do think that when Danny August Mason set up that new company called Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota, just a few months, after the bodies were discovered. That was back in 2015, and I think they were hoping to set this up. He was able to get a trademark, the company set up, and I think he's moving forward with it, like you said, with attorneys and whatnot to move forward. But I believe that's where they stumbled upon the fact that when the crime scene photos came out, it does show that certificate of the Gray State project with the registration expiration date of 2019, and that's when I think we saw that the Danny August Mason script, progress. That company had stalled, and they had not then renewed the company. He had since moved to Texas. I don't think they're doing anything with the Gray State Universe, and so the whole thing kind of fizzled. Not to say that they're not going to do anything with it, but as far as I know, back then there was nothing to do moving forward with it. Have you heard anything, Catherine, on that front?
I have not heard anything. However, I will put this out there because I've been a published writer myself through the actual what they call traditional venue, and the fact that David had it registered with the Guild, that is not the same as copyright. That just means that he had it there with Hollywood, and it would expire at a certain date if he didn't renew. That has nothing to do with copyright law. The play, the scripts, everything he wrote, everything he filmed, everything he said belongs to him, and it is copyrighted. And now that he's dead, it will remain under his copyright protection for 70 years. So they're going to have a heck of a time trying to take what David wrote. Now that doesn't stop them from writing their own quote-unquote Gray State, but they have to start from the beginning and come up with their own ideas. They cannot take what David did and now go forward and create their own. They have no rights, and it doesn't pass down in a family, so nobody inherits that unless it's specifically written in a will, and all of this has to be done and produced with. I think I'm not sure if they would have to send that along to the Library of Congress or not. But his script is his script, and anyone who tries to take what he did and make it their own, like I've said before, I will report them. Because that's copyright infringement and that's stealing, and that is against the law. So what he did is safe for 70 years.
Now, and
that's what's in the legal limbo right now is the copyright. They both filed for that, but it's in legal limbo for at least 70 years. So.
Yes, because if David put it through first, which I'm assuming he did, he was a smart man. And then if Danny tried to come back later and add it as his as a copyright, initially when it is sent to get to the Library of Congress holds all that, but you don't have to have that for it to be copyrighted, and that's what a lot of people forget. And so David holds copyright title, and Danny's going to have a heck of a time trying to prove that he had anything to do with it if David did not include his name on his initial paperwork. If he just, which we all know and we've all seen that it just says by David Crowley. By David Crowley, by David Crowley. Danny is the one who comes in and says, oh no, I did this too. Well, no, just because you help with an idea during a photo shoot or a filming sequence doesn't make you a co-author.
Well, I think Danny Mason thought that he was, and in the documents, in the last email from David Crowley, he kind of confirms that too.
No, he says he would give him the for the Rise concept and for that little photo shoot for the Rise, which is not
that's part
Gray
of it.
State.
Right, that's part of it.
It's a set aside. It's like a subset, but that doesn't mean he then becomes owner with the rest of the Gray State thing.
Correct.
He only has partial ownership of the Rise, and because he never signed it, David never. It was never legally signed over because Danny refused to sign it. So he kind of kicked himself in the butt. He never said, okay, well, that's great. Thanks. I agree with this, and I'll take that. Right. So as it stands now, he has no legal claim to anything because David didn't turn it over.
And there's a public catalog for the copyright, and it only has David's name on there for every filing that he's made. So he has no rights to it.
Well, there is a story, right? There is that one cover sheet that does show that Danny Mason is the co-creator of this story. And if I were Danny Mason, looking at this page that I just pulled up now here, the last email from David Crowley to Danny Mason, I would use this. I would use this to show that David Crowley did consider me a co-creator of the concept. And maybe that's part of the whole limbo thing that they're going through now. I mean, to me,
legally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say legally though, when David offered him and said, "Here, I will give this to you for full ownership, but I need you to sign off because he kept trying to claim ownership of Gray State, which was not his. The Rise, yes, he did help. But Gray State, that was not his at all. And so Danny was trying to force David to put his name on Gray State. And David's like, no, I need you just to sign this paper because you have to jump through legal hoops. Nobody's going to film anything if they don't know that it's fully theirs, right? And all legal aspects and legal holes are sewn up, closed, whatever. And Danny knew that. And he knew by holding out, he was trying to force David's hand. But again, he didn't accept it. There's nothing that shows he accepted anything. He just said, oh, well, I'll give you a call and we need to talk about it. That's not accepting. So he kicked himself in the butt. That was on him. And the Crowley side could easily fight that because David did sign. He said, hey, I will give you this. I just need you to sign this document. He said, but I need you to sign.
Yeah, and
he never did it.
And
it was never.
What I thought was the weirdest thing was when Dan spoke with Mike Boggio of the Michael Entertainment Group. Mike Boggio was like, I don't know why David asked Danny to even do that. Now I don't understand the whole legalese and all of that, but I assume that a guy like Mike Boggio would, and so I don't know. Maybe David was just taking some extra precautions, which also made me think that I had been living in this world where I thought Danny and David were close and had some type of a falling out. I'm not so sure now. I don't know how close they ever really were beyond just
Danny just kind of popped into his life a few years before the Gray State started filming the trailer for The Rise. And he didn't really know David. He just kind of popped in and they just sort of met. But as far as what I see, and again, I could be wrong, but we don't know the conversations that took place between Danny and David on the phone.
Right.
We see what little, and they did not communicate hardly at all. So we don't know what was said on the phone, but it to me it's clear by David's email that Danny was being very difficult. He was trying to demand ownership of something he owned nothing to. So it looks like to me like David was trying to cover all of his bases. And no, I agree with Mike Boggio. He didn't have to. He did not have to do this. He was trying to help Danny and get Danny some more work. But Danny was fighting it because he wanted more than what he was legally entitled to. And it's that copyright is very plain, and it's very you can't really budge on it. David filed for copyright, only his name is on it. It belongs to him.
Right.
End of story. And for 70 years, they can't touch David's work. Doesn't stop them from creating their own. But whatever David did, they cannot have.
Even with the approval of the next of kin, David's father?
No, because he does not hold copyright. David did not leave his books and his film and anything in a will to his father or to his brother or to anybody. I have not seen that anywhere. It's never been mentioned. And if David died without that being specified in a will, it remains David's property. Nobody, not his family, not his friends, no one can claim ownership to that copyright. The best thing they can do is after 70 years have gone by, they can then try to buy the copyright at that point and keep it from going public. Or if they can buy the copyrights, then they can keep it then under their family name. But again, they still have to wait that period out. No one can touch it.
It's filed under Crowley David, estate of David Crowley.
See, there you go. It's David's.
Interesting. And what I was, just to clarify, I've got the photo pulled up here just on my own computer. It's a documentation of registration, and that's from the Writers Guild of America West, Incorporated, issues this certificate to David Timothy Crowley for the material entitled Gray State to David Timothy Crowley, writer, and this is the screenplay that takes effect June of 2014 and expires on June of 2019. And like Catherine said, that's got nothing to do with the copyright or the rights of it. That's just him registering this screenplay, essentially, that it is his, and then he can just simply renew it. But the legal standpoint is the copyright. Now, my question for Catherine, I guess, is because we have not seen the screenplay, what if Danny August Mason or someone else produces a movie very similar,
Dreamcatcher,
but very similar, and moves forward with this concept, but David Crowley is not around to sue, and no one else would be able to sue him because no one else has ever potentially seen the script to know that it is the same or very much the same. What if Danny August Mason was to put a screenplay together that was 95% exactly the same, plagiarized essentially, with a few things changed? Who would ever be the wiser, and who could he get away with doing that?
Well, it's still copyright infringement, but that's why I'm saying if anything happens while I'm alive and I see anything like that, I'm going to write the Library of Congress and ask them if they could forward a copy of the copyrighted material, and then I would compare that. I'm not going to let these guys slide on this. No way. And I think when it's brought to the attention, and then they can then be sued, and then that money, that anything they made, would then go to David, and then, well, since he's dead, whatever his will specified, that money then would then go down that line. And then they would have to do like cease and desist. So they can do something similar because there's similar stuff out there all the time. But you cannot take their work and say, oh, I just changed a line or two and now it's my movie script. No, it doesn't work like that. So I'll be watching.
And also for the new members, a lot of new members joining the group. As far as we know, that David and Kumail did not have a will. David did not have a will, unless there's something out there that we do not know. There wasn't one, and so the assets then would move to the next of kin or the family. But like Catherine just said, this is copyrighted material. It doesn't just fall downhill like that and land in someone's lap.
Correct.
I myself was under that assumption that it would fall into the family's lap because there was no will, and that's why they were going to move forward with it. But because this is copyrighted material, that stays with David, and if nothing was spelled out specifically, that also stays on now for a window of 70 additional years before something can ever happen with that. Is that
correct?
Can you confirm that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so which part was actually was copyrighted?
The script?
The script. Just the script, because because they had planned to make it into a TV series and all that. I don't know. I guess they could.
Well, we don't have the legalese of what was written. However, that really doesn't matter, because knowing how thorough David was, it would include Gray State, any merchandise. He would have included all of that within his paperwork. So yeah, it was probably not too broad, but broad enough to cover everything he was doing with Gray State.
Okay, interesting. They're very good. Yeah, that'll help for the newer listeners out there, because it's a very confusing topic.
Yeah, it confuses me.
Generally, for all of us, I guess.
Well, and you guys have seen on Danny August Mason's on his Facebook page, he's got something up there called Dream Nation. Anybody know anything about that?
No.
That came out a while ago. Dan, you might remember when that was. Looks like
Yeah, I remember a little bit of that. Yeah, that was 4 years ago, I think.
Yeah, April 23rd, 2006. He posted this one, and it was like, I remember a lot of people were thinking,
2016,
okay,
sorry.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah, and they were thinking this is a little too close to Gray State. But I don't know. I don't know anything about this, and I haven't really found any information on Dream Nation yet. I just thought that was weird that he's this. I mean, I'm looking at this poster here, and it pretty much could be a scene right out of Gray State, because I know they were taking it in a spiritual level and all that, but I don't know. I was just curious if anybody had ever heard of this thing called Dream Nation. I'll have to dig a little deeper on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Guys, I got to jump off here in a few minutes, but you guys can continue on. And then I would like to see, too, let's see. So Greg's got that book. Catherine, you were going down some different scenarios, too, of investigation on certain things following up. And I think Sophia was, too. But, yeah, it's interesting stuff, and we wanted to do this show just to get everyone caught up, kind of a summary update here. We're heading into fall, and we are still hard at it, still looking into things, and but we welcome all the new members that are joining. All right, thanks, guys. I gotta jump off.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks,
right,
Dan.
Thank you.
Have a
See you
great
soon.
night.
Yeah, thanks.
So I pulled up the actual document of registration from the WGA here, just so people can get a good image of what we're talking about.
Yeah, the Writers Guild of America, in case they don't know what WGA was.
I want to look more at the copyrighted stuff then, and see what exactly was under this copyright. Just trying to get a better understanding of what they could do and what they couldn't do. I mean, Catherine, I think you kind of broke it down basically. Well. Just there's not really too much that they can do without. I mean, it sounds like. And that's what frustrates me with some movies that I've seen, after David's death. You could think, oh man, that's similar. That's similar. So it's just like they can just take his concept, basically. I'm wondering if Danny Mason could just sell the concept, not necessarily a script or whatever, and just kind of give that to someone. And I think if they do sell it, my personal view, just a guess, 100% guess, is that they would sell it for the purpose of putting it on a shelf. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that.
That's a strong possibility.
I do have an email that was shared with me from the WGA in regards to this.
Oh, good. Share it with us.
It says the primary purpose of registration. I need to enlarge this a little bit more. Sorry. The primary purpose of registration is to establish the completion date of original work on behalf of the named author. Once material is submitted, we take possession of the file as evidence of that particular version, and if necessary, the registry will submit material as evidence on legal proceedings or arbitration regardless of location of membership. The WGAW registry does not read registered material. The WGAW registration process places preventative measures against plagiarism or unauthorized use of author's material. Registering does not make work available to third parties or agencies. Each registration requires some form of material.
Yep, that's straight. Yeah, they spelled it out. So, and again, with Writers Guild of America, it's just their process and their own group type thing, and it has nothing to do. It's totally separate from copyright law. So, and then on that, they clearly state that David was the only registrant. He was the only owner.
Anything else on that before we kind of move on to a few other things here?
No. I think we covered it.
Yeah.
I didn't
I'm happy
get.
to post this.
Yes, please do.
you
Please,
like.
yeah, please post that. I would love to hear both of your views on a documentary. What do you want to see in this documentary, if one were to get made?
Well, I would like to see them go through the investigation to bring to light the files that we received from the police department. What do you think, Catherine?
I've been thinking long and hard about that, and it's kind of like I would love to see an interview with the police officers who were there and kind of get them on camera, because how they handle themselves when they answer questions and stuff like that. And and I don't even know if that's possible. They probably have a gag order or whatever, but I would love to see a documentary from maybe David's perspective of what we know David to be by what we have, and then obviously cover the things that were either misrepresented or gleaned over or just downright twisted to fit a different narrative,
Yeah, the bias that was in the other documentary really stood out, and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. The way that they twisted and edited certain things, they had so much to work with, and this is what they chose to do.
Yeah, exactly. And if, you could say, here's what the evidence states. Here is what is actually found. And then just kind of leave it at that. Let people decide for themselves, as they watch it. Don't tell them what to think, but show them there are so much wrong with what was presented and written in the reports compared to what the photos tell us, and that would just be, amazing. And I think it would open a lot more people's eyes to the inconsistencies and, like you said, Sophia, the bias on not only the police department's side, but and why would so many people automatically accept the conclusion? That, I think, would help a lot of people if that could be in a documentary.
Nice. Well, we did get some interesting comments on that, and it seems like, yeah, people want the experts. Michael Laurie wants names and relationships of all various Gray State players. That's a whole documentary in and of itself,
Right?
I think. Mary says just the truth, which is true. That's all we want. That's all we've ever
Right.
really wanted. I mean,
Yeah,
we wouldn't be
absolutely.
here now if we had the truth, obviously. Paulette did not want to say her statement publicly. Tina says Kamel's family for one, which is a big one, because obviously you want to get both sides of the family. I mean, I would think so.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good one. The experts, definitely experts on, Philip says experts on crime scene for sure. They can give you a play-by-play. Definitely expert opinion on how long the bodies were there, what they make of mummified hands. When we talk about these experts, again, I'm very skeptical of what an expert really is. How do you define one? And of course, any expert that we get, is going to be criticized basically by somebody. So it's kind of, you can't. How do you get an expert who can be unbiased in the most possible way? Because everybody has bias, but as much as
And that's
possible.
the problem that I've run across when asking police friends and stuff like that. And I'm like, ask them basically the same thing you just said. And they're like, it will be very hard to find any officer to go against another officer, regardless of whether it's true or not. They just don't do it. It's some type of code they have, which really ticks me off because, in other words, their code is to support lies and deceit when they're supposed to be supporting justice and right, and they're not doing that at all. So I kind of gave up trying to look for and talk to other police officers because I just couldn't find anyone who would not. They could read it and go, yeah, but I'm not going to go on record and say that.
And this is why I think that the PI wouldn't go against what the official narrative is because he was a former police officer.
Right. And all of his, I don't know, I didn't see that, I didn't look into that. No, I didn't research or investigate. It's like, well, geez, dude, you just wasted everybody's time, energy, and money. So, yeah, it was like everything that was presented to him, like, this was not consistent. How could this have happened? They say this happened, but the photos and the evidence say that's not possible. So how could you work that out and blah, blah, blah? And he just like, well, I don't know. I didn't look in that. That's not an investigator. That's an idiot. On my part, I'm saying this strictly for me. That's an idiot.
Yeah, he could have done a lot more for sure.
Oh, he could have done anything, any kind of research or investigation. He did none, zero.
Well,
and I'm like,
yeah.
Wow. He
wasn't-
read some reports.
I think that's all he was planning on doing, though, right? It seems like
For the amount of money he charged
he should have
was
done
ridiculous to begin with.
Yeah.
And I've spoken with other, a couple, just not very many, one or two private investigators, and told them what was given, the results of that so-called report, and then how much he charged. They were just like floored. They're like, what? Yeah, so
I don't want to give up on the whole private eye thing. That's another thing that I've been praying on. And, we've always talked about getting multiple private eyes, not just one. And I'd really love to keep that conversation going. I know a lot of people are kind of like, they're just fed up. It was too much of a letdown. but I don't think that we should just give up, and I'm not giving up on the whole private eye thing too. So if anybody out there knows a good private eye that can go less than $7,000, let's say that.
Oh my gosh, that was so insane. And like Sophia said, get a PI that doesn't have a police background, because they will stick by that code no matter what. They're not going to turn on each other, right, wrong, or indifferent. They, and again, that to me, that's criminal in and of itself. But yeah,
I wonder.
they didn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Greg.
I just wonder if we have any private investigators in our group. Of course, that might be kind of biased too. So I'd love to stay away from that, and I'd also love to get somebody who wasn't seasoned. I felt like Kenneth Maines, because I didn't know who Kenneth Maines was until afterwards, and a lot of people were contacting me, letting me know who this guy was and how high profile he was, and so I'd love to get somebody less high profile, somebody who doesn't have a TV show coming out, so they can't be compromised. Anything like that, I would say, would be probably.
Yeah, see, I don't even know the guy either. But if that's the case, if he's getting a TV show, and that totally makes sense as to why he wouldn't go against what the report stated. So he just.
But that would have been good for his show, I would think. No?
Yeah, no.
You would think, no. I mean, but that goes back to the whole thing. The David Crowley case back in 2015 would have been good for any alternative show. And there were a lot of people who had the alternative shows, the alternative platforms, and would not talk about it. And even the ones that did, that were very, very vocal, a couple shows here, there, okay, and that's it, because they can't focus on just one case. So I totally get that. And that's why it's so great to have 2,700 people in the Justice for David Crowley and Family group who are focused on that. Not saying that that's their only focus, but that they realize that focus needs to be put on this. And the more people you have focused on this, the less you have to worry. It takes that burden off of just one or two people, or just three people. It's really helped having so many researchers, so many different views, so many people who are honestly looking at this, whether they agree with my views or not, whether they like me, and I know some people don't like me. As long as they're researching this, as long as they're seeking truth, I'm going to try to help those people out as much as I possibly can, if I can. And sometimes that's just keeping my mouth shut. Dan Hennon brought up two things about the if we're going back to the to a documentary film, which I do think that a private investigator should be kind of part of that documentary film too, but that's a whole nother issue. Two things that Dan would like to see talked about is the curious bank transactions and the deleted Facebook posts from David Crowley's personal account weeks after the bodies were found, which is weird because those posts are in the police documents. They are in the BCA documents. So, but they're not followed up on. Even though they pretty much know who had access to it, they pretty much can figure out who would be able to take out David's posts, and for whatever reason, right? So then we have Babette. She says, no so-called experts that are former police, which you were both just talking about, because that blue line will not be crossed and they will all stick together. Unfortunately, that might be the case. I don't know.
I agree with her.
And then we have Donna. Donna says that he advocated for humanity to expose the truth as a wake-up call to resist the control of the military government and NWO. He utilized his perfectionism to enhance the reality of our future through his trailer. Very importantly, he loved his entire family, including Paleo.
Oh, very well spoken.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Anything more on that? Either of those?
I don't think so.
I found this one
No, I
little
don't think so.
interesting thing. Going through my just reading my book and rereading, trying to make sure I didn't forget anything, I found out that I forgot a lot of stuff. So one of the parts that I went back to was one of the things that Kate Crowley said. Or really, it's not something that she said, but it's what was written about her, because there's not that much there. But let me see if I can find this here. Basically, the way that it was phrased was that, well, let me just go ahead and read this here. So, Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone met with Kate Crowley most likely on January 19, 2015. According to Detective McKnight, Kate informed Detective Bone and I that she had not seen David, Kamel, or her granddaughter since their birthday party in August. She had not spoken with them either and had concerns because they changed their phone number. She had no insights into what they had done. And that really, I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean they? And this is in the Apple Valley Police Reports, page 67 through 68. Why are they saying they? Where is this they coming from? So it says, she had no insights into what they had done, McKnight continued, or why they had done it. She said that the one thing she was sure of was that David and Kamel loved each other and that they loved their daughter. She had trouble believing that David would do anything to harm his family without Kamel being in agreement with him. That is a very disturbing thing. It's a very disturbing comment. And this is very early on too. And it goes back to that pack theory. And this is why I want to hear it from Kate's own words, not what they're interpreting her words are, because we know that that can be interpreted many different ways. But it's very important, I think, to get the actual transcript of whatever Kate Crowley said here. I also found it strange that when they talked with Kate Crowley, Kate's daughter was there, but her son was not there. When they talked with David's dad, both children were there. They were both present, which I thought was kind of odd too. But I don't know if there's an issue with Dan Jr. and Kate, if there was any issue, or if there was just a conflicting in schedules of why they couldn't, why one child would be there and the other one wouldn't. But I kind of noted that, but the biggest thing to me was just like, what are they talking about? Where is this they coming from? And why would Kate Crowley, if it's true, if this report is true, right? If it's not misinterpreted or twisted, where is this they coming from?
Yeah, that is so weird. So weird.
So that bothered me. Well, good peeps. Anything else you got here? Any other pressing topics? Anything we want to say for the future? Maybe. I know we've got some other issues going on, and so I don't know what we want to talk about publicly here. But like Dan said, we're very active. We're still looking into this case and still trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. We do have lives. We do have other things going on, but for whatever reason, we all feel kind of called to make sure that we stay on top of this and figure out what really happened here for David, for his family, and for anybody who might fall victim to a similar circumstance. I think it's very important to get the facts out there, to get the truth out there, and for people to understand that David Crowley cannot be proven guilty. He never was, never will, never can be. And therefore, we need to stop acting like David Crowley is guilty, because there's no proof that he is.
Yep, I agree.
Absolutely. Well stated. Thank you, Greg.
All right. Any final words here? I'm going to shut this party down for now.
It's thanks to everyone who's listening, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you all. Have a great day and a safe holiday tomorrow. for those in the United States.
That's right.
And for those of you in the hurricane path, please stay safe.
And that's where is that at? Is that in Florida area, or where is it?
The Florida, Carolinas, Georgia area, all that.
Yeah, it's over the
side of
Bahamas right
United
now.
States.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
So, any listeners, please stay safe out there.
Absolutely. All right, until we meet again, shutting this down. Welcome, welcome. Once again. We are live.
It's good to see you, Greg.
Hey there, how are you, my friend?
Doing all right, and you, sir?
Ah, life is good. No complaints here. Thanks for joining us here, Justin. I know you've been
Thank you for having me, Greg.
yeah, always good to have you here. So there's a lot to go through, and I thought this would be just a little quick show, but then I started taking the notes on just the information in the 488-page document. It's like there's a little bit more than I had anticipated, but so I wanted to make sure that we go through the pages that we do have in this document, in this 488-page document. It's pages 285 to page 308. So we'll definitely make sure we get through those. And I'm just going to check here on YouTube to see how all that's coming through. Looks like the visual is good. And audio sounds good. Alright. The delay, not too much either. It's only like maybe 5-10 seconds, so that's good.
Which document was that, Greg?
So this is the BCA document, the 488-page document that we got from the BCA. This is the most recent document we got on September 20th, 2018. So I do have that, and if anybody wants to download that, you can download that for yourself from my website, Greg Fernandez Jr. If you Google or search for David Crowley research documents, it should come up, but you can also go to my website and go to the gray stage section and go to the research documents. That'll take you right there. I pretty much have, and I need to update this too because it's not as user friendly as I would like. I'd like all of the documents that we have to be in one simple place where everybody can just grab that link, download it for themselves and check it out. So that's it's 488 pages. That's a lot. That's a lot to go through.
Yes.
So and we've gone through it a couple times, but I never really put any focus on the notepad. So I wanted to just kind of cover some of the stuff here, and we'll just go through these tests. There's a lot that they actually did here, but the one thing that I noticed here is I was calculating, wait a minute, okay, we got 59 pages that were in the notepad, yet for some reason there's only 24 pages of the actual notepad. So I'm assuming that the pages that we don't have here are pages that were blank, that have nothing on them. So that's my guess. I'm hoping that that's true. Because I was hoping we would have 59 pages here to go through, but we only have 24. So.
And what page of the PDF did it start at again?
So on the PDF, if you go to page 285, that's where it'll start, and I'm gonna go ahead and jump there too. So 285 is where it all begins.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And this was originally this was a 80-page notepad, and when the police found it, there were only 59 pages, front and back too. So that's the other thing. And you can tell that this was meant to be just a type of budget book. That was the purpose of this one here. So for whatever reason, they it went from a budget book, it turned into David Crowley. David Crowley had some writing on it, and at the end there's some recipes from his wife. So this book had multiple purposes, or this notepad. but it was not.
It's easy to tell the difference between the two's handwriting because Kamel definitely had the better handwriting.
Yeah, whose handwriting do you think this is here? Kamel's or David's?
Let me get to your.
Which one?
On page,
Which one?
the very front page where it says budget book. Hey, Sophia, thanks for joining
That's
us.
Kamel's.
That's Kamel's. Okay.
Hey.
And I want to say hi to everybody in the chat room too. Paulette has joined us there. Thank you, Paulette. I wonder if that's the same Paulette that brought up the Veterans Day article that can't be posted on Facebook. I'm just gonna sidetrack for 1 second
That was
here.
frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, this was posted January 20th, 2015, and I know for a fact that this article has been in the group.
I mean, this is.
So, but I did post it here, and what we'll do is, if I don't know why Facebook is blocking us from sharing it, but what we can do is we can create just a small little sample. Pretty much, we just copy paste these first 2 sentences, blah blah blah, copy paste that, and add the actual link. So that way, if people want to read this for themselves, then they can go and read the whole document there. So Paulette wanted us to make sure that it was posted in the group, and if we have to mirror it, then we'll definitely do that and get that posted in there. Because when I searched for it in the group, it was not there, and I was like, okay, I know it's there. I was thinking, well, maybe it was just in the comments or something, which is possible, but I think this one has been posted in the group many times. So I'm sure there was a good reason why Paulette wanted it posted here.
It wouldn't even let us post it in Messenger. And
Right.
that was odd.
Correct. Right. I couldn't. Yeah. Somebody else wanted to try to posting it too, and I tried to sending it to them, and I couldn't even send it to them in Messenger. It won't post on my personal Facebook wall, so I don't know what's going on.
And that's why I sent it to you through email, because I was like, we got to try to do something. It was a great article.
Yeah. We could probably copy and paste all the contents, maybe, and just put it in a, do that. I don't know. They might block that too, but just want to let people know about that. So going back here to page 285, just some notes on the notepad, and I have a bunch of notes here where it says, okay, I tried to calculate all of the different pages that the notepad is on in this document here, so I will add those later on. Page 29 shows the chain of evidence, so I'm just going to jump to that. Item 41, 2 areas tested. Just want to say this, there were only 2 areas tested. 41-1, that is the cover, which I thought was very interesting, that the cover would be tested for blood, showing that the book was probably closed. Somebody flipped it open at some point. And then 41-2 is a page, and I'm not 100% sure what page that was, but I do think it was probably the page that said, open the rise now, submit to Allah. But there were only 2 pages here that were tested for blood, and there's multiple pages. Many pages have blood on it. This is item 41. The notepad is item 41, and it is part of the DNA test, the latent print test, and the question documents test. So it's part of 3 separate tests here, just to be clear. And I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. Whoops. Let's see. Let's go back up. Item 41. So, okay, item 41. So the chain of evidence, I think, was a good one. It just kind of shows, who got it when, who got what when, and when everything was put back. So by this, we can get some really good times and dates as to when everything was tested, where it moved from the BCA into the testing, and for whatever reason, they decided not to do any handwriting comparisons, which does bother me a lot. I'm sure it bothers you both too.
Mhm. Yeah, it does.
So that's 29. And of course, you have all of the different, from page 29 on, it goes down and shows you item 41A, item 41-1, -2, -3, all that good stuff. So this is where you can kind of see. This is what was kind of throwing me off here. So let's look at this. Item 41-1, it is a swabbing of the item notepad with handwriting on desk in office with apparent blood. So that item 41-2 is one manila envelope containing a swabbing from the item notepad with handwriting on desk in office with apparent blood. Right, and then where it says item 41A, now they're talking about each page. So where it's item 41A-1 is page 1, item 41A-2 is page 2, etc., etc. These are just based on the 59 pages that they have. Go ahead. Alright, I think that's pretty self-explanatory right here. So let's go ahead, we're going to jump down to page 53. Go ahead and feel free to jump in anytime if you guys want to. It's fine. Where are we at here? 53. Sorry. Alright, 53. Looks like I need to adjust this here. Alright, so page 53 just kind of shows what was tested, and that the notepad was going to be tested as part of the 3 documents. Check that off. Okay, page 58, there's another mention of the notepad, and I believe this is in regards to the ESDA lifts, which is the impressions. So they found several pages, page 20 and page 21. On these 2 pages, there was nothing on them, but there was indented writing. So what they did, and we'll see that later, is they took those 2 pages, and they were basically able to see what was written. So obviously, this whatever was written must have been written on page before page 20, but it shows how deep the writing went on, let's say, page 19, maybe page 18, whatever it was, pages that were tossed out, notes that were tossed out. And those notes, we will see, those are tied to David's project. So the only curious thing that I kind of found about 41A-20 and 41A-21 is that because there were ESDA lifts here, it made me wonder if there were any other places that had ESDA lifts, or was this the only place here where David actually was writing so hard that it kind of leaked through the other 2 pages. So I got a little bit confused on that one, but we'll cover that one a little bit more too. Let's see here. Page 106 shows Joe Cooksley's notes. I think that's a good one. The notes can be very hard to actually read, just because because of his writing, and not to say my handwriting is any better at all, but this is another. Here we go. Let me see if I can go down here. So item 41, the notepad with writing on it with apparent blood. Flipped back 1 page and observed blood on it. So that cover does kind of, always struck me odd. It was like so they're saying David went into the office, he had this notepad that was closed, apparently, that's my guess. If there's blood on the cover, I don't know what else there could be. He flips it open and flips it to about maybe halfway through. It's about page 30. So about halfway through, and writes these 2 weird notes, and they don't do any testing. They don't do anything to prove that David actually wrote it. Why should we think that David did it? Let's go to page 186. Yeah. Page 186 here covers, this shows us the latent prints, what was tested for the latent prints. This thing jumps around a lot. I'm gonna have to get a new one here, but there we go. It's very sensitive. So this obviously goes through page 186 to 188, shows what they were looking for. This is all part of the latent print test. And you could clearly see 41, not too much there. The only thing that is really of relevance that they find that is not just a page, everything is just a page for the latent prints. I think that's about it, unless they skip to page 20, 21. No, those aren't even part of it. So we can go down to 189, and on 189, just get there. This is where we see the results of the latent prints. So we're going to skip down to the latent prints where it says 40. So let's see, item 41A-30, one latent impression, could be from a finger or palm designated as LP 41A30-1. And then item 41A-31 is one latent fingerprint designated as LP 41A31-1. These were the only two that were suitable for comparison. And what they found, we skip down here to the results, LP 41A30-1, that would be page 30. It was inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent and known prints. Okay, LP 41A31-1 was identified to the left middle finger of David Crowley. So they were able to tie David Crowley to page 31 for latent prints on his left middle finger. Thought that was interesting. Right. So they can put his left middle finger on page 31, if I'm reading this correctly. That's about it. Not even on the pen that they say wrote all this, but
you know, and that goes back to my comment that I made a while ago, that this crime scene lacks fingerprints and DNA for this family. It should be everywhere. They lived in this house. They touched these things. They used these things. It should be there. But when they go to test it, it's not. I mean, they were both using this notebook. Their DNA should be all over it. Their fingerprints should be all over it. The pen, like you mentioned. Both. But it's just surprisingly lacking.
yeah. It is disturbing. Disturbing. But it gets worse, right? It gets a lot worse. Let me just go here. So looking at some of these notes, we're going to page 207 now. Page 207 through 210 is Jennifer Kostrowski's notes, dated 7/14/2015. And one interesting thing on this, if you look at where it says item 41, a lot of this is hard to read, but at the bottom here, I'm just going to put my little cursor to where I want people to kind of look. No visual RD, that's ridge detail, I believe, right? I had a lot of people help me with that one. So I was trying to figure out what RD meant. Ridge detail makes the most sense, I would say. Let's see, but here's the interesting thing. It says a minimal possible apparent blood on cover. So looking at the cover, obviously I couldn't tell that there was any blood on it, but this shows there was blood on that cover, and I don't believe that blood was ever tested either. So there you go. Just another little tidbit there. But I wanted it to be very clear that they did find blood on that cover. So it wasn't like, the notepad was just open, and that's why there's probably blood on a lot of these pages. But it was purposely set on David's office, on the office desk for whatever reason. It was purposely set there, and I found that kind of, the whole thing, that just by itself looks staged. Yeah, and that's a
Mhm.
big thing. So when people say, they talk about things being staged, you could totally see where they're coming from. Many things in this house, around this house, and even things that happen after, really made me, really focus on the fact that for whatever reason, by whoever, this is staged. It's a staged crime scene. So, anyways, let's see. Anything else? Anybody have anything else on that? I know Christy has also joined us here, so thank you, Christy, for joining and listening in, watching in, and go ahead and feel free here if you want to jump in at any time. We're almost to the actual notepad, the budget book. But I was just going through all of the notes, trying to find any pages that mention this notepad in this BCA 488-page document. This can be a lot of homework because there is a lot of stuff here. And what I'm finding again is going through this over and over has helped me to get some clarification on a lot of these questions that I still have here. All right, so the question documents, we're now skipping to page 214 through 218 is the question documents. This mentions that the handwriting comparisons were not done. You can look at this date too, 6/30/2015. The dates are so important in this case because you can see when they start accusing David and when they actually do their job and when they actually, find that these tests are done. So had they have waited, instead of telling everybody David was guilty within 24 hours, had they have waited, maybe they wouldn't, have this big problem that they have now, which is not being able to prove their own case. So let's skip down here. 41A. So these are just go ahead, Justin.
I'm sorry. I've noticed that we've been going up over everything that Apple Valley Police Department has and how they've conducted this investigation. Do you think it would be a good idea to find a successful investigation done by another department with a situation very similar to this one, so we can see how a different department would go over everything and what they would include?
Absolutely. I know Sophia had tried. She tried to get that from Apple Valley. And Sophia, you want to tell us a little bit about that case and what you found there?
Well, I did get another murder-suicide because this case was labeled murder-suicide. I wanted to compare. And all I got were photographs and a police report. I asked for the autopsy reports and the BCA lab reports, and I was told that the autopsy reports were not released to the public, and BCA labs were never done.
So you think it's a question of competency of AVPD, or?
Possibly.
If we were to find another department, do you think it would be good to find one in Minnesota, another local one, or you think maybe another one out of state? Or, I mean, finding one is going to be a little homework in and of itself.
I don't know, to be honest. I've never really stepped into this realm before. I mean, like in Houston, for instance, they have plenty of, I'm sure they have just stacks and stacks of paperwork, and they have a really good crime lab. So I really wouldn't know, but I mean, it's worth a shot. I could always submit a FOIA and see what I can get.
That would be good. Yeah, anything like that, anything you could do to help with that, I think would be great, because I don't think all I don't think all police, all investigators would make a mistake, would make so many mistakes as we're finding here. I would hope not.
just all the inconclusive testing that they have. It just leaves so much room for outside actors to be in. So, which is the reason why we're here.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, there's like unknowns found in the DNA that was never followed up. There could have been tests ran to see if it was anybody from the investigation team or anybody, like any lab mistakes. It would have been gosh, I cannot remember the actual name of the testing process, but there's like a log that they would go through and they would mark out, and this is exactly why I requested this information from the BCA, this file. And even in this file, I didn't get what I requested. But it was unexpected results log is what I was trying to get. To see how they could, if they ruled out the unknown DNA that was found in, I think it was 3 or 4 of the test results. And they didn't show, or they didn't send the information where they showed that they looked further into those results. And it's very, I mean, by law, they're supposed to do that. When asked by an outside source, they're supposed to send that log.
Why?
Because they received federal money.
And I mean, how do we hold them accountable for things like that? I think that's kind of been another stressful thought of mine, is like, how do you hold accountable? Who do we hold accountable? And do they just feel like they don't have to worry about that because nobody's going to care in a couple weeks, which is pretty much what happened with this case.
It's kind of like.
Go ahead.
It's kind of like the situation that minority groups, especially blacks, were the situation they were in the South during the time of Jim Crow. A police officer had so much power in the minority parts of town, but we're still in the same situation today because we don't have a lot of the knowledge to hold police accountable on a lot of these things, especially in a case such as this. I mean, who's going to hold them accountable? You certainly don't see forensic students going in and studying this case. They all think it's just cut and dry and is done. So I mean, they have a lot of power, and indifference is their main weapon.
And this is why I think that an attorney would come into play for us, because an attorney would say, "Hey, we're asking for these FOIAs. We're asking for this information through the Freedom of the Information Act, and you are picking and choosing what we receive. And by law, I specifically sent FOIAs with certain information, and I have yet to receive the items that I specifically requested." An attorney would follow through with that legally.
I'm pretty sure once you put the pressure on like that, you'll probably get something along the lines, "Oh, we lost it," or that's government right there, 2FE. When it comes time for somebody to be held accountable, burn the books, shred everything,
and say we're sorry.
I'd hate to say it though, but I've seen that firsthand here in the Army. Sometimes that's how some of our departments in the government, especially in the Department of the Army and the Department of Defense, that's how they do things. I mean, we've had billions and billions of dollars go missing in the Pentagon. Nobody can account for it. And when they try to get the records, there's nothing there. It's like it never existed.
When I was leaving the Air Force, I was told to make 3 copies of my medical records.
Oh, yes.
And I did, thankfully. My ex, when he left the Air Force, he didn't do that. And he's still fighting the VA for information, or for the benefits he deserves.
Because they tell them it's not service related.
Yeah, they're saying, well, your medical records from the military were lost, or something like that along those lines. And we couldn't even get my daughter's medical records because, once again, he didn't do it. And so she had to get all her immunizations again before she could start school.
Gosh dang.
And yeah, I was kind of furious about that.
That just shows you what we're up against, though. In every passing year, I'm sure they start shedding more and more bits of evidence. So.
That's right.
So make sure, if you're in the military, get 3 copies of your medical records before you leave.
I got them all stashed away somewhere. I just hope they're still intact when I go for them.
Yeah, they don't want to come. You don't want them to come up missing.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
The inconclusive DNA is kind of a reoccurring theme in this, right? I mean, I've only been following this whole thing for probably about 4 months now.
Yeah, it is.
I think it was inconclusive fingerprints, inconclusive. Well, some of the tests were. It either came back as David and Camille, David and just plain David, just regular Camille, and it would rule out Rainey and David, but then there would be other unknown DNA in there too.
Correct.
And so you're kind of wondering, okay, what's that unknown DNA then? And it would say 2 to 3 unknown profiles.
Did any of the forensic reports mention anything about what they used as a template? Something that they knew was positively David, Rihanna, and Kamel's DNA?
They took vials of blood from all the bodies removed from the house during the time of the autopsy, and that's what they used as to test against the samples. Does that answer your question?
I mean, yes, but it would just seem to me like that would leave so much wiggle room for an outside actor if they just took it from the crime scene of who was there. Because did they ever do anything with dental records?
Yes, the radiographs, right? They did radiographs later.
Okay.
But that was the big thing, because I was like, wait a minute. When I first learned that, I was like, well, why would they take? I mean, is that standard to take the blood off of the bodies there? Because the big problem is that they're saying that the bodies were so bad that they could not recognize who they were. So why would they just take that and then take the blood from them? I was hoping that they used outside blood, blood from, I don't know, somewhere else maybe. I have no idea where they would get it or how all of that stuff works. But to just take it from the scene, I thought was that made me a little nervous about. Well, you guys don't even know that these are those 3 bodies. And
well, I mean, the house had hairbrushes, had toothbrushes. There could have been other samples to use along with the blood from the bodies.
Right.
But they just took the vials.
Yeah, so I'm glad that they didn't just identify them by the blood, that they did use radiographs to identify them. But only David and Camille were identified. Rania was not. Her identification, I believe, was circumstantial or something like that.
Yeah, correct.
So that's weird too. I don't like that. That's another.
I imagine with being in a pediatric stage of life, she's probably only been to the doctor a few times, and I don't even know if they test. I don't even know if it's in what's the word I'm looking for? if it's standard practice to sample blood from a child that young.
Yeah, good question.
But I know David, since he was in the Army, the DoD still probably has his DNA on file somewhere because they have mine. I think
And
they
they have
started
mine.
doing that. Yeah, pretty much anybody who's ever served in the DoD has their DNA taken up, and so I just kind of. I don't think I've seen anywhere mentioned in any of the releases from AVPD where they contacted the DoD for David's DNA sample.
And I have a question. When Camille and her family emigrated to the United States, doesn't the State Department take samples?
I wouldn't know.
Or is that just a more recent thing?
That's a good question. I don't know how that works. Is that like immigration question type thing or something? Because we know how bad that is, especially in
Yeah.
Well, they went to Texas. I don't know how it is in Texas. In California, it's like, yeah, it's not even worth it. They don't do anything. They just let you in. Worry about it later.
I think probably it would depend on when they immigrated as well, because I know our entry requirements and the tests they do as far as like health of people coming in, making sure they have shots, they are introduced to the U.S. population. I'm pretty sure ever since 9/11, those standards have increased probably double or triple fold. So whenever they came in, I'm sure that would determine what kind of medical tests and requirements they had set before them too.
They came here when they moved from Pakistan to Texas when Kamel was 17, and she was 29 when she was killed. So I have to do a little math there, but I don't know if maybe it's different for underage as a part, as opposed to overage or not. I'm not sure. That is a really good question. They came in after 9/11. Yeah.
It says DNA was collected since 1995 as part of the DNA process. I mean, as part of the immigration process to become a citizen.
So so DHS did have Kamel's DNA on record.
Interesting.
Very possible.
Unless it got lost.
Oops. And they would definitely have David's, right? Just because he served, they'd have.
Oh yes. I'm pretty sure there would be multiple government hospitals that have his DNA. Where he took basic over, Fort Benning would have it, which is Martin Army Hospital. And he was stationed at Fort Hood. I don't remember the hospital name there, but they would have it as well. And I'm not sure if he would have gotten one taken before deployment. I had blood taken before deployment, so I don't really know how that works. So there would be, I don't know what that would fall under, if that would fall under the hospital or if that would fall under mobilization command for Fort Hood. So it really depends.
They also take a sample of MEPS.
MEPS, yes. See, I don't remember where he was living. I think he was in Minnesota. No.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
So definitely Apple Valley Police Department would still have those samples on file, wouldn't they?
Yes, the untested samples, they still have. The BCA has it.
We could convince somebody else. I'm sorry?
As of last year, they still had them. Whether they do now, that's a different story.
if we could get somebody that has a federal clearance, I'm sure they could go in and reopen those.
That would be amazing.
Because we don't know what further testing outside of this BCA they've done. I haven't myself. I haven't combed deep enough to find out whether or not they've actually tried to compare it to any other sample of DNA outside of the crime scene, like, for instance, Department of Homeland Security, DOD, or any other hospitals.
They didn't run it through CODIS or anything.
Strange.
That was one of the reasons I think why one of the early theories was that they had faked their own death. Partially because, well, how do people identify them? Like, how does the neighbor identify who they are when the bodies were so badly decomposed and ravaged, apparently by the dog, that nobody could really identify who they were. So, just things like that, the way that David's friends and family kind of were acting, just trying to keep the case closed, to keep everything shut out, and lots of interesting things like that. But right now, I don't believe that they fake their death. But it's an interesting theory. I found that theory very interesting for many reasons.
Yes, and you bring that up. If they didn't fake their death, which, I mean, it's fairly it's very probable that they, I mean, what's the word? It's very unlikely that they would do such a thing, but it is possible that someone else could have faked their death. I think I brought it up before. Like the NKVD in the Soviet Union would sometimes do that to make high-profile people disappear. And they would never see the person ever again, though, but they wouldn't die in their home. They would go somewhere else and never be seen or heard from ever again.
Right.
So,
which is a very scary. That's scary.
Oh, yes. More scary than a murder-suicide like this.
That reminds me of, what was that guy's name? Howard, what's the guy's name? I can't remember his name. The famous aviator guy. I want to say Howard Hunt, but that's not right. Howard
Hughes.
Howard Hughes, thank you.
Yeah, Howard Hughes.
Hey, Christy, how are you?
This is Christy.
Thanks for joining us here. Thanks for helping.
There.
Yeah, Howard Hughes, that was it. That was one of the things, because that guy had faked his death. The other case we were looking into was the Philip Marshall case, and there was another strong theory that he had faked his death as well. Of course, I've been researching Bruce Lee, and they said that he faked his death. Elvis faked his death. Apparently everybody's faking their death and living as slaves on some foreign island or something, but that's like fantasy stuff, but it did fascinate me.
Island.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, right.
Well, you know,
oh boy.
You know, the other weird thing about identifying, I mean, even if they don't have DNA, the question that I ask is, even if a hand is partially mummified, they can rehydrate the fingerprints. They can actually take, like, a layer of it off and put it on their own finger. They can rehydrate it and then do prints on paper with it. I was looking into that, so I don't know why they didn't even attempt to rehydrate or mention that they tried to rehydrate his fingers so that they could get decent prints for him.
Could that be a budgeting issue, maybe? Could it be?
I don't know, or maybe if they just didn't have the knowledge or technology to do it. But I do know that, because I have researched it, and I do know that it's not just some CSI thing that you see on TV or something, that it is something that they can do.
Wow.
And it's actually pretty simple.
Really?
It's a pretty simple process, yeah. So I'm not quite sure why they they didn't even attempt to do it or mention doing it. But I have other questions. I mean, I was talking to Sophia about that, about like why they didn't go into more detail on the missing limbs. Why? Because, I mean, like, one reason why that there could possibly be an explanation of lack of blood is because if a limb or something is cut off, but if it's severed, but if it's jagged and it's not clean, the vein tends to roll in on itself, and it almost causes its own tourniquet type thing. I mean, you still bleed, but it slows the bleeding. It's just something that happens, rather than if it's a very clean cut, it doesn't roll like that, and then you produce a lot more blood. And so I was wondering why they didn't go into more detail on, was it jagged, was it clean, and because the reason why I wonder why they didn't go into more detail about it is because Kamel's hands were apparently under, or her arms were under her body and her hands were missing. So why they didn't go into more detail to explain how that was possible, I question.
Absolutely. Great. That's a great question. It really is.
Didn't they chalk all that up to paleontology?
Yes.
Referring to how the dog pretty much just discarded everything.
Yeah, pretty much. That was it. He gets credit for everything. So.
Mhm. Oh, we don't have an answer for that? Paleo did it. Christy, will you explain the safety thing about the gun safety? Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with that particular gun, and on the gun there is a pistol grip safety. So it's like a lever that's on the grip, and in order for you to fire it, you have to engage that. So you have to butt your hand up against that and have that engaged in order to fire the weapon. And there's also a trigger safety on it as well. So you have to really depress the trigger, and then when there's like this little lever that's within the trigger that's kind of like a safety that pushes in when you pull on the trigger. So it's kind of like a squeezing motion. And so for him to be found with his arms, both of them stretched out completely to both sides, it would be almost impossible, because the only way for his right arm to be stretched out the way it was, because okay, if it's the way that the examiner's report says, the examiner's report says that he has an exit wound on the left side of his head. So that would mean that he would have to shoot from the right, be shot from the right side of his head. So for his arm to be his right arm to be completely stretched out, he would have to take his left hand and put his hand on that gun, and he would have to stretch his hand around to the right side of his head and really reach around and then fire it. And for his hand to come back and land in a completely outstretched position, I mean, I've researched like how guns fall when people commit suicide, and how the positioning of the body and stuff like that. So I mean, the only way for his arms to be completely stretched out is if he shot himself lying down. And it's almost, I tried doing it, and it's very, very, very difficult. I mean, it doesn't make any sense why anyone would do that, to try and reach around and completely press that safety on the grip. And he was right-handed. So that makes absolutely no sense at all.
Wow.
I'm thinking there would probably be easier ways to commit suicide than doing it that way. And I was reading someone that did a lot of went to a lot of suicides. They were an investigator that did a lot of suicides, and they said more commonly if someone is standing up and they shoot themselves, the most common thing that they find is for the gun to actually be under the body or close to near under the body, because when the person shoots themselves, the gun falls first, then they fall.
Interesting. That's what happened with Philip Marshall. The gun was actually found underneath him, which is why they had a hard time connecting the gun to Philip Marshall, because there was so much blood there. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of times they won't even be able to find it, so they go in and they initially, think it's a homicide, and then they find the gun, and then they determine it to be a suicide. So it's kind of the reverse of that other article that I shared that talked about people going in and automatically assuming it was a suicide. But the only possible way for him to have ended up in the position that he was in would have been for him to be completely laying down.
Wow.
And reach around and shoot himself. Because if he was sitting up, he would fall back and the gun would fall first and he would fall back. And the likelihood of his arm landing completely stretched out is, the odds are astronomical for his arms to be out the way they are. That is just weird.
And if he was laying completely down like that, with the exit wound, that bullet would not have been in the attic.
No, because he would have had to even reach further around, and he would have had to really reach around and shoot himself more to the right-hand side, more towards the back, in order for the bullet to exit in an upward angle going up into the ceiling.
Wow.
And did they even bother? And here's the other question I have. After the mysterious bullet was found later, did they even bother to go back and look at where his body actually was and do what, like, use lasers or anything like that to see if the trajectory was right?
I don't think so. I mean, you have to remember at that point they had thought that they weren't even looking for that bullet. So I think that was like a minimal, anything connected to item 57, the bullet that was found in the attic, is very minimal. So unless they did that stuff and we just haven't received it, I don't think that they spent a whole lot of time on that, on item 57, on trying to figure out, okay, David was shot here, okay, Kamel was shot here, she was standing here, she was sitting there. But if you talk to certain people, they will try to tell you where David was, where Kamel was. So are they making it up? Are they guessing? Or is this something that they were told by investigators? And that still, to me, is not clear based on the documents that we have so far.
Yeah, I mean, and the only way to determine whether that was actually the bullet, especially with it not having any blood or brain matter or anything on it, the only way to really connect it would be to logically deduce by using the lasers and everything and going, okay, this is where he was sitting, to even see if it was remotely possible.
But I mean, if you look at where his feet were, you know, next to the couch, I mean, it's a very strange position. Like, okay, if you hypothesize that he was standing, that would be a weird place to be standing and shoot yourself. I mean,
Right.
you wouldn't cram yourself up against the couch. Okay, would he sit there like that? Okay, if he sat up and did it, though, what are the odds of both of his arms landing outstretched like that? I think it's a staging that has something to do with mocking Christianity, in my opinion.
And some people have even said that Paleo could have outstretched his hands. I've seen the comments.
I mean,
They're
that's
perfectly stretched out, though. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Yeah,
It's
they
the
are.
crucifix position.
I mean, they're completely even. I mean, and I mean, for him to have done that, he would have had to done both arms at the perfect time when there was no rigor mortis. And, you know, more than likely, if he messed with them, it would have been right around when the incident happened, because when I was reading about animal scavenging, the main reason why dogs will scavenge their owners is because they get freaked out and upset, especially if it's a gunshot, and they can't wake their owner up, so they start licking them and stuff, trying to wake them up. And then once they taste that blood is when they start scavenging. It's just some kind of switch that gets flipped. So he would have had to have done it like both arms at the perfect time.
That is disturbing. But it's, you know, it's something we have to look at. It's something we have to we have to go there. That's hard for me. It's hard to, I mean, it's the saddest thing when you think about a pet, which for most people is part of their family. And the fact that there was a dog in there, what they say, for 3 weeks, which I mean, that's hard to really buy. But for 3 weeks by itself, that's a long time. 1 or 2 days is a long time. 3 weeks is just crazy, and for them to just accept it, that this is what happened, that's very curious to me too. How quickly everything just kind of fell into place when here.
And that's why
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why I find it interesting that there wasn't more descriptive, you know, terminology on the missing hands and the missing arm. I mean, because that really makes a difference. I mean, if you look at sample autopsies, you know, like you can go on the internet and you can get on these sites that are for students, you know, forensic students, and you can look at autopsy reports, and those reports are so lacking in detail, it's not even funny. And for something so gruesome, for them to not explain it, to not describe it, to validate that is indeed what happened, I find it strange for them to not say, okay, it was jagged, so therefore we do believe it's animal scavenging, because there were jagged edges, you know, this is what it looked like. You know, usually they give more detailed information of what because they will, they'll speak into a recorder when they're doing it, and they'll state what they're finding. Okay, this is what I'm finding. I'm finding, a missing hand. The wrist appears to have jagged edges, or it appears to have clean edges. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And there's nothing.
Well,
Nothing
jagged edges.
describing that.
Well, the jagged edges are mentioned in the autopsies.
They are?
They are. Yes.
Oh,
they are.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see that.
It's very brief, but it is mentioned in there. I don't believe it's mentioned for all three. But I do believe that there was, I know that there was at least one or two mentions about jagged edges like that, which is one of the reasons why I didn't think that any of the hands were cut off or anything like that.
Yeah, because they would be clean.
Yeah, they would be straight. They'd be,
But and that's the other thing, though, is I did notice that as well. Is like one autopsy would have more detail about something, and another one wouldn't have the same amount of detail.
Right.
It was interesting.
Was there one that stuck out more to you, that had more or had less that you can think of?
Kamel's was the most detailed.
Mm-hmm.
Hers was
David
the
and
longest
Rania.
and the most detailed.
Where we compared Rania's autopsy to like John Benet's autopsy, and it was surprisingly lacking.
Wow.
Very.
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir.
I found a pretty good article from this website called ResearchGate.net, and they have a case study in there of a gentleman. I believe he lived in Indonesia or Sri Lanka, and he had about, let's see, I don't know how long it was. So the body was there for about 46 days. The body was dead for about 4 to 6 days. And they were 15 dogs living in the house with this gentleman, 4 puppies, 4 medium-sized male dogs, and I believe a bunch of other smaller dogs. The gentleman, the only extremity that the gentleman had missing was his left arm, and his other hand was still intact, even though there was all those animals there. So it's just a good comparison.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up here for everybody.
Mhm.
They can look at that.
The images are straight to the point, though, so I do apologize for that.
Oh, are there images in here? Okay.
There are. But I would imagine the case here was probably in about the same stage of decomposition as Kamel and David were.
Oh my goodness, these are very disturbing.
Well,
images.
being that this was in a tropical climate, he decomposed a lot. The subject decomposed, or the female rather, the lady, she decomposed at a lot faster rate due to the humidity and heat.
Oh yeah, the bloating.
That
I
is
can
disturbing.
I'll see if I can share this in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, please do. Please do. You might have to exclude like the HTTP or something, but I'll add this to the description later, so people, if they want to go and look at that, just make sure you're not having lunch or anything, because it's very disturbing.
And the thing is that David and Rainey still had all their toes.
Yeah.
Well, the subject here, all of her extremities except her right hand were bitten at. So her toes were nibbled at on both feet, and her left hand was completely missing.
Wow.
Did the dog go for the skull and the neck?
I haven't got to that part. I haven't read that far into the report yet. I was reading more or less on
That's
the.
disturbing.
It's
Greg.
very I know. I'm sorry. All right. That's enough of that. But uh, just for the images. But yeah. But that's interesting.
But the thing that's still weird that doesn't make any sense, unless Kamel's body was moved, there's no way that her hands were eaten post-mortem by the dog because her arms were underneath her body. I mean, it clearly states that.
There's one arm. One arm was underneath her body. The other was like over her head, kind of.
So the only way that would have happened was Paleo like turned into a drill and was able to bore through her entire abdominal cavity to get to that hand, which didn't.
That would not have been easy for him where the bodies were and how close David's body was to his wife's. Yeah, it's not an easy. Getting to her would not be easy for him. So it'd be a lot easier for him to get to the other two victims.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me as well, because it looks like, where her pants are torn, like maybe he attempted to wake her up or attempted to scavenge or whatever, but gave up because her pants are just torn. So I found that interesting too, that there wasn't I didn't see any damage anyway, but the pants were just torn.
Yeah.
That could be a result of, like you said, Paleo attempting to get her attention, or it could be a result of the bloating. Because a person who is bloating, their body swells to about 3 or 4 times. I wouldn't say that much. I'd say it's safer to say about 2 times more than what they wider than what they were. So somebody who generally has a 28-inch waist would probably be about a 38-inch waist or a 40-inch waist at the state of decomposition that they were in.
Anything else on the animal scavenging here, or else we'll get back to the notepad. That's a good article here. I want to make sure people, if you do want to read this here, this case study, post it on researchgate.net. And thank you, Justin, for finding that and for posting that. I will be reading through this very thoroughly later on. I've been looking for things like this, and things like this are a lot better than some of the other articles that I've seen. Just put it like that.
Sad that we have to resort to such gruesome information, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yep. It's all part of the process.
I mean, we do understand that animals will scavenge. We understand that. But do they scavenge to the point that Paleo did in this case?
Right. And if they do, in this test or in this PDF, Justin, one of the things I'm going to be looking for is did they do any tests to the dog? Did they, if the dog, a lot of these articles that I'm reading, they never really mention when it's animal scavenging. Shouldn't the first thing that they should do is to test the dog feces?
I haven't seen anything like that in the BCA, which I've only been through parts of it. But as far as I've gone through, I haven't seen any kind of tests done on Paleo or any of the fecal material he left behind. Because I would imagine there would be certain like calcium deposits from bone that he himself would not be able to digest.
Something. Should be something, and there's nothing. There's nothing in there.
Those bones went somewhere.
Yeah, right.
And the search warrants allow for his fecal matter to be collected and tested if need be.
Oh, really? Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh,
it's
I totally
in there.
missed that. You'll have to send me that later. I missed that part.
Okay.
That's great, because I do need to follow up now that Detective Gummert is back. I have not followed up with him yet, and that is the only thing that I really want to follow up with him on, aside from some of the documents that we didn't get, that I know that we didn't get.
Which begs the question: did they recover Palaio's fecal material, or did they throw it in the trash?
Good question. Whatever happened with it? Yeah.
I didn't see any mention of it being collected in the
It's not in the
samples.
evidence. No.
I'm just saying it could have been. They legally could have done it.
Right. Which is, and if they put that into the search warrant, that makes me think that somebody was already thinking that, and that's common sense. So it's just kind of frustrating that we don't have a clear answer on that yet. So
the forces of oversight may have expressed a wish to not go into such depth.
Right.
Oh.
That's my fear. That's my fear right there. That along with so many other things, including the handwriting, they were like, no, we don't need to go there, because why would they? They've already got their man. They've got their case. They've got everything. They have someone in the 911 call already talking about how the dogs scavenge these bodies. I mean, that's before the police even showed up on scene. And Judy Prochnow is pretty much laying out the whole story that we're going to hear for the next 5 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, and the other thing, I mean, say animal scavenging is what happened. Still, they did not go into any kind of detail or explanation of why they thought that the gun was by his left hand, and yet they said that the exit wound is on the left-hand side of his head. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense.
Yes, I've never seen any kind of anything like this with so many holes in it.
Only cheese.
I mean, you would think they would go into trying to make some kind of logic or explanation. Say, okay, this is what happened. You know what I mean? Because we found the gun by his left hand, but the exit wound's on the left-hand side of his head. So this is what we think how he did this. But they didn't, and it does not seem possible, because I mean, I was even reading about calibers of bullets and different types of bullets and everything to make sure that I knew what my thinking was correct. And those hollow point bullets, when they enter, they are so violent. It's almost like your head, your inside of your brain is shaken around, because there's just like this. I mean, it leaves just this wide path of damage, and it reverberates, back and forth. So there's no way he could have still been holding onto the gun and said, okay, I'm going to lay my arm out this way, and now I'm going to die. Because that's not what happens. You get shot in the head with a .40 caliber hollow point, you're out. You're done.
This is like a video of treasurer. I think his name was Bud Dwyer. He was the treasurer for the state of Illinois back in the 1970s, and he was convicted of corruption. And in order to secure his wife and children's future, he shot himself so that they could get his death benefit. When he put that 350, he put the 357 under his chin, and as soon as he pulled it, he was out like a clock. He just fell like a top. There was no twitching or anything like that. The only thing that was going on was blood from his head was flowing like a faucet.
Wow.
Which the blood stains kind of don't reflect that.
And what happens? And what happens? That's what I was reading about. That this guy said that he was explaining in this article is that what happens when you get shot in the head, all of your cognitive processing, everything stops. Therefore, that means your muscle control stops. So the first thing that happens is the gun falls out of your hand because you can't grip anymore. The only time they ever find weapons still in someone's hand is if it's a very low caliber bullet, and that's very rare. It can happen, but with that caliber, with a hollow point, it's not possible. And so it just seems convenient where that gun was and the way his arms are and where the way he's laying.
Very much true, yes. Very much truth to that. Yeah. You wanted to get back to the handwriting?
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah, let's go back to the notepad. Here we're still on page 214 through 218. I think it's worth noting if anybody wants to. This is the BCA 488 page PDF that I got, that Sophia also got at the same time. And if any researchers are out there that are questioning this case, I think this is a good document for you to go through when you have time. I think there is a lot of stuff here. I do hope one day we can take all of the documents that we have and kind of separate them, because what they did is the BCA just kind of data dumped everything. So it's nice to have that data dump and to get it out there, but it would be nice one day to actually put all of these into their own PDFs to make it even easier for future researchers to find this stuff. So still looking here at page 215, this is where we note the 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 and on the front side of page 21. So then the main thing about this section here, page 214 through 218, is what happens at the very, very end. And the fact that ESDA lift impressions are only on these 2 pages. They're not noted anywhere else. So that is also an interesting thing. When I write, and I do write on paper, I press down, especially if I want to make a point. If I'm really in that moment, I press down harder. And so I used to have this problem when I bought cheap paper, was that I would press down so hard that the impressions would actually they would be indented into the next couple pages. So that's what happened here. I'm just wondering why the ESDA was only on those 2 pages and not on any of the other ones. So that was a little bit frustrating. But the main thing in this section here, and I'm going to skip down, I think it's page 218. So let's go down there. Oh no, we're going to page 216, and the results of the handwriting examinations, which was very frustrating. And it says that the handwriting comparisons of the question writings on item 41A-30, which is where David allegedly wrote, "Submit to Olive, open the rise," and the question writings in the photograph saved to the CD submitted as item 55 to the known non-request writing submitted as item 46, 47, and 48 will not be conducted at this time. What they're saying is they're not going to do the handwriting. They're basically not going to find out who wrote this, and it makes no sense. If you're going to do one thing, regarding handwriting, it should be on proving that David actually wrote that. That David actually wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the Rise Now." If they don't do that, I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand why they wouldn't do it. You have people asking if this should be done. There was a question. For some reason, someone at some level said, no, this doesn't need to be done. And that frustrates me. So if that's not going to be done by the AVPD or by investigators, maybe we have enough samples, enough things that we can hire somebody who can do those handwriting tests and who can, give us some clear view on whether David did write that. I mean, that's a big question now because there's no proof that David wrote that. So I think it will be very interesting in the next coming days. But that was the main thing about page 214 through 218. And then they go through on page 217, the ESDA indented writings. This is what they find. So starting with TYP Cal Army Strength, this is what David had written, or somebody had written on that notepad that was taken out. So for whatever reason, this page here, this writing here, was not in that notepad when the police entered the house, but at some point it was used for this. And what I find very frustrating is anything dealing with the military, anything like that, those pages are all here. They're very clear to make sure that they include those. Anything that, and this to me, if you read this page 217, this looks like a scene from David's film or from his TV series, and he's just writing out certain things, writing out maybe scenes. I don't know what exactly, but they make sure to put this in here. They make sure to put things like this in here, and it's almost like there's like this anti-military thing that is going on in this case, trying to make soldiers look crazy. And that's another frustrating thing that I find is when they try to make soldiers look crazy, because that bothers me, because soldiers are not crazy, first of all. They can go crazy, sure, just like anybody else could go crazy, but the narrative here, and you see it, is a former army soldier killed his wife and killed his daughter and killed himself. Now at the same time, this was really more back in around 2012 is when they were really trying to make soldiers look crazy. They were really trying to make it seem like any soldier who came back from fighting in Iraq or in Afghanistan, they had mental issues, they had PTSD, they had problems, and blah blah blah. And so they kind of jumped the gun on that one, I thought. Let's go down.
You would think with them taking those impressions that they would find more things written that were more or less benign.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, like you said, it's just all really, they just picked up all the juicy stuff.
Yeah, anything that might help them show David is crazy. Go ahead.
And it's really strange too that they basically diagnosed him after he was dead. I mean,
True.
To diagnose someone, a therapist or a psychiatrist has to sit down with you and ask you specific questions and look at your body language and, go into, a lot of detail discussing things with you. They can't diagnose someone based off of hearsay, because hearsay is subjective. So the person diagnosing him, they're influenced by what other people, what their perception of what he was doing and behaving and thinking. And that's just ridiculous, because just because they had disconnected from people and certain people had their own ideas why they disconnected, that may not necessarily have been their reasons for disconnecting. So all of this is based off of subjective information, and you can't diagnose someone that way.
Well, and it really, it's a formula we've seen before. Well, this is actually after the case, but I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with Stephen Paddock, the gentleman who shot up the concert in Las Vegas. So he's a rich man, and he's got all kinds of Filipino women all over him. So he's not possibly wanting for anything. He's having a good time in Vegas, living any, middle-aged man's life dream. And the government wants to say that, oh, he converted to Islam and he pledged allegiance to ISIS, and then he shot up a concert with a bump stock with a 5.56 rifle rounds. And it's inconclusive to me, because the way those weapons were firing. I'm a soldier, so I know what certain weapons sound like, because that's what I do for a living. It sounded like he had, if the gunshots that were coming from there were a completely different weapon. But that's beside the point. So what it seems like the media and the government, whoever does, I'm not saying it's the government, but you never know. They completely take out any kind of credibility of the supposed actor. So for this is David. Say he committed to Islam, writing Submit to Allah now, and then Allahu Akbar on the wall. Somebody who's raised a Christian, who would have seemingly no reason to convert to Islam, and then they try to make him crazy after death. And what they did with Stephen is they interviewed his brother Eric, and Eric is a complete nutcase. At least he was when CNN interviewed him. So they completely destroyed. Why would they want to destroy his credibility after he's dead? He's dead. It doesn't matter. The man's dead, unless there's some other purpose they're trying to serve with that. Yeah, I droned on for a little while. I do apologize.
Well, I mean, they were filming a grave state, or the grave state. What was it called again, the documentary? Was it the grave state or a grave state?
A grave state.
Thank you. They were filming that before the election. And Hillary was supposed to win. She would have taken up Obama's stance on gun control. I mean, this documentary could have very well have been a gateway to all types of red flag laws.
As well as many popular movements and uprisings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at all the things that this movie touched on. Conspiracy theories, all types of conspiracy theories. Alt-right wing, libertarians, veterans, PTSD, interracial marriages. I mean, just all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, and one thing that I was actually talking to Sophia about was, like in the documentary, or whatever you want to call it, when she is talking about that dream she had, and she actually says, I don't know if I'm going crazy or what. Well, crazy people don't question if they're crazy. Crazy people don't know they're crazy.
Good point.
So So her questioning her sanity because of what was going on with her shows me that she was sane.
Thank you for bringing that up.
That's a great point. I never thought of that, actually. That's a really great point. Yeah, I've never known a crazy person that thinks that they're crazy, usually.
Exactly. I mean, you know, if you're schizophrenic and you think you're Jesus, you think you're Jesus. And that's your reality. I mean, you really believe it. And there's no convincing you otherwise, you know. I mean, that's just how it is with people that are mentally ill. You know, psychotic people, you know, like the men that go crazy and kill their wives or whatever because they are certain that they're cheating on them or something. Because they are just paranoid, and you know, but they never go, okay, am I crazy? Am I wrong? I mean, they don't question it. They don't stop. They're the ones that are irrational.
I mean, if somebody is getting supportive care, they can be convinced, but left to their own devices, you know, like you said, they'll revert back to their previous state.
Mm-hmm.
Great point.
Yeah, but neither one of them had any history of mental illness. So that's why I question why they were just deemed to be, you know, kind of not with it.
The only thing I can think of for that is that it's tied into what to the context, to the content of Gray State, of you know, the government taking over and we're losing our rights, and that's really it, you know. So people who don't think that that stuff is true, who already think anyone who thinks like that is crazy, of course they're going to look at this and say, oh, he was just another one of those guys, just another one of those crazy people who was looking into this stuff. But that's funny.
But that doesn't make you a person homicidal, even if they have those thoughts. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It doesn't. I mean, for him to just suddenly become homicidal, and suicidal, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and to not make it so clear, right? I mean, to write 3 different notes in 3 rooms, to leave so many questions to the point where the police can't find the bullet that is tied to him. There's just so many things like that are just like, no. No.
Especially since he himself described himself as a storyteller.
Right.
And so with him being a storyteller and being as descriptive as he was, he would have left something more in depth and something, you know, to at least like make people stop and think about something or about what happened. You know, he would give a reasoning and there would be purpose to it, because it seems like everything that he did, there was purpose in every action that he took.
Yeah, and I don't
envision
think. Go ahead, Sophia.
Well, I envision a recorded statement at least from him.
Yeah, because he videotaped everything.
If not, then a detailed suicide note of why he did it. But we don't have either.
And I don't think he would be working on Gray State, working on this project, connecting people, contacting people, if as late as December 16th, December 17th, I don't think he would be doing that if he was planning on killing himself or if he was planning on killing his family or anything like that. And so that's one of the biggest things that people have kind of, because when this first happened and Jordan Page brought up David's $30 million deal, man, it was like, all these people were trying to tell us that there was no deal, right? That was the big thing. And maybe they didn't know, but obviously there was, and David was working towards Gray State and making this into a Hollywood feature and then into a TV series. And so these people knew that because David was contacting people. He was posting it on social media. There was no doubt that he was still working on it. So they've never explained why he just, he's working on it up until late December, and then what happened? There's no motive for this case. They have no motive. So.
Exactly. Oh, and this goes way back. This goes way back to our last conversation. I think it was that radio podcast that got posted, and I listened to it. It was an interview. They interviewed him, and some of the things that I found really interesting was one of the things when they jokingly asked him if he was related to Aleister Crowley.
Right.
His reaction, he was not amused.
Right.
He was not amused, and he talked up. He quoted scripture in that interview, and he talked about going in a different spiritual direction. And so I seriously wonder if that is what part of the problem was.
Yes, definitely.
It's because he started taking it somewhere else.
Yep. And they will tell you that too. I mean, that's actually documented. It's documented in police reports. It's documented in what the Gray State quote unquote team states. And that's why they were all turning away from it. It was only when David, when it was like, oh no, this is going to happen. This is going to be a big project. And then it was like, okay, they were all kind of silent towards it, and it sounded like they wanted to be part of it at that time. But after he died, they acted like they had distanced themselves from it, which I don't think was true. I don't think at any point they wanted to be distant from it. I think they were all going, including David Crowley, I think they were all going to use Gray State as a way to enter into Hollywood.
And I've seen movie shorts of Danny August Mason's acting. He was not a good actor.
You sent me some of those. I started watching them last night. Acting is tough. I wanted to be an actor for a long time. It's tough, and not everybody has it, unfortunately. But I think David also wanted to be an actor. I watched that one bullet exchange video that you posted, and that was weird. Now that was made in 2010, right? But that was weird.
The one with the chessboard?
Old Country for No Men, or
the chessboard one.
Oh, the chessboard. That was crazy.
Yeah.
And that was David in there too.
Yeah, and David's brother, and also Mitch Heil. They're all in that.
Yeah, some of that stuff is really. I mean, just because I told Sophia, I was like, some of that stuff is really dark.
It is dark.
I mean,
it is dark.
I can't watch too much of it at one time. I just start going, okay, this is creepy.
Yeah, I have to watch a lot of
And
comedy.
and I don't and I think that I don't think he necessarily. I think he wanted to break away from that and go in a different direction, and that created a problem.
Yep, I think it's
I
clear.
think he had a message that he wanted, and that's why I think that it's very ironic, the positioning of his body.
Do you think it was a
writing on the
Christian
wall.
message? It was a more Christian message that he was working
I
towards?
think so.
Yeah.
I think so because I mean, even in the trailer with the triangle marking on the arm. I mean, the mark. You take the mark, and obviously, from the trailer, it shows that the woman doesn't have the mark when she goes into the grocery store, and she can't buy anything because she doesn't have the mark. And so, I mean, what other conclusion can you draw from that?
True. And if David was working with Satanists on this project, if there were some anti-Christians, like real anti-Christians, not just people who are just like, oh, there's no God, there's no Jesus, but I mean people who know that there is a God, who know that there is Jesus Christ, and hate him and want to physically, do harm to people that are, that are talking about Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think there might be something there too, but
I think there's something big connected in that way. I really do.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you about it afterwards, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not something to talk about on here.
All right. Well, we can always talk about this budget book here on page 285. And like I said, this is an 80 sheet document and 80 sheets. And you can see at the bottom, these are handwritten. That's the other thing. For whatever reason, they decided to write on this notepad. I don't know. Hopefully they wrote on a copy of the notepad, not the actual notepad itself. But when I looked at some of the notes, I'm not so sure. So that's a whole nother issue. But this had 80 sheets, front and back. But when it was found in the house on January 17th, 2015, this only had 59 pages, front and back. So what we're looking at here is the first known page. This isn't necessarily the first page. But there might have been pages that were ripped out before this page and maybe after this page too. So I'm going to make this a little smaller so I can put it into proper context here to what we're looking at. And what we're looking at here is page 1 of this budget book, and we all agree this is Kamel, right? This is her writing this. You guys think? I mean, if she wrote budget book, she must have written this part, the first page, September 11th, September 2011. So it's just a nice little budget book, right? Nothing there, nothing too crazy. Shows that they were budgeting way back then, so that's good. Now this is 41A-1, so this is the very first page that was in there. We don't know what else was in there before or after, but we know that then this was 2011. Okay, so that's 41A-1. Now they have something here for October of 2011. Electricity, expenses, all that stuff. Cell phone, which we know all about that. Groceries, and it looks like whatever they were going to write in October, they didn't really finish. So that's also 41A-1, and you see this B down here. That means that this is the back side. So I'm going to go back up to page 286, and on 286 you can see 41A-1 F, and you see that F because that shows that this is the front. So really you would have to, I mean, if we only got 24 pages, I'm assuming there was nothing on any of the other pages. I don't know why they would just give us some of the pages, so I'm just assuming right now that we were given all of the pages that they had for this notebook as a data dump. Now, November 2011, you can see it's some of the same things. So this is kind of like something that's like auto filled out, which shows, you know, planning, future planning. This is 2011, but it shows that they had been planning. They're trying to calculate their expenses, and I think this is just one more little thing to go against the theory that they were bad with money and all that stuff. I don't think that that's true.
Well, the credit report proves that they weren't bad with money.
What did the credit report say? What it just said that they paid.
He had no delinquent payments whatsoever. He paid more than minimum payments for all of his credit cards and accounts. He was always on time, if not paid early. And when I'm talking about paying more than minimum, I'm talking sometimes between $100 to $1,000 more.
Wow. That's planning for the future.
Yeah, it is.
You're not going to pay bills in the
He
future.
And he wasn't behind in the house payments. It's right there on the credit report. He was not behind in his house payments. And I'm only stating that because there are certain people saying that the house was already being foreclosed before their death. And that is an absolute flat-out lie.
Correct.
And the proof is there in the credit report.
Yep. All you have to do is look. So looking at page 290 here, this is the this is page 20 of the ESDA lifts. Obviously you'll see there's nothing here. It's because it's just in indented writing. And you're going to see that same thing on 41A-21, which is this page we're looking at right here. So that's some deep handwriting, especially when you think about it. If there's no other ESDA lifts, nothing like that, why was David writing so deeply, so intently here, but not anywhere else, including where they claim David wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise"? Doesn't match. Doesn't match if this is what David wrote here. So this page right here, now we're looking at page 292. We're looking at Open the Rise, most recent version. You can see all of the blood on here. You can see clearly on this page. And let me just scroll down so I can see what page. So this is 41A-30. So this is page 30. This, I do think, is the page, the one page that was tested, that was DNA tested for blood. That would make the most sense here. The problem with that is that 41-2, which I believe is what we're looking at right here, it was tested for blood. It found a mix of 2 or more people. It does not match David or his daughter. Does not match David or his daughter. It does match his wife. So if you have a mix of 2 or more people, it matches David's wife. Doesn't match him or his daughter. Where is that other source coming from? And this is very important here because this is one of the notes that they claim David wrote that had something to do with killing his wife, killing his daughter, and killing himself. Yet his blood, his DNA, is not found on it. His daughter's is not found on it. But there's a mixture of 2 or more people. Who is that other person? And so that's why so many people have been, thinking, well, that just shows, David. How do you prove David wrote this? How do you prove any of that? And where is that other DNA source coming from?
It's a very, very good point. And we don't have those answers.
It's very frustrating. So you can see, and I know on this page it's really hard to see, but there's blood. If you can see the cursor, there's blood up here, right in here, right? That looks like some ridge detail or something. You got some blood in here. I think all of this is blood too. All of this right here is blood. All this is blood. There's a lot of blood here. And it's not David's. It's not his wife. You got another little one right here too. I mean, it's all over this page. And it's what this
The detail on the crime scene photo is actually really good. You can actually make out prints on the JPEG on the crime scene photo.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's BCA 5095.
Let's see if I can look at that. 5095. Let's see if I can pull that up. Oh, yeah, it's really down there. Come on. There it is. 5095. Let's look at that. Yeah, there's even more here. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. That is a lot. It's kind of nice how that pin is just laying there, just, right next to it. I mean, even the way this is, this looks staged too.
Yeah, there's no blood on the pin.
There is some blood on the pin, but they couldn't tie it to David.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the pin is item 40. It's probably not on this section of the pin, but it's lower down.
If you zoom in really close on the pin at the top, you can kind of see
oh, really?
A red pin.
Oh, let me see that.
I can't see the pictures right now. What side of the pad is the pin on? Is it the right? Okay.
It is on the right. It is on the right side.
Okay. I'm questioning it because I'm dyslexic, so I'm like trying to see it in my head and reverse it. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is on the right side.
I couldn't remember either.
Let's see. Oops. 5095, right? That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, you can clearly see it. You can see the blood in all these different areas here, but yeah, I mean, is there blood on the grip of the pin? That's where it should be, really.
One would think. I'm using Photo Viewer right now. I believe there is a red tint on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. But there's blood all over this page here, and if you look at the very bottom, you can't see it because every time I move my cursor, it covers it. But if you look at the bottom here, you can see how many pages, and it's almost all of them, have blood marks on them.
So whoever's hands must have brushed the side of the pages.
Yeah, they've flipped it open. They flipped it open. What's weird is they flip it open, and then they flip it open again, because you have this page up top here on the north side of this image, and I don't know what was on that page. I want to know what was on that page. And I think that is the one that shows talks about all the stuff that he was looking into, like building 7 and a lot of interesting things. That's probably another one of these photos in here too. But
I don't know. I still see that as submit to Alan and not submit to Allah.
no, I don't see that.
It's okay. We can agree to disagree.
That can happen. Yes.
Well, I mean, he was writing to Jason Allen. And it's very possible he might have wanted to share that with him.
But why would he write it on this piece of paper here? It doesn't make sense to me. And
As
that
a note, he jotted down notes all the time to himself.
Yeah. But not in this way. I mean, when you look at this page, I think what separates this page from a lot of other pages, in my view, is the way that it's written here. This is written like a big poster card. Like it's written to make sure that whoever walks into this room sees it. Whereas everything else in this notepad is written like it's David taking notes. So I don't think that he would write open the rise this big if he was writing notes to himself. And I think if he was writing submit to Jason Allen now or whatever, I think that also would be on one line. I don't think it would be written like this. This to me is like something you would write at a wrestling show. You would get a big, signboard, and you would write this because you want people to see it. And to me, this is one of the clearest things that looks staged.
Okay, now, what if it had originally said at one time, it doesn't even have to have been the day that they were killed, was submit to Alan, and then, or open the rise, submit to Alan. Not, and the now was written later because they thought it said submit to Allah.
It's that in, because the in does not match. So Allah, if you look at open and Allah and recent, it's not the same. I mean, even all three of those are not the same. Even version, version, open, and recent, those are ends. H is, the, and then Allah, to me, those kind of match more too. But again, I'm not really big on the handwriting thing. I look at after looking at this stuff, I've looked at my handwriting and seen how different my own handwriting has been and how differently I can write within a couple pages.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just another thought on how to look at the thing. And we have no idea when this was written.
Well, I mean, also, Jason Allen, it's spelled Aalen as well. So, and David would know how to spell that. I do remember hearing that theory. I heard it. I remember hearing it a lot, but I never really, it never really stuck out to me.
Maybe it just stands out to me because as I'm jotting notes down and stuff, I misspell things all the time. Even people's last names, and it's just notes for myself. I'm not going to have other people looking at it.
Right.
And I don't think even David expected people to be looking at his notes like this.
Well, it's weird that it's open like this.
Could it have been an idea for the script, though? Like open, meaning open scene. And then, that was his idea. In the opening scene, there was going to be some kind of situation where people are being told to submit to Allah. that
True
could have
too.
been some kind of idea that he had for a scene. Could have been brainstorming.
It's possible. Yeah. Even the pin item 40, which is this pin here, it's closed. It's like everything is set. It's a scene that we're made to look at here. It's interesting.
So what kind of pin is it? So I can't see the picture.
It says TUL on it.
No, I mean, like, is it a click pin or is it a
It is
pin with a lid?
It looks like a click pin.
And is it? Were you saying that it was like closed? Is that what you said?
It's definitely closed. I mean, I'm looking at it now. It's definitely closed. So either it's a twist or it's a, it's a click. But whoever wrote this wrote it and then closed it.
That's weird. I mean, okay, so you've killed your wife and your daughter, and you're writing this as your suicide note, and you're going to take the time to click the pin and close it.
Yeah. And then flip this page up and keep this page flipped up, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, he would be in such a frenzy. I mean, I'm surprised that the pen is even next to the pad. That he would have been in a frenzy.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
And cleaned up part of the crime scene and wrote on the wall and did all kinds of things. But he was in such, a frenzy and snapped.
But he tiptoed around, though. He tiptoed around.
Oh, he did more than that. I mean, he magically missed all the wood floor.
Yeah, levitated.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding blood on that pin, but I know that there is. I think it's just the photos that I have here. So let's see. So yeah, so that's I mean, that's the big one right there. That's really the big page. Let me go back to that. 290, I believe, right? Okay. So let's go down. And this is okay, and this was written on the back of the page. That was the other thing too. This is written on the back of page 30. I thought was kind of weird. That really threw me off. Definitely. Because I had thought that this page that we're looking at right now, we're looking at page 293. I thought that this was the page, and then David flipped it open. So I thought this was open here. David or somebody goes and sits down there, and then they and this is in the crime scene photos too. This page here, so it'd be good to find the blood on this page. I can almost see it here, but keep this open, right? They keep this open, and that's why the other page. I'm gonna go back to here. It looks like it's flipped open. Well, it is flipped open. Item 41 is flipped open. And that was the other thing. Well, he takes the time to make sure that the pin is closed, but doesn't take the time to fully fold this notepad. Because what's on the page before this notepad, I thought, is the same that's on page 293. I'm not sure. I mean, I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Now, what's on page 293 is some of the most important things that have stuck out to a lot of people ever since we first saw this page here. Read this stuff, okay? So, and what is this for? Is this for David's script? Is this for, not the script, but for the Rise? Is this for his documentary film? And some of the stuff that is crossed out, why is it crossed out? Why is some crossed out? It's that stuff that he's fully set on. He's got his research. He's got his facts on. What is going on here? So you have the cartoon compilations, and that's crossed out. Fast and Furious, and that's crossed out. Now, there could be two different Fast and Furious. Obviously, it could be the Fast and Furious movies. I don't think that that's true. I think it's more related to Fast and Furious, which was a gun smuggling thing that the people under Barack Obama got caught doing. So it's really important to
Eric
research
Holder?
Fast and Furious. Yes, thank you, Eric Holder. That's right. And that's crossed out. Sandy Hook is the next thing here. It's not crossed out. So was he researching this stuff and crossing it off? Were these things that he wanted to add in and then decided they shouldn't be added in? But these are notes, right? These are notes, and again, there's no ESDA prints on the page underneath these. So it's just that's a whole nother issue.
So there was one that kind of stood out to me.
Which one?
The one on the bottom. It says Stalia Executors.
Stalin.
Or execution. Stalin. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I was drawing a conclusion to Justice Scalia, who passed away in 2016, and I thought, well, that's kind of prophetic. But no, not Justice Scalia. No, I misread that. There's just so many different ways that his handwriting goes.
Right.
H's are N's, and T's can look like. He's got bad handwriting like me.
Yep, same with me.
Do you both print or use cursive?
I never use cursive.
Me neither. Just print.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of doing a survey. I'm asking.
I don't think David
people
ever
that I
did
meet.
cursive either.
Yeah, I don't see any cursive.
It's print writing where there's some
Sophia?
cursive mixed in.
Have
Dr.
you
Spratt.
have you touched on what we were talking about with the journal about the Johnny Carson syndrome and all of that being exact quotes out of a book?
Oh, I wasn't going to touch on that yet.
Oh, okay. I wasn't going to say anything if you weren't ready to do that. I won't say anything about it until you're ready, because I know you're working on that. So.
Yes, Catherine and I are working on it.
It's a nice little teaser there. Okay. All right. Let's see. Number 4 is ICE. So I think we all know what ICE is at this point, and the immigration problem in California and in Minnesota, I think, are very similar. Not legal immigration. I'm not talking about anything legal either. This other one, first I thought this was the Titanic underneath ice. I don't think that's right. It's like Tatiana or something. So Tatiana, I think there was like a female singer or something that was involved in the Gray State Project. So I think a lot of this is probably meant for the David's documentary that was going to be coming out to coincide with whatever happened with Gray State, with the fictional TV series.
No. Titanic, there's some conspiracy stuff around that one too. And the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and stuff. So it very possibly could be Titanic.
Just looking at it, it looks like it's Tatiana. But I remember when I first read this, I did think that that's exactly what I thought. I thought that these were all conspiracy theories that David was actually looking at, but that's not true, because some of these are not. I mean, a cartoon compilation obviously has nothing to do with that. Party music video has nothing to do with that. So that stuff, that's what kind of made me rethink my first thought, I guess.
And one reason why I think that some of this is just ideas that he was jotting down is because in the documentary where they try and make him look like a divisive, horrible person, because he's using the self-talk method where he's saying talk fast, and
Right.
and he's talking about what he's doing. Well, that recording, at the beginning of the recording, he's talking about his pen not working right. And so, I know there's no way we can prove whether he was writing things down when he was talking and recording that, but it's interesting that he was talking about the pen, not working right, and him taking, kind of preparing himself for something. So I think that he was probably a big note taker.
Correct. I think that's a great point. That's another great point. BHD. I remember that BHD had something to do with the Middle East, if I remember. Let's see if I could find anything. The Bahrain. Something to do with money. Oh yeah, BHD is the currency for Bahrain, an island nation in the Middle East, which is east of Saudi Arabia and in the middle of the Arabian Gulf. Because that image was on here, that's a big thing. So I don't know, has anybody done any research on that? If not, maybe there's somebody out there listening to this who can help us find out more about BHD. But when you talk about money, when there's money involved, that's when bad things happen. Underneath that is my enlistment, and that's scribbled out. And I was wondering, is there a difference between things that are crossed out and things that are scribbled out? And then, to make it even more confusing, next to Eric Holder smiling, there's a check mark. So just I'm like, okay, at that point I was like, well, maybe I'm just thinking way too deeply into this stuff. So what I've been focusing on is what is not crossed out or scribbled out and what is. So I don't know if those are things that have not been done. But the most interesting one to me is Building 7, because when I first learned about David Crowley, when I first learned about this case, the big thing I wanted to understand was his view on September 11th. And I still don't know. I still don't really have a clear view of what he thought about September 11th, other than to say that I can guess that he probably did not think that what the government told us was true.
Pretty sure he wanted to keep that under wraps until he released the film.
Yeah, he'd be smart to. I mean, he could have. I mean, he would have gotten a bigger audience if he. Really, especially during 2012, he would have gotten a much bigger audience if he would have been more vocal about September 11th. That's just my view, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that just wasn't part of his plan, or maybe I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that big of a deal to him. But at some point, if he had issues, if he understood that what we were doing in Iraq and in some of these other countries was wrong, that our soldiers should not have been sent overseas after September 11th. If he understood that at any point, and I believe that he did, at some point he's going to start researching September 11th. And once you do that, go ahead.
Where did you say the one referring to the money? What country was it?
Bahrain, was it?
Yeah. Bahrain. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but And the BHD is the currency of that island nation.
Is that near Saudi Arabia?
It's
Is that what you said?
yeah, which is to the east of Saudi Arabia, in the middle of the Arabian Gulf.
Because the interesting thing is the
a dinar.
Supposed hijackers.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them were from Saudi Arabia.
Right.
So I don't know if there was if he was wondering about some exchange of currency having to do with something that had to do with 9/11, or I'm just trying to think. Now I'm intrigued. I'm gonna have to research that. But
well, yeah, and when you think about the fact that his wife was born in a Saudi Arabian, or in a U.S. In a base in Saudi Arabia, I wonder if he ever talked with Kamel's dad about this stuff at all at any time.
And what's really interesting is if these were topics that he was considering, touching on, it's interesting that, he posted about distancing himself from a lot of the groups that he had been associated with. For some reason, he was like, unjoining, or however you want to say it, those groups on Facebook. Remember he made that post about that?
Yep, he was happily unsubscribing.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it's interesting. I wonder, what made him do that, if he just didn't agree, or it's just interesting to see, if maybe he was more interested in, one topic than the other, or it seems to me like he was trying to piece something together.
Right.
With what it seems to me like he was trying to connect those particular things possibly to something.
I totally agree. I think everything on this list, this is all part of something. He's creating something, and it makes sense if it's his documentary film. Now, the only thing that made me think that maybe that's not true is that a lot of this stuff isn't in his, leaked version. So I don't know. And if anybody hasn't seen the leaked version, it has the music is kind of weird and everything, and there's it is a rough cut, but I think it is a lot better than the version that was created after David died, even though they say that was his version and they just took his notes and made it, but I don't know.
But maybe this is what he actually wanted to do.
Right.
That didn't, and that's why I'm wondering if that submit to Allah now was opening scene. I mean, I guess he could have written out opening scene, or, he could have just said open, and then in his thought process, the opening scene would be submit to Allah now, kind of like, the guillotine scene he had, and then he also had the scene with people being executed, in the regular trailer. So, it sounds very much like an opening scene to me, like a direction he was wanting to take.
Hard to say, I think. Going down here, page 294, now we're looking at a lot of other scribbled things. Everything on this page is basically scribbled out. So I don't know if that means that he completed this or what, but this is a B-roll shot list. And the opening shot shows dancing cops, soundbite from Fuck Up Generals. It's 9/11 or ITS 911. And so this is why when I look at the page submit to all of this, is why I don't think it's part of any script or anything like that. Is because this kind of on the next page he's like, it just that whole page, and that's page 290